Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome. Oh, very cool. There are people here right at the start. That's so sick. Thank you guys so much. I'm gonna get a little mushy right off rip, right off the bat. And just say a really quick thank you to everyone who's been watching, who's been commenting, liking these streams. It is a dream to be able to watch these things, talk about D&D, and I am kind of flabbergasted that people want to hear what I have to say, or are at least interested enough to stick around. So thank you so much, especially to Undead King, Chard WBU, Natalia, anyone who left a comment on the last few videos, but especially those folks. You guys are the reason that I am doing this, and that I have so much fun doing this. So I'll get away from the mushy stuff now, but thank you. So they're probably going to do a recap, and I should also, talk about what we're doing here today. It's episode 3. I know it says episode 2. I am realizing I forgot to change that before the start of stream. Episode 3 of Critical Role Vox Machina, campaign 1. We're watching through. We've had a lot of fun on the last 2 episodes, giving a lot of my opinions, and we're starting earlier today because the last 2 times I've honestly just been getting tired towards the end, and there are things I want to talk about, but I'm a little too tired. So they're probably going to give a kind of recap story-wise, but my recap, after kind of digesting the episode 2, reading some of the comments back and forth, I think that my really big takeaway from episode 2 is still, oh my gosh, 7 players. But more specifically, oh my gosh, it is really hard to run combat in D&D for a live audience with 7 players and make it entertaining and not boring. It seems really difficult. From the comments that I read, they get progressively better at it, so I am really curious to see how it evolves over time. But specifically last session, that combat was a drag. I got a really good comment, a really good suggestion to turn on the closed captions, which I honestly just want to do in general, but especially for when we're in those sped up combat sections, having the closed captions on will be easier to kind of detect if anything interesting is happening. And there definitely will probably be character moments in there, so I'm going to do what I did last time, where I'm going to speed up the playback speed during those combat sections, but we'll still be watching through them in case anything interesting with the characters happens. But other than that, my prediction for last episode was that we were going to go through the entire dungeon, which this is a much longer dungeon than I anticipated. At least it seems like so far. So I don't even know if we'll get to the boss monster at this point. The last episode, is it the Derugar? The Duergar? The Dark Dwarves made some comment about the Master, but they also had an Intellect Devourer, which could signal that we are potentially dealing with some Illithids. But they talked about how the Paladin is on this religious vision quest. My thoughts now are potentially that, because I know that a lot of this is based on Pathfinder stuff. I don't know if Paladins are explicitly religious in Pathfinder or not, but in D&D, they are not explicitly religious. Like, their power does not come from any specific god, like a cleric might, or a warlock. A paladin's power, despite them having divine sense and divine smite, their power is not explicitly divine in nature. It is the strength of their conviction towards their oath and their cause that kind of generates this wellspring of power. They're actually much closer in nature to sorcerers than they are to like a cleric, because this power is sort of internal. But that's all D&D. So I'm not sure exactly kind of how Matt's playing that, and obviously people play Paladin in a lot of different ways. So my curiosity is, I am now thinking that maybe this little halfling paladin that is on this vision quest, that they think is from a god. They think it is from this divine source, but actually, they've been kind of hijacked. Like, these visions that they're having, these tasks that they need to go and do, are from some sort of psionic attack rather than an actual god that is actually taking them on like a productive vision quest. So I think that the halfling might be unwittingly making all of these monstrosities, or maybe they've been turned into one themselves. We'll have to see. But I think oh my gosh.
Hey everyone, sorry about that.
Okay, that opera out of memory thing happened last time. I thought I got the solution to it. We'll see. If it happens again, we'll switch over to another browser. But with all of that being said, let's jump into it, and let's get talking about Vox Machina episode 3.
That little issue there, but thank you.
Oh, and also let me know if the audio levels are good, bad, other. I occasionally mess with the knobs on my audio mixer, so it can sometimes be hard to tell what you guys are hearing and if it's all good levels.
For your patience, I appreciate that. Going back over what had transpired previously.
One more thing before we jump in, before the recap, I'm going to remind everyone that for my live stream, you are able to up the playback speed of this live stream. So if you have to pause, if you have to leave, whatever, you can go back in the live stream, up the playback speed to like 1.2, and you'll catch up to everyone else live.
So the party was hired to go into Craghammer seeking Lady Kima of Vord, who is a renowned folk hero, a halfling paladin of much renown, following the Bahamut, the Platinum Dragon of justice and good, who went on a vision quest, apparently seeing some sort of evil brewing beneath Craghammer, and went on her own to seek it and destroy it. It hasn't been seen for many weeks, months even, since, and so the party has then gone into Craghammer to attempt to locate her. After some conversing, some brawling, some interesting circumstances, they found information that she disappeared into the Mithril Mines, just underneath the lower circle of Craghammer. They've since battled a few creatures. Apparently these strange monstrosities are coming out of the mines recently, and they've had dwarven miners being taken and disappearing. They went trudging into the mines, found one of the series of tunnels that had broken into the mines from some other source, encountered a few Umber Hulks, were ambushed by some Duragar, which are subterranean, dark, ashen gray, messed up dwarves, and an Intellect Devourer, which proceeded to blast Grog, reduce his intelligence to 0, and leave him catatonic and brain dead. And that's where we left off. But we'll pick up that in a second. Let's go and continue our introductions. We had Taliesin, now we have Marisha.
Yes. Hello, I am Marisha Ray, and I am Keyleth of the Arashari tribe, and I am the Circle of the Moon Druid, level 9.
Oh, we're doing like introductions? This is episode 3. I mean, I'm glad that they're doing them. Honestly, I would have loved to know their subclasses earlier, because I've been guessing at people's subclasses thus far. So she is Circle of the Moon. Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
All right.
Hi, I'm Veronica, and I play Tiberius Stormwind, the Dragonborn sorcerer, level 9, super badass.
Scaly.
Oh, hi, I'm Sam Regal. I play Scanlan Shorthalt, the level 9 bard gnome, who's the handsomest and most charming of the group.
Scanlan Shorthalt.
Scanlan Shorthalt.
Yeah.
Of course.
Esquire.
The third.
Yes, the third.
Hi. Oh, my brother is extra stealth right now.
Yeah.
But I play Vexalia, who is a half-elf ranger, and I have an amazing companion bear named Trinket, who is basically the coolest ever. And he's good at everything he does. I'm okay, but he's excellent.
He's really, really good.
I'm Grog, Strongjaw. I'm a Goliath barbarian, level 9.
Oh, I didn't say that level 9.
I have an intelligence of 6 normally, but now it's -2.
Oh.
And my brain is made of applesauce.
Poor Grog.
Liam, who is not here yet, but will be here shortly.
He's peeing.
He is peeing. And we'll return into his introduction as well. And
Stealthily.
Ashley Johnson, who has missed the last couple games because she's been filming, when she returns, will be playing Pike. Who's our cleric, our gnome cleric. Liam's arrived. Huzzah!
We're just introducing ourselves, that's all.
Exactly.
Oh,
It's okay. We have plenty of
made the
difficulties.
introduction.
So
Hi, Mark.
definitely.
Welcome to the game.
Before we start,
hi.
too, just a couple quick announcements. A couple cool games that have come out recently that some of us have been involved with. Today was the launch of Pillars of Eternity. Really, really awesome, kind of successor to Baldur's Gate. Both me and Liam are part of that as well. Those who are playing through, I voice Aloth and Adair. Liam, if you remember any characters you voice in it.
The guy.
The guy. He voices the guy. We're scattered throughout the game, so just if you can't get enough of us here, you'll be really hating our voices by playing through that. And then also, Orion.
Oh yeah. On a more radder note, Final Fantasy Type 0, you should play is out also. I play 9 in that, and Matthew Mercer plays Trey in it as well.
Yeah.
I thought 7, 8, 9.
Pimping our shoes.
Huh? 7 does maybe.
Man, this is a short session, and they're spending a lot of time on introductions, which is interesting. It's. I don't know what happened between this and Ep2, because like Ep1 and 2, they were kind of just trucking forward as if everyone kind of knew everything, and now they're spending a little bit of time on that. Maybe they got some comments or something that was like, yeah, I don't know. That's interesting.
Maybe eats 9. Who knows?
I'm a dad.
Who knows? But it's definitely a different take on any Final Fantasy you've ever played, and as a fan, I'm excited. So let's check out
It's
2.
legit awesome. So a lot of cool, exciting things.
Also, this one's in Tales for the Borderlands, being awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Episode 2 just came out.
That's right.
Yes.
Congrats.
And I'll be playing at the Laugh Barn in St. Louis.
Every Tuesday.
Three nights, sold out. Opening for Carrot Top.
Check it
All
out.
right. Well, guys, let's go and get down to brass tacks. So last we left off in a subterranean cavern with a deep underground river flowing through it, pitch darkness. You managed to survive a conflict with 2 Umber Hulks thanks to polymorph and some good tactics. However, Grog then charged headlong towards a light source trying to be a campfire across the way, where he walked into an ambush by a few Duragars, began shooting him with crossbow bolts and inflict devour, and made him brain dead. You guys
He's got nobody to blame but himself.
kind of. That's okay. Grog owns it, as you can see with his glasses.
I love those.
So, we're beginning now as Grog is collapsed face down on the ground, drooling.
So
The last of the Duragar have been blown off the cliff or destroyed. You all rush in and find Grog not moving, not responding, not anything.
Somebody pretty give me CPR.
Don't talk.
Okay.
Grog, can you hear us?
I rushed down and
Can you
slapped him
feel
on
us
the face
near
a
you?
few times.
You slap.
Nothing.
You slap. No response. No.
Someone quick,
I
take on
also,
his face.
I also bend down and slap him a few times. And then I say, I knew it wouldn't work, I just... Damn it, Grog.
I'm going to actually try a crude medical examination to see if I can.
Investigation check?
Don't use your
Okay.
fingers.
And yes, this is nice. 19
19 on the medicine.
on the medicine.
You
roll.
leave my prostate alone.
I have to palpate the region.
A thorough.
Oh no, pet peeve alerts! Just rolling things. That's fine. I'm gonna stop talking about that. Anyone who's watched the previous episodes knows that I have a pet peeve about players just like rolling things and being like, DM, what happens now that I've already rolled this without you telling me if you want to or not. Because it then puts the DM in a position where they have to narrate something happening. Like, Before, if he was like, oh, I want to do a crude mystical investigation, it might be medicine, might be investigation, might be insight, might be history, nature. Like, all of these things could contribute. Very often, as a DM, I will... If a player, so in this example, if the player was like, I want to figure out what's going on with Grog, like I want to figure out like what's wrong with him, I would probably tell them either history or medicine, whichever is higher. Give them some room to express their skill and expertise, and give them different information depending on which skill they choose. And which kind of information they're looking for. So that's my pet peeve. It'll probably get brought up pretty often, but not too bad.
Goliath cavity search later. Find some stray gold pieces.
There's where that pony went.
It's a very deep belly button you have there. My God.
The Goliath physicality is a little different than what you're used to.
Found the troll, Dick.
You looking over him, there's very little physical damage to him. He shrugs it off pretty easily. There's no notable sign or anything other than the fact that his eyes are not reacting to anything. He is catatonic.
No bleeding from the ear, no bleeding from the nose.
Nope.
I'm gonna go take a look at the remnants of the brain creature.
All right, with bits of currently thawing chunks of it blasted apart by Tiberius's glacial blast, it appears to be tougher than normal, but very similar to gray matter in appearance and texture. Other than these strange kind of reddish-brown bestial legs that were once attached to its midsection are now blown apart and cast to the ground. The whole texture of it seems very slimy and rubbery. And it's much larger than any natural brain should be. It's probably, when it was all one piece, it would have been roughly about the size of a small dog.
Do any of us know anything about magic that could heal him? Like, any spells, any...
Do you?
I think I might...
It's clear that when that brain thing hit Grog with his...
See, and that, again, just rolling it back to the conversation that I was just having about that pet peeve is it's like, that might be something that, like, Matt literally does not want to be, like, part of a role. Like, in there, he's like, your character's knowledge is not sufficient here. Do you, the player, have any meta knowledge that might help here? Do any of you know? Kind of putting it back into player RP rather than that one-on-one conversation of like, I roll this, what happens? And it allows for more natural character interactions, which Matt has to be very concerned about with so many players. You have to try and push it back on them to discover solutions, bring out their own form of expertise. So that conversation right there of like, do I know any spells? Instead of her being like, can I roll Arcana to see if I blah, 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 blah. It allows for the DM to keep the pace and more control the level of RP that the players are doing.
Zapper thing, that it rendered him unconscious. I would assume that this is a magical creature, just based on the attack alone.
Percy,
Thank
what did
you,
you find out?
Tiberius.
Excellent assessment.
Thank you.
He got zapped and now he's unconscious.
Maybe we should try. Does anybody have any healing? I know Pike isn't here, but
I
Don't you have something?
think I have a spell that might be able to help. I don't know it right now, though. We'd have to take a break. I'd have to pull out my books and relearn it.
How much
Take
time
some
do you need?
I need to sleep on it.
As they talk, Grog slowly flatulates.
It happens, it's natural.
It's terrible.
oh, it's another. What is it? An ass cloud? Is that what it was?
Everybody make a
Cloud.
Lovely,
constitution
yeah,
saving
constitution.
throw.
How many entrances? How many ways or entrances where we are? Because it's like a center thing right
Yeah,
now.
you're currently basically at the precipice of a large cavern that has multiple layers as the river kind of cascades off into multiple waterfalls. And as far as you can see, which isn't far enough because there's no other light source beyond you guys, The cavern just continues indefinitely for a good 60 feet and just vanishes in the darkness.
Well, maybe we should sleep, try to camp for the
Well, we'll
time.
need to form a perimeter and someone will have to stand guard.
Well, currently you're holding a barely alive Duragar hostage.
Right, I forgot about that.
We
Did we
gotta
already say that?
interrogate.
We gotta interrogate him. Her. It.
It's a female.
And I speak it. It's language.
You do. You speak Undercommon.
Hers.
First thing you note too is it is female, and it takes a moment to register that because she is also bald on top.
Sorry.
Nasty, pale, kind of sunken face. Eyes are completely clouded over and white, no pupils. Teeth are kind of yellow and gnarled and sharp.
How close to death's door is she?
She's like sputtering blood.
Thank
She's
you,
got a
wonderful
shoulder.
people.
There's more coming. This is the vegan pizza. There's
Pizza. I think I'm really interested to see how the party as a whole handles this. And I actually think that this sort of situation is a perfect situation for players to think about when they are creating their character's personality, when they're really like sitting down to determine who is my character, what are they like, what is their moral compass. Because sitting down and thinking about this, I don't know how the Duragar is going to react, but imagine for a second as a thought experiment that the Duragar is totally silent, won't respond to you at all. That they have information about this intellect devourer that has done this thing to your friend. They obviously have more information because they've referenced this master type character. So clearly they have a lot of information that you want that will likely be critical to the success of your quest. How far are you willing to go? Really, like sit there and think about that for your character. How far are you willing to go? Are you willing to resort to violence? Are you willing to resort to mind alteration? I mean, this is a sentient creature with language and culture and hierarchy. And, this is maybe not, it's presented as a monster, Duragar, but Duragar are a playable race. Maybe, I don't know if they were at this point, but now in modern 5e, they are a playable race. So how far, what are you willing to do to another sentient creature in order to potentially save your friend, and then kind of go down that thought experiment with your character to really suss out their morality. Let's pretend that now Grog isn't downed. Maybe he resisted the save, or he made the save. He resisted the effect of the intellect devourer. All this Duragar has is information that would give you an advantage going into the next fight. Again, what is your character willing to do to it? Now this gets into, I think that is just a great thought experiment for anyone to run through. But this also does get a bit into advice and my own personal taste. I think that the most interesting characters are on neither extreme of the scale. I think that the characters that are like no limits, like I'll do anything to anyone to get an advantage, that can start feeling very hard to invest in because that lack of empathy for other human creatures, or not human creatures, but other sentient creatures, can actually get difficult to roleplay because it becomes hard to justify forming bonds with other people. And then the totally opposite side of, we can't interrogate them at all. If they don't want to talk, we're hands off. That can be somewhat unnecessarily, not blocker. It can impede progress a little bit too much. I think that one is more okay than the, do whatever. But I think that if you're wanting to make a really interesting and kind of morally complex character, finding a line that is somewhere in the middle, so you're okay with this stuff but not okay with this stuff, I think allows for a lot more drama and conflict within the group, and also still allows for compromise. So something to think about.
There's There's more coming.
What?
Where is it coming?
Thanks, chat room.
Thank you, chat room.
Chat room bought us a
Thanks,
pizza.
guys.
Awesome.
You know, like
Vegan pizza? Are you kidding me?
And donuts.
Pizza made it.
And look at those chocolate cakes.
All right. This creature is very injured. I think we need to heal her just enough.
Heal her.
Just enough.
Not so fast.
We'll heal her after she talks.
If
Why don't you make that bargain?
I've
right
got dagger to her throat, and she's bald.
Bald, yes.
All right, so I got an arm around the top of her forehead.
Don't kill her.
She's not unconscious, right?
No. She's
I go
just
up-
huge shoulder wound.
All right, call my sister over. I'll hold her. You talk.
What did you do to our friend?
I didn't do anything. That was the brains work.
What did the brain twerk do to our friend?
Brain twerk.
Took care of your friend. He's gone now. He's all dead inside. Kaputski.
What are you here for?
Just created a mess.
What should I fucking ask? I say that in our language. What should I ask?
How do we fix it?
How do we fix it?
There you go.
Bury your dead weight.
I press the blade a little tighter, dig in, maybe 1 hit point worth.
Oh no, she's only got 1 hit point
She's
left.
only got one?
She's got one hit point.
Don't do that.
Is she bleeding?
Profusely from the shoulder.
Oh, in that case, I'm going to cauterize the wounds. There's more than one way to make someone talk. I'm going to shoot my gun off, get it nice and hot right at the tip, and start cauterizing the wounds.
Okay,
I
so
hope she doesn't know.
as the flash goes off, and the sound of the blast echoes throughout the entirety of the cavern. You hear cascade off.
Little warning next time.
He takes the barrel, slams into the shoulder with a sizzling sound as she reaches back in pain. Make an intimidation check.
I'm intimidated. Ah, 21.
21. All right.
Great example of Matt. Great use of the intimidation skill. Like I think intimidation is one of, if not the most misused skills. A lot of times it is like, I want to intimidate them, but the player doesn't quite know how to be intimidating. Like they play it a little bit weird, but something like this where he is just taking the action and then Matt is like, oh, that is an intimidating action, make an intimidation check to see, you know, how they react to that intimidating action. And this, you know, this kind of wraps back to my pet peeve discussion earlier, but I think that this is an example of Matt using the full gamut of skill checks in D&D very appropriately. This was, just A+ on that one.
She's now like breathing heavy.
I'm using my mage hand to poke her in the face.
She's trying to move her face out of the way, but can't seem to avoid the mystical arcane finger pokes.
Look, we haven't got all day.
Who do you work for?
And who do you work for?
You fell, surface slime. You've already fallen. The masters gather the sheep. You shall all be harvested for Kavarn.
Oh, is he a farmer?
You can't understand. Who's Kavarn? Does anybody know?
No, is that a thing? Is that
I
a
don't
person?
know. I don't
roll
know.
history on that or
Who is
something?
Kavarn?
You can roll history,
Arr,
right?
who is Kavarn?
Kavarn is the one that rules these caverns. The one who guides us to take the surface back.
To take the surface back.
14 in history wouldn't do
Is
it.
Kavarn the one making creepy zombie monsters?
Kavarn likes to tinker with the fleshlings, yes. Great.
Where is Kavarn located? Point the direction.
It looks over over her shoulder, back towards the darker part of the cavern you guys haven't traversed.
Deep.
What is Kavarn?
What is Kavarn?
You'll see.
No, you'll tell me now. I slap her across the face. Lightly, not enough to use a hit point.
I poke her more.
Like a Three Stooges act.
My life is already forfeit. I'm just relishing your faces, knowing that they will be gnarled and twisted soon enough.
Break her legs. Leave her here.
You break
Heal her. Maybe we should heal her and then let her legs be there. Is that evil? That's pretty evil.
What's your alignment?
My alignment is...
Again, she's kind of internally debating this on like how far she's willing to go, and knowing that ahead of time can lead to much more, not efficient use of your time. I don't want to say it like that, but like, will allow for you to make these sorts of decisions about like, okay, is breaking her legs and like leaving her here alone, like, is that okay? I think thinking through this entire scene, how would your new character that you're rolling up for your new campaign, if you were in this scene, put yourself in the different spots of all the characters and think about how your character would react. I think that this is a great example of like a morally gray scene that's not too complex. Like it's kind of easy to grasp everything that's going on here. I also want to give more props to Matt, which, I'm not looking to always give props to Matt's DMing style, and I think that I have been critical in the past, the past 2 episodes. But the NPC vocalizing why they are just fine talking about all of this information. Just being like, you guys are fucked anyways. Doesn't matter what I say. Like, I'm already dead. I'm just relishing in like looking at your faces. That is a great explanation for why this NPC is being free with information. And really thinking through that and trying to determine that on the spot is hard for DMs. That's a very tough skill, and something that a lot of DMs, myself included, really have to work on, and I still sometimes struggle with to this day, of like, how freely would this NPC be with their information, or how freely would they give it? So I think that Matt including that line gives a lot of, here's your $10 word for the day, verisimilitude, which essentially means that the action feels right within the situation and the fiction of the scene. It doesn't feel out of place. And I think that he did a really good job of hammering that home with that statement.
It is pretty good.
I go.
Wait, ask if they've seen Nostock. Or if they've seen...
Oh, yes!
Or if they've seen our paladin.
Our little...
Lady Kima.
Our Lady Kima. Before we end your life, tell us, have you seen a small halfling?
At which point there's like a moment of recognition in the female Duragar's face.
There was a halfling, aye. She was foolish enough to come down here alone. She's dead now. We've taken her life, and it was delicious.
I drag her to her feet. Walk her over to the edge of the cliff.
But this is also, okay, so the given morality for this creature, it already believes that it's dead. There's no reason to believe that it's telling the truth. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. It doesn't care. So I as an audience member, as a player, I'm doubting that statement immediately of like, really? You sure? And their solution is to, go with more threats, and we'll see if that will pan out. But given the given what Matt has told us about this alignment, I'm skeptical if intimidation is going to continue to bear fruit in this case.
The water is, and hold a knife still at her neck. Tell this one, now's her last chance to give us anything useful, lead her to her boss, I guess.
All right, it's your last chance. Give us something useful, and we'll end this painlessly. Don't, and we'll make you suffer.
Make an intimidation check.
All right.
You gonna follow through?
My new dice!
Oh my god, again, I'm just gonna keep pausing, keep saying it. Watch this scene, put your character in this scene, because this is a great conglomeration of a lot of interesting moral choices. of, what is the long-term play here? Once you've run out of information, once you've run out of questions to ask, what do your players do with this thing? You've already killed several of their comrades, but that was in combat. They were trying to kill you. You killed them first. This thing is helpless, right? This creature is helpless. Are you down with killing a totally helpless creature like this? A totally helpless sentient creature that, has clearly expressed hatred and malevolence for you. What is your character going to do?
I'm going to assist her by pulling out my other dagger and let it drip
come on,
poison
baby.
down the blade.
Intimidation. 14?
Assist.
Go ahead and roll, guys.
Me.
You, yeah.
To assist me?
19.
19. Okay, go ahead and roll again.
Oh.
I'm giving you advantage on the roll because he has.
Oh, okay,
blades to her
cool.
now.
Okay, it was still 14.
Still 14.
I should have rolled my other one to see, just to see.
She laughs and says,
Your friend's dead. All is lost. You came for nothing.
Can I tell if she's lying? Is it
"Make an insight check."
insight check? Oop.
Okay, can I see if she's lying?
You can also make an insight check.
All right, cool.
I can't understand
Roll,
what
bitches,
the
roll.
hell
Wait,
she's
that's way
saying.
better. 24.
24. She is definitively lying through her teeth just to hurt you.
Yes! We know you're lying.
What?
Yes! I don't know what else to ask her, guys. I don't know what else to ask her.
What are goblins afraid of?
She kind of like super sickness.
Regardless, we have her. She's down below. And soon enough, you'll see. You'll see what shall become of this halfling.
We'll rescue her.
So the
We're
halfling,
gonna kill your god.
100%. The halfling's the dungeon boss.
I did it.
Acre of spray comes across the front.
That was the worst thing.
Awkward throat slitting I've ever heard.
This is very
We're gonna
fast.
kill your god. Wait. Fuck it, just go with it. Let's commit.
As the body goes limp in your hands, you just kind of let it tumble over the water.
Good times, guys.
Now you guys are standing over Grog in this kind of makeshift campsite. The embers of the fire kind of going low.
While she's researching.
Oh,
Yes.
should we keep? I'm gonna keep watch.
Absolutely.
With Trinket.
Do we have any idea what time it is?
At this point, it just lies at some point in the evening.
Alright.
Let's rest. Let's set up a perimeter and take turns standing guard. I'm gonna go to the next cavern over to where we killed those Umber Hulks.
Yes.
Take one of the Umber Hulk heads and put it on a stick right out front of where we're camping, as sort of a warning to others.
All right.
Is,
I want to
how
check the
about this?
bodies.
how many cavern entrances are there for where we're camping?
From where you are, there's an entrance that you came in through.
Right.
Strange things afoot echoing sounds. You're worried. This entrance you came in, across the way there appears to be another cavern that you can kind of see the entrance to. Those are the only proper openings into this giant chamber. Otherwise, it's just a giant, overarching cave that you guys are just getting to push into. So
I'm gonna take the first watch.
Oh, you are? Okay.
I still have a lot of reading to do, and I can go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and cast. Make sure everybody's in. Everybody's in.
Wait, I want to check the bodies of the
Anti-light
other
shield.
guys
Sure.
before, yeah.
okay.
A shell
go ahead and
that
make
keeps anything from
make an
coming.
investigation check.
Oh, great. Well, before you do that, hold on.
20?
Okay. Glancing about, you pull roughly 125 gold pieces between the three corpses of the Duragar. Well, two corpses. One of them.
Do Duragar use gold? I honestly don't know a lot about Underdark lore. Straight up, I really don't know, because I know that there are some cities and societies in the Underdark, and I guess for simplicity, it's just easier if they use gold. But interesting. They seem more cult-like, and they haven't been on the surface. So it's interesting that they have currency to begin with.
Is gone. It washed downstream.
Right.
She
She had a lot of good stuff on her.
Something also to think about as a DM is your style of corpse looting. So I think most people, aren't doing the Bethesda Fallout method of like, a Mirelurk has pistols on its corpse, obviously. You're only looting things that make sense. But thinking about how much you want your players to be able to find on corpses, how much gets damaged during a fight, if you want them to be able to strip weapons and armor off, I mean, all of these things are things to consider for a DM. Personally, I'm a pretty loot light DM. But that is also because a lot of times I don't run sentient creatures as the enemies. I mostly run like non-sentient monsters, or even if the enemies are sentient, they are like explicitly like hyper evil like demons. So they normally have like a creature specific loot. So it's like, oh, if you defeat the Umber Hulks, like maybe you can snap off a piece of their chitin, or something like that. And then we can get into trading or how those things are useful. But just like straight up giving gold off of corpses, I find to be kind of needlessly tedious. I'd rather have gold either in like side quest locations where it's like they have to overcome an additional challenge and then there's a pile of gold. Not an actual pile. Like, it's in a chest or it's an altar, or it's a very valuable thing that they can take. But I very, very rarely have gold just on corpses. Because I find that it's again, if you watched the last episode, if you saw some of my responses in the comments, I am trying to avoid tedious bookkeeping wherever possible. And when they are on a quest for 25,000 gold, 125 off of the 3 corpses is, I mean, it's less than 1%. So I sort of say like, why do it? Either there is something interesting there, or you don't find anything interesting.
You do, however, find on one of them a gnarled implement of some kind. Whether it's scavenged or not, it's of a strange, like almost bleached bone.
See, fucking skip the gold. Who cares about the gold? They're all writing it down, they're distracted, they're not paying as much attention. Do the strange bleached bone thing. That's way cooler, and it keeps them more engaged.
Ivory that comes to a point on one end.
Ooh. Let's look at it.
It is pretty.
Ooh, let me see.
An artifact we can bring back to them.
Can I take a look at it and
Give it to
see if I
Tiberius. He'll try
glean
anything.
He'll try anything.
any history or arcane?
Go ahead and roll Arcana.
Arcana. No.
Scanner. It is a very pretty something.
24.
24. Go ahead and hand it over to him.
What is it?
Wonderful. This is
Nothing.
a wand of magic missiles, of course.
It sends out magic missiles.
This one has 7 charges, and while holding it, you can use an action to expend 1 or more of its charges to cast a magic missile spell from it. For 1 charge, you cast the first level version of the spell. You can increase the spell slot by 1 for each level additional charge you expend.
What's up?
The one regains 1d.
2 Nox Fun. Oh my gosh, you're gonna have to phonetically spell out your name at one of these points. Your old name was much easier to read. But I was actually just getting ready to pause and talk about this. Tons of fun. Oh, that makes way more sense. All right, what's up? Tons of fun. Yeah, no, this Matt's done this, and I've noticed this with a lot of his magic items, that he gives them in scraps of paper. I think that's great if you're at the table. If you're online, Roll20 has like handouts that you can show to players and you can like put into their handouts inventory. I think that doing that rather than you, the DM, reading a description to them and them having to write it down, again, we have a theme this episode. Let's reduce tedious bookkeeping. because the dungeon master has to write it down at some point, so that they remember what it is. And so instead of reading it out and having the players write it down, either make a handout in Roll20, or if you're in person, little piece of paper. Yeah, tons of fun. You came in right in when I was about to talk about this, but glad you agree.
D6 plus 1 expended charges daily at dawn. If you expend the 1's last charge, roll a d20. On a 1, the 1 crumbles.
It seems very technical.
Basically, it shoots.
And now the process of describing what it does is a player telling, or not a player even, a character telling other characters, and you are now staying within the RP of the scene rather than breaking it to talk about mechanics. Even if he is, using mechanical language, it is still much, much closer to the RP of the scene than totally taking people out of it.
It's out 6 missiles and then it.
Awesome.
Isn't that a famous like?
I'm glad you killed them before they used that on
It's
us.
a pew-pew stick.
It's a pew-pew stick.
Yes.
Cool.
Would anybody would like to be tinker? I mean, I learned this when I was 12.
No, you're unconscious.
Identifies a hell of a spell.
Well, yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think Grog
Yeah.
may have soiled himself a little. We should probably
Take
get
a nap
Keyleth
so
on the
that maybe you
books.
can.
Yes.
Make sure everyone's in and close by.
Okay.
Keyleth, you need to
Yeah.
study, so we'll
She's
take
gonna-
first
I'm gonna take
watch.
you guys.
Oh, that's true. You should
can't
study
study
while
and
we
watch.
watch.
I'm gonna cast anti-life shell. That way everyone at least gets 1 good hour of sleep.
Oh, good. I like it.
Wow, let's take a nap.
All right.
You go ahead and you eventually find one of the corpses of the Emberhold. It takes you a good 25 minutes to eventually carve through. It's relatively thick, high, chitinous exterior. You put the head on a makeshift spike, and it is now there on display.
Yes, as a warning to others.
You feel accomplished. Yes. You head back. Keyleth,
Terrible taxidermy.
as you're taking first watch, you notice that the campsite that the Durgar were using, where you guys are currently resting for the evening, it's been there for a while, and it looks like the Durgar had repurposed it. The fire, the stones that were set up around the actual fire pit had probably been there for quite some time and were set up very uniformly and very well placed. Right above you, on one of the stone walls, you see what appears to be a strange, very well-carved symbol. It's hard to recognize it. Go ahead and make a religion check.
Wish Pike were here.
Yes.
I am
We
curious
wish-
if they ever, if they ever bring Pike back in, how they are going to explain the absence, or if they're just not going to address it, or if they only address it in kind of joking manner. This is something that has to be addressed at session 0 and make sure that everyone's on board with how exactly you explain absences, if you even allow absences. I've played in games where, it just felt really bad within the in-world fiction if anyone was absent, so we just made it to where, no one can be absent. Right now we're playing, my group has one game where people cannot be absent and one game where people can. So, if someone's absent and we can't play this game, then we play this game instead. And they also have 2 different DMs. But yeah, it's this situation of like, oh, I wish Pike was here. I don't know. It's a complicated thing. I'd be curious if anyone watching now in the chat or in the comments afterwards has a slick way that they explain absences in their game. Ashley's on a TV show at the time and is addressed in the game eventually. Interesting. I'll be interested in how it is addressed. And yeah, like I said, if anyone has a particularly slick way, I have a couple of ideas and a way that I have run absences. A lot of times I made absences their own little side quest. So I would essentially build out, if I knew that a player was going to be absent, a week or so ahead of time, I would build that into the fiction, like they got kidnapped in the middle of the night or something. And so that essentially builds into its own little one-shot. Maybe 2-shot if they're going to be absent for multiple weeks in a row. So Yeah. I believe the show is Blind Spot, and it sucks to work around. Yeah. That's. I mean, yeah, and they're all. I mean, they're all professional actors. They have jobs. This is not their full-time gig, at least yet. I think maybe eventually it becomes their full-time gig, but they still have to pay the bills. Twitch streaming certainly does not, especially when it's embedded within Geek and Sundry. I'm sure that they're taking a cut. So
Pike was here.
Very much.
Yes.
well, and actually, speaking of taking a cut and all that, I think that most of the money made here is going to charity. So they're essentially donating their time anyways. So they still have to, actually work to pay the bills. I meant working around absences in game. Yeah, it really sucks to work around. It's something that you have to address in session 0 and everyone has to be on board with. But I've never heard of a really solid, you can slot it into any type of campaign way to work around absences.
8.
Back, little gnome.
It's just a really interesting carving on the wall just right above where you guys are currently dining.
So pretty.
Not quite catching your attention, but it seems to have some significance. And it's fresh. It's not like an ancient symbol that's been there. It's maybe could have been there for more than
I go ahead and I take a piece of paper from my spell book, and I take a piece of charcoal, and I just scroll over top of it
Okay.
to get an imprint of it.
Okay, it's very big. It's 4 feet by 3 feet.
I take a few pieces of paper
Okay.
and I kind of glue them together,
All right.
and then I get a really big one, and then I roll it up.
All right, you guys begin to set up for the next watch.
Lovely.
After the
I
first
have my
hour.
anti-light shell out.
Yep. Anti-life shell eventually fades. First hour without any sort of impact or issue.
Who's taking the next watch?
Oh, we are.
Yeah.
Okay. Next few hours go by without incident.
That's nice. Can I look around and see? I mean, no, in our area. I'm not gonna
That's
wander
nice.
off, but just to see if I see any kind of anything interesting. I mean, if this is a
Grog
really old area
dove
that I've
with
noticed.
the last time
it's
he
old.
walked around.
Can I see anything cool and old around us?
Well, there's a lot of mineral deposits. This place in particular, it's definitely because of the heavy river flow for a long time. A lot of the area near the river itself, very smooth stone with a lot of kind of accumulated deposits of various elements. You also catch the strange carved symbol right atop your guys' camp.
Okay. So I tap my brother and go, look at this. Do you know anything about religion?
Well, let me see.
Let me see.
I seem to know fuck all about it. 10.
Oh, me too. I know shit about it.
It's a very fancy symbol.
It's a really pretty symbol. Cool.
You guys finished your watch.
Pike,
Just the
I
party
really wish
is
Pike
doing
was
something
there.
big,
Nothing to be
so
done
pretty.
now.
Where was that symbol?
On a rock.
It's
It's above her.
on one of the large kind of cave surfaces near where you guys are.
I don't see any cool sparkly things in the mineral deposits.
And this also gets into a conversation that we had last time about how many people are allowed to try a check, a mental check, until it, kind of becomes ridiculous. At this point, we've had, I think, 3 separate religion checks. And it's okay, at some point, it's just you're making a check for the group. You have to cut it off at some point because someone's just going to randomly roll super high and kind of get it. Ashley was on Blind Spot. FYI, her first C1 appearance comes in the next episode. Sick. I mean, all of the players are individually interesting. Honestly, most of my gripes at the moment are just with the sheer magnitude of how many there are. But I am interested to see. I mean, really, the only way I'm aware of to heal Grog is Greater Restoration. So unless there's a Greater Restoration potion, I don't know how Grog is fitting into the next couple sessions within the Underdark. Or maybe Druid knows Greater Restoration at this point. I don't know if that's a too high level of a spell. Maybe that's what she's saying she needs the long rest for, but I could see them kind of seamlessly slotting in grog for Pike. We'll see.
None of that.
Nothing catches your attention at the moment, no, unfortunately.
I am about the
You finish your watch for that issue. Next up watch, and this is the last, third, and final watch you guys are now going through.
I'll come with Tiberius as well.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll all go in.
Okay. The three of you guys keep watch after they're napping. Occasionally you have to adjust Grog because you're not sure if he's still breathing.
I'll roll for the.
What?
Not sure if he's still breathing.
I'm gonna do intelligence, right?
Make sure.
What?
Religion.
20.
Oh my god, what if you could die while
Right
we're
now you
sleeping?
show.
Well, 18 plus 2.
Okay.
See, again, he has a +2. That was just a situation of like they rolled enough until they eventually just got someone who rolled high enough to figure it out. So I really think that as a DM, you need to be like, okay, like either you can just make this check or like we can make this a group check where you all kind of gather around and look at it, make it with advantage, say. But you have to draw a limit at some point on these sort of intelligence-based checks, especially when you have 7 people. Like, at a certain point, you have to cut it off. The cast in C2 and C3 know they can't repetitively spam the checks to eventually get a success. I don't know how long into C1 they learn this. It is... I know a lot of this is they are learning. This went from a home game to a publicly, to an entertainment piece, which is a very different set of constraints and of motivations, say. Like when you're making an entertainment piece, you want to behave in a certain way that you might not need to or want to when you're just hanging out in a home game, which is why I think actually one of my very first TikToks that I ever made that got any sort of traction was talking about it was stitching someone talking about Brennan Lee Mulligan's DMing style. It was actually Dice Brain, who I've worked with since. He's a really good guy. But Nico. But it was talking about how I think that looking at these sort of public playthroughs can be really instructive, and we can pull a lot of really good advice off of how Matt DMs, how the players play. Like we can pull a lot of really good advice, but they also have a special set of constraints that come from this being an entertainment piece, where not everything one-to-one translates between the entertainment piece and like what good at-home play looks like. And it's kind of interesting is like, good at-home play, spamming checks, not as big of a deal for an entertainment piece where you're trying to build an arc. I still think that spamming checks is bad in at-home play. It's just not as big of a thing. But when you're trying to selectively, kind of deliver information, and you want it to feel really impactful and good when people roll well for an entertainment piece, I think that it takes on, it's even more impactful and even worse to just like spam these checks.
What's that?
You are familiar with this symbol specifically because of your background. That is the symbol of Bahamut. That is the symbol of the Platinum Dragon. And you ascertain it was probably...
Oh, it looks like this.
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
And it was probably used as part of some sort of a protection ritual.
Okay, so it's the halfling Julia, sure.
Kavak.
I tell everybody that. Well, that I'm with.
Kavak.
But it seems that this is a protective symbol of sorts, but it's a Bahamut, which is a good thing.
That's a good thing.
Bahamut is the essentially nicer deity of the two between him and Tiamat, which is a total asshole.
Well, that must be why Lady Kima came down here.
Right. So she must have camped here, put the symbol up for protection.
As you're having this discussion, you feel a slight rumble in the ground. A little shaking sensation. Some of the rocks nearby, the loose pebbles begin to vibrate and move around.
Oh dear.
Grog's probably farting again.
No, I don't think. I think we should alert the others.
All right.
We're waking up.
How far are we from the grave?
We're gonna heal.
We're just like...
You guys are all clustered at the small camp.
Oh, let's quietly wake them. And I will go peer into the darkness and see if I can see anything.
The rumbling is never good, Scanlan.
Something's rumbling
Do you
over
still
there.
have your light source up, or are you just the campfire?
With just the campfire.
Yeah, you're outside of just maybe 15, 20 feet. You can see nothing.
Let's wake everybody up, and then we'll get to work. We'll get to work on
healing
Grog and
Grog?
go see what that is.
I'm not okay.
Get all this going at
Is the
same
rumbling
time.
continuous, or is it just one little rumbling?
A few moments pass, the rumbling has subsided.
Oh, okay.
Oh, stop.
So we're awake.
But let's
Let's
am I
heal
awake?
this guy.
Are
Can
we
you
awake?
heal
Did you
him?
wake me up?
Are we awake?
I do prestidigitation and wake everybody up with,
We're awake.
with little spurts of water in the face.
Okay, I'll wake up.
Everybody get up!
Like
Why
the
water?
flower
Why
tree?
would you
Yeah.
do that? Why could you just
Magic
touch
bukkake.
me?
Oh, that was a good nap.
Because it's Cupid lizard.
Oh, I think
I do it
Grog
again, clean
farted
everybody
again.
Sorry. It's off.
Something terrible
Heal
is
it.
brewing.
No. What?
How is everyone feeling? Do we need to heal?
We need to
Anyone?
heal this guy.
No, what about us?
Well, we
How
all
are we
just
feeling?
Fine, heal
split,
this.
So something that is interesting, and I don't know if they're going to address it all. Matt and the Cast got tweets weekly telling them about their mistakes. Yeah, early in C1 is quite raw. Crosstalk, spamming checks, metagaming, all that takes a while for it to filter out of the streamed campaign. I'm sure. I mean, this is really a trailblazer. I mean, I've talked and thought a lot about how actual plays have developed, because the only actual play that I've really watched any significant amount of was Fantasy High, and it is a pretty finely tuned apparatus. The players and Brennan Lee Mulligan are very they're like a machine, like making like really engaging and fun stories. And Critical Role did not have the benefit of 8 years of Critical Role having happened already, right? Like they were really doing something that no one else had ever done. So that is why, anytime I give any manner of critique, I'm trying to look at it, objectively. I don't think it speaks to the quality of Matt or the players, and I assumed that it definitely would get better as it went. But the interaction of Twitter, especially like 8 years ago, was also a very new thing for entertainment. Like when someone is putting out this live streamed show every single week, and then they're getting feedback on that show directly. It's not like making a TV show, it's like you film an entire TV show, you film an entire movie, and then you receive the feedback. So they're in a really unique situation that I really feel for. I don't remember. I originally paused it to talk about something else. Rests. I'm wondering if they'll address this or not. This is something that got explicitly addressed in 1D&D, because in 5e, if you are taking a long rest and during hour 3 that long rest gets interrupted, theoretically you get nothing from the rest. You just have to restart. And in 1D&D, they made it to where if a long rest gets interrupted and it has already been the length of a short rest, then you at least get the benefits of a short rest. So I think that was a change that we do not have to wait for 1D&D for. Like, that is a change that I'm just going to take immediately into my 5e games because it just makes so much more sense. So I'm hoping, we'll see. I don't know how Matt's going to handle this or run this, but in this case where they're getting interrupted 2 or 3 hours in, at least give them a short rest.
Sky!
I'm okay.
Are we okay?
You've all slept for the evening, and for the points of your unused.
Well, just wait a
healing
little
dice,
bit
you're pretty
longer.
much all maxed out,
Yeah.
so.
Okay,
You'll be
let's.
okay.
Do we want to stay here? Do we want to do this here?
Yes, do it here.
There was a rumble.
Can we-
We need to get others and
How
get
long
there.
will this take, Keyleth?
Tiberius, I don't know, but I want us to be as safe as we can. Tiberius, can you lift us up on your pillars or encase us in or something? Make us a room?
I was just about to do that.
Make us a room?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
But everybody hates when I do that.
Are you going to cast a spell now?
We're gonna do this.
Okay, I'd like to give her a little inspirational song.
Yes, if you could, Scanlan, give me some nice meditation, some
Okay, it's
some
like
pure moods.
yoga music?
Yes, yes.
Trinket gives her a massage beforehand just to loosen her up.
I go ahead.
You know
I go ahead and I light some incense.
Got to cure Grog.
And I
Wonderful tune.
Scanlan, do you still have that deity, that little idol of Pike?
I do have my idol of Pike, yes.
Can we just have that out just so I have her energy?
Oh, of course.
Just,
I take
you know,
out the
I
idol
need
of
her-
Pike that I keep always close to my loins, and I hold it tightly and warmly.
Okay.
And caress it a little.
Yes.
It's momentarily distracting, but eventually you phase it out. All right. So as you guys look
Did you want my
together,
hand or the statue?
you take a
Do
bit
you
of
guys?
take a bit of earth from a pouch that you keep of your home tribe where you grew up. You scatter some of it around Grog, who is now laid on his back with his arms and legs all equally stretched out.
Naked.
No, he's still dead.
Don't need to be naked.
As this is the first time you've attempted a magic of this type, you close your eyes and take in the earth's essence. As a druid being connected to nature is where you draw your divine energy. You kind
I'm
of
so
almost
nervous.
take from the vibration of the nearby caverns that you felt, and
I am so sorry. I was reading this chat and I totally missed what spell she's casting. So I don't know if it'll work or not. So we were right at 29. Home tribe where you grew up. Give it to her.
And I hold it tightly.
distracting, but eventually you phase it out. All right. So as you guys look
Did you want my
together,
hand or the statue?
you take a
Do
bit
you
of
guys?
take a bit of earth from a pouch that you keep of your home tribe where you grew up.
Maybe they
You
know.
scatter some of it around Grog, who is now laid on. As this is the first time you've attempted essence,
Nervous.
take from the vibration of the nearby caverns that you felt, and come in tune with the way the earth, the planet itself, shifts and moves.
You got this,
You can do this, Keelan.
You got
can do
Everybody
this.
is shaking.
You use that to give constitutional strength to the physical form of Grog in hopes of restoring him.
Okay, I just kind of lay my hands on his forehead.
Oh my gosh.
You know what? I know Grog very well, and he might enjoy or be inspired by a kiss of a female. I'm just saying, just the gentle kiss of a female lips on his might rouse him.
Ooh,
I've
Vex.
seen it many times.
Plant one on him.
Vex, get in there! Get in there!
As Vex awkwardly fumbles over
I
the
think it helped.
overtly sized Goliath maw.
Not all
It
dead.
wasn't, okay, it wasn't too prevalent during episode 2, but this reminds me of episode 1 that it gets like weirdly horny sometimes. I totally forgot about that. Again, like, you know, if the vibes are okay, personally, like, you know, if they're friends and this is like fine banter that they're all okay with, it's fine, but it gets a little bit weird as an entertainment product. I don't know.
Go ahead and
Just upstairs.
Do I get an inspiration die, remember?
you do, yes.
Okay. What am I rolling? What
Roll
do I
a
do?
d20.
Do I get
add
to
your- add your
assist since
wisdom
I gave him a
modifier.
kiss?
No assistance on this. This only affects the
D20.
DC for this
Oh,
roll.
Modifier.
Let's do this, man.
Save Grog.
Save Grog, save Grog.
Say Grog.
For the chat room.
Nauseous.
No.
What'd you roll? What'd you roll?
Where's the inspiration die?
Where's
Where's the inspiration die?
You get advantage on that?
It's a D8, right?
D8.
Do I get advantage on this since I'm taking time?
Yes.
Do I
As
get
this,
advantage?
yeah, you have advantage
I
on
do
the
have advantage on this? Okay.
That book's
Kill
like
it,
a
kill it,
one.
kill it.
Oh, that's much better. Okay, I was still gonna do the inspiration dice just in case these. Okay, that's good.
That's good.
Okay, so
What's the total?
17 plus 12, which is
12. Yeah, we
whereas
wisdom modifier.
plus 6 is my wisdom modifier. My heart is pounding. So that's 30? No, 29?
29. That should be enough.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
in this circumstance, you complete the ritual.
It is Pathfinder
There's a
magic.
brief
I have not
glow
heard
of
what
all
they-
the
what the actual-
dirt that you
he's
scattered
still
around
shaking.
Grog, and you can see his form kind of taking a deeper breath. His chest expands, and as it does, his eyes, which currently stare off into space, begin to clarify and crystallize, and his brow quivers for a second, and you see a little bit of life return to his face.
Kittens. Nachos.
Grog, your sight focuses as the party is gathered around you, looking down upon your currently stretched out physical form in a cavern. You're
Welcome back, big guy.
Oh, I thought I was in algebra class again for a second there.
Grog!
You're alive!
Why are you all cheering?
Good job, Keelan.
Why did you?
I like this subplot that Grog is weirdly good at math. They were talking about it last session. He's like the accountant for everyone.
Run out and destroy nothing. Look what you did. Don't
Back
give
in
me crap
algebra
about the
class.
light thing. Don't ever do that again.
Sorry, who woke me up from my sleep?
Oh, Siri did.
It's a group effort, really, but Keyleth did an amazing
Keyleth! I run over and I give Keyleth a big old bear hug, squeezing maybe
I
a bit too
think
tight.
he shit himself while he was unconscious, so that's gotta smell really wonderful.
I've smelled better than I ever have before.
Glad you're awake, Grog. Really glad you're awake.
I reach into the bag of holding and I get the cask of ale and my goblet and I pour a little goblet of ale and I give it to Keyleth.
Aww. To Grog.
To
Grog.
To me.
As a note, too, just so you guys are
What a
aware,
treasure.
20
National
is the
treasure.
stat cap for normal physical stats. However, magical items can then bump that up higher. Just answering chat room questions.
Right.
I don't even know what that means.
That's
The
okay.
question or the answer.
Don't worry about it.
I'm so glad you had a
How is he
message.
doing? How's he feeling? Grog, how are you feeling?
Yes.
How's he feeling?
My intelligence is... Where is it now?
It's
I
back to
think
normal.
legitimately
Oh,
need some
it's
alcohol.
6, so
Right where it should be.
I feel right as rain. What are we killing?
Brains.
How
apparently.
many fingers is this?
3.
Perfect.
Good, he's back,
He's
you
back.
guys. He's back.
Blue. No, hold on.
Good.
Square.
I saunter over to Keyleth.
That was mighty impressive.
Oh, thank you.
That was amazing.
I had Pike in mind. I channeled her energy.
It's true. It was quite astounding. I have a little
Yes.
chub on.
Oh,
That's just
I
regular.
do
junk
off,
for
so
you,
do I
right?
for some
You're-
reason.
You're welcome.
well, that's a bit of
It
the
must
side
be the
effects. That's part of the greater restoration. A few things get
Oh, it
restored.
was a great arrest.
God bless you.
Do you remember anything about a kiss in your dreams while you were
Well,
asleep?
my cheeks are sort of sore for some reason, as if they've been slapped repeatedly by a bunch of twats. And then I've got this one little wet mark right here where I got a kiss, and it smells like half elvish spit.
Well, that was Trinket. Trinket
Yeah.
helped with
Oh,
the
why
spell,
didn't I
gave you a
have
kiss, and
Trinket?
helped wake you up.
I
And
didn't
several
know
slaps.
that.
Should have
I
had.
wish when you look over and Trinket is there off to the side, notably excited that you're moving again. Comes over and like nuzzles up against you for a moment.
Oh, Trinket, you big old fool. Trinket nookie. Can we go kill something?
Well,
Or should we
Yeah,
heal?
but should.
I think
we've all
we
healed.
are.
You guys all healed overnight for the
Did he
evening
heal
rest.
while
Does
he
that
was
heal me up
unconscious?
all the way?
You did not have the opportunity to use any of your stuff, so you're currently still at the hit points you were. Plus, you naturally healed just for the evening's rest.
Oh, I did?
4 hit points.
Let's heal. Let's do some Grog healing. Do you need? You have your healing dice, right?
I do,
I'm
yeah.
gonna sing a song of rest for you, so that'll add 1d6 to your healing rolls.
1d6. Awesome. Yes. 11.
Alright.
12. Great.
How many d12s do you get to roll? You can roll 4 of them if you need to.
That's 1d12 plus 1.
Yeah, you can roll up to 9.
You can roll up to 9 dice.
Oh!
Yeah, whatever your level is, that's the number of
Nipple
hit dice you
tassels.
can
That's
use.
way better.
But that's for the day. Heal
Okay.
yourself. Once you've used those 9 hit dice to heal yourself naturally, you are maxed out outside of magical healing or potion.
Got it. I used 2. Okay.
You're
Shall
good.
we tarry on, everyone?
Yes, I have
Yes.
the feeling these tunnels are going to suck majorly, but we've got.
I didn't quite grasp what they were saying. I don't know that was exactly right. It doesn't matter. Resting is weird.
Somewhere
I
to go
know.
but down. So
I'm not gonna.
So
get
we
on
know
it
which
too much.
tunnels she pointed towards.
Well, she pointed towards the rest of the cavern,
The
which
dark.
you guys
Great.
have just stepped into.
Can I use tracking and see if I can not only see where the majority of tracks lead to, but see if I can spot like the halfling Kima's tracks?
Lady Kima, go ahead and make a survival check,
Survival.
which you have advantage on specifically for tracking.
Oh, I do.
Depending on what you're tracking.
Okay.
Because what are your favorite enemies?
My favorite enemies are dragons and demons.
So you would not have advantage on this.
Oh, see the unfortunate part about base 5e ranger if Nico, Mr. Dicebrain, is in here. I don't think he is, but if he's in here, we could have a whole discussion about Ranger. But this is part of the problem with favorite enemies. Is a lot of times in D&D, you are kind of murder hoboing around, following the main arc, place to place to place, and if you do not if you guys have not established a thematic enemy type for the entire campaign, the Ranger favorite enemies are just going to be useless most of the time, which is just very sad. I don't know that I think that, like, revised Ranger is necessarily, like, good, but I do think that it improved in a lot of ways from the base Ranger at making them more consistently useful.
Well, screw that.
That's okay. What'd you roll?
Oh, but I do. Wait, my favorite terrain is the Underdark. Are we in the Underdark?
Okay. All right. You know what? For that, I'll go ahead and give you advantage on that. This is technically considered the crest of the Underdark.
That doesn't count if it rolls onto a phone. That's the rule.
I think that's in this book.
Yeah. I think it's chapter 4.
19 is what I rolled with.
19. Okay. As you guys begin to move, and you can find, like, there is the waterfall, which you can hear already in the distance. There are a number of cascading, crashing water sounds. You imagine there's probably multiple layers as this cavern descends down into the darkness. What are you guys using as a light source, by the way?
Tiberius, yeah.
Tiberius, hit us.
What's happening?
Light.
The staff comes alive, a bright beam, yeah.
It's okay, Grog.
Not for a while, Grog.
Yeah, right. Sunglasses.
Using that, you take a while, and you begin to just keep tabs on the surface area of this cavern as you begin to move further down. You find some portions that you can climb down into the lower levels. The first thing you notice is there are definitive signs of struggle.
All the Tasha's alternative options for Ranger are all better than the base Ranger traits. Yeah. That's I still you would still find me hard pressed to choose Ranger as a class. Just compared to my other options. Pretty much for whatever type of character I am trying to create. But I do think that all of the Tasha's revised options are really good. Ranger is my all-time favorite class. Damn, making a big statement, tons of fun. Why? I know, again, I was saying if Nico was in here that we would have a whole discussion about it, because Nico, famed channel Dicebrain, also loves Ranger. And he essentially asserts that most D&D games are just not played in a way where Ranger is allowed to shine. But I'm curious. Maybe multi-class with Rogue just makes for such a fun build. That's fair. And you know what? I'll give this to you. I'll give this to you. I think that the Ranger subclasses are some of the most fun in the book. I think Gloomstalker is super fun. Horizon Walker. What's the Swarm Keeper? I think they have a ton of super creative subclasses. I love Ranger and was one for 5 months before the campaign dissolved due to scheduling. Classic. I have, and I will also put out there, I just said that I would be hard pressed. I have made a Ranger before. I played a a Swarm Keeper. And I did enjoy my time. I think that, when we get into, I'm not a big power gamer, meta gamer, war gamer, whatever you want to call it. I don't watch a lot of like pack tactics or anything like that. I'm not a big optimization guy. So I really ultimately don't think that Ranger is like an active hindrance to the to the party or whatever. But I do think that it can struggle to be useful. Whereas kind of a lot of other classes are just kind of useful by default. Just the idea of trick arrows, having a companion, favorite enemy can really come into play if they pick something like dragons. I definitely do think that if you are comfortable talking to the DM about any thematic stuff that is going to be in the campaign beforehand, that you can do that. I think one of the reasons that Ranger is not necessarily hated, but isn't as well loved by many is because a lot of people feel like that's almost metagaming to ask like the DM, okay, like in your campaign arc, what am I going to be fighting? But I do think it's good and necessary for the ranger, and it gives a lot of easy ways for the ranger to shine if they plan that ahead of time. You know what I'm saying? Or another monster race like that can work into the story. My plan was to, by level 7, have 5 level ranger, 2 druid, using 1 wild shape for a find familiar option. Gloomstalker ranger, circle of land was my goal. That's fair. And Gloomstalker ranger is like... it is probably the easiest way to play a stealth class that is not reliant on sneak attack, which I actually think is a like weird hole within D&D, because all of the rogue subclasses, none of them give you multi-attack. You're all Phantom almost does. It allows you to do a second attack with your sneak attack damage. But if you want to play someone stealthy who is also kind of like ducking in and out and is like kind of magical, like rogue is actually really hard to build that class fantasy with. The closest you can get is scout, but you're still only attacking once per turn and you're dealing a shit ton of damage on that sneak attack die, which is cool. Like, a lot of people love rogue for that very reason. They love having one attack with a shit ton of damage on it. But if you don't want that, it can be hard to build a stealth person, and Gloomstalker's a really good option for that. I'm always fun over rules, so I would def work out some sort of cool shit the ranger could do, maybe go as far as homebrewing. I get that, and I think that I totally agree that I am fun over rules as long as it doesn't reduce investment. I think I am investment over rules is how I would put it. So like, I want people to be invested in the scenes and the stories and the characters that they're creating. And sometimes homebrewing can allow you to play something that is closer to the fantasy that you're looking for, and therefore you are now more invested in your character, you're more invested in the scene because you're able to more accurately play out the fantasy of this character using the mechanics. And something that I always tell people when they're doing when they're making their builds, and they ask me about any homebrew, they ask me about Unearthed Arcana, any of that. I always say, if you're homebrewing and you're replacing something, you're asking me for something specific, so it needs to be weaker than something equivalent that is less specific. So, for example, if they want to modify the magic missile wand in some way, where maybe it casts a higher level of magic missile, I am going to then say, okay, it gets less charges per day to a point where like the average damage is weaker because you're getting what you want. And I find that strategy of giving people things that they specifically want, but that is overall weaker, I found my players love it. And I love it as a player. When I get to more specifically fill out my fantasy while being technically weaker. I think Liam as Vax was already given the overpowered item Boots of Haste that gave him 2 attacks per turn. Yeah. Oh, hell yeah, man. I'm really glad you're here. I'm having a ton of fun, and I was, one of the ideas, I've really been wanting to watch Critical Role for so long, and every time, I've been wanting to watch a lot of actual plays for so long, and part of the thing that I found is that it was almost like watching a bad movie. Not necessarily that Critical Role is bad in any way, but it felt like it was supposed to be communicative. Like, I watched the chat go on their live streams, and it felt like I was supposed to be like on the couch watching this with friends. Like, I would watch like Rubber or Troll 2, where it feels more interesting to watch it with a group of people. And so that's why I wanted to start live streaming it like this. I am having a ton of fun. Boomsh. Oh man, but yes, ton of fun. I am.
Or intense running. towards the direction that you came from, meaning things were seemingly either fleeing or heading in that direction very quickly. Some of them appear to have been more recent than others. You also begin to see a few partially decomposed corpses of various goblinoid creatures. You find 2 goblins that are just slain, just cut open, and off to the side you see some of the skin is pulled tight against the bone, and there's a lot of it's just kind of slowly rotting within the cave itself. Not a very great smell. But there have been small
Okay, I'm gonna bring this up. I think I brought it up every episode because it's something I really want to hammer home. Not necessarily because I'm like, oh man, Critical Role does this so wrong, so unbelievably wrong, but it's because it's something that is kind of like my base DM advice when new people are starting to DM, is describing smells. Because I think that I just talked about investment. That gives your players a really distinct vibe if you talk about what things smell like. So talking about rotting from the cave itself, this disgusting smell, that will... You even see like Laura like scrunching up her nose. It's making her feel something. And I think that is, again, like probably my base like good DM advice is... If you are uncertain of how to describe something, how to be more flavorful with your descriptions, talk about how things smell.
Rotting within the cave itself. Not a very great smell. But there have been small pockets of struggle the more you progress down this way. You also find some drag marks that are similar to what you saw back in the mines. And as you begin to move forward and the light source begins to open up, you can see small pockets of that red stone that's used to light a bunch of Craghammer. You can start seeing elements of it embedded in the walls of the cavern ahead and just faintly giving this reddish glow in the outline of some shapes. You begin to step into the outskirts about 60 feet ahead of what looks like a series of huts. Small stone structures cobbled together with small stones stacked on each other. Simple driftwood and broken pieces of scavenged material put into small buildings. It's a very, very kind of ramshackle village underground.
Let's burn it.
I'm stealthing.
Underground?
I'm stealthing.
I
Roll
was thinking
stealth.
the same
Oh,
thing.
okay, I want to stealth too.
Natural 20.
Natural 20.
You really did.
And
Oh, that really didn't count.
just roll on your phone a couple times, and then off to the side.
They all suck, so
Yeah.
fuck it.
And you said that the red crystals in the wall are glowing somewhat?
Yeah, it's a certain of crystal that this mountain range seems to naturally produce that just inherently hovered.
Enough to give the half-elves vision in low light?
It seems as such, yeah.
Yes, okay.
Or to the point where you're close to it. Currently, you still have to use his light source to see most anything. This village doesn't have any, but it's near the walls and the edges of the cavern. You can see the gentle outline of this whole size of it. It is immense.
Does it seem that there are signs of life?
From this view, you don't see any movement.
Well, I'm starting to creep along the ground towards the nearest building. I'm going to press up against the wall, see if I can... I'm just going to listen.
All right, are the rest of you staying back?
I rolled a 16. Is that enough to actually stealth?
That's up to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna let the twins stealth ahead.
Okay, so you guys hang back. You guys stealth ahead.
No.
So the two of you kind of follow each other. You get to the outskirts, and you can now see
Something that I recommend for any player that is considering a stealth build, and this comes from a place of player and party comfort. So right now with Vax, I recommend that anyone who's looking at a stealth build take some way to talk to at least one other party member, without talking out loud. So whether that's the message spell, sending stones, telepathy, taking some manner of non-verbal communication makes stealth builds immensely easier to RP at the table. Because if you go forward as a stealth build, as the scout, and it is difficult for you to communicate back to the party, you either, one, have to spend a bunch of time hashing out a plan and like what you're going to do when I say this or when you say that. Flint box mini smoke signals. Sure, that works. The earrings they use, I incorporated into my game for that very reason. Exactly. The benefit of a scout, in real life, is that you send them out, they come back, and they deliver a message. That kind of rubber banding motion really works in real life because people are actually pretty patient. It really doesn't work in D&D because we're all playing a game and we're not patient people. And we, want to get to the next point of action. So having some way for the scouting character, the stealth character, to communicate back is, it just makes things so much easier.
See in the center of this, a number of the buildings and huts have been smashed or destroyed. You can see more and more of these goblin corpses strewn across the ground. You can see some of these tents seem to have rags or something stuffed into one that's not too far ahead of you. There's 2 goblins near you, apparently slashed open, similar wounds. This is just from the first glance stepping forward.
And I'm actually, we're not quite a third of the way through yet, but I am going to take a quick bio break, fill up my water, I'm gonna eat dinner here soon, but I'll keep on stream and I'll make sure I'm not chewing into the mic. But I'm gonna take a quick bio break, fill up your waters, drink. This is your reminder to drink a glass of water today, if you haven't already, and I will be right back. right, we're back. Turning off the music. Yeah, we'll jump back into it. Hopefully you got some water. Quick personal life experience advice. I'm a fantasy nerd who majored in computer science at university. I've subsisted off of soda and pizza rolls. Biggest health change I made in my life is just drinking more water. Seriously. And it's still something I struggle with, but if I am not drinking enough water for a few days, I fucking feel it, man. Just finding a water bottle that I like and just drinking a shit ton of water. That's one of my main healthy habits that I try to enforce.
None of them alive that we can tell.
We can't see any movement anywhere.
Not from this perspective. You guys move ahead and you barely have any light source of your own. You're having to deal with just the outskirts of his light spell.
And none of that red light is lighting any of this?
Not in the center of the village. Those are only towards the outside walls of the cavern.
So we're in the dark.
Can I go up and see if I can get one of those little red rocks?
You can walk off to the side. So you take a few minutes.
John, a fellow Chicagan. Hydrate or dihydrate? Hell yeah, Samuel. That's exactly fucking right. John, I'm in Chicago. I actually just moved here. I was originally from Kansas, and I recently moved to Chicago for work, and I'm loving it so far. It's really great, especially coming from very small area. Wasn't sure if I would like the big city, and I'm loving it.
To walk off to the very edge of the cavern. The rock is less of an actual stone that you can pull, more than it's a clustered of almost like a vein of the stone in the actual wall. It would take a while for you to actually hack it out of the side. It can be done, but it'll take you a while.
I don't want to waste the time.
Okay.
What do you think? Should I do it?
No.
Okay, cool.
No.
But we're
Okay, love this. Love this. Presenting players with things and saying, you can do that, it'll take time. Now, that means nothing if there's no consequence to time passing, obviously, but I think that in general, whenever you are in hostile territory, you're in a dungeon, even when you're safe, honestly, there should be some sort of consequence to time passing. Always. And then that is how you can essentially, we were talking earlier about mental skills spamming, and having a timer on things, that is how you mitigate physical skill spamming. Is you say, this physical skill is going to take a certain amount of time. You're allowed to spam it. Go for it. It'll take time. And then having some sort of threat that either gets more dangerous or, it gets closer. That is how you really combat physical skill spamming, and how you make engaging decisions for your players. We have around 8% of Americans who relocate for a job, been there and hope the transition is easy. Hell yeah, man. It is. I should slightly specify, we moved for my wife's work. And transition not as easy, but it's really getting there. And the city makes up for it. I wasn't sure if I would like the big city, but I'm really loving it at the moment. So that makes it a lot easier. But yeah, I'm continuing. I still work for a company back in Kansas, doing IT stuff, boring stuff. That's why I like getting on at night and talking about D&D with you fellas and ladies. It's a lot of fun. But hey, IT it's easy, pays the bills, and I like the company I work for. So very, very chill.
We're in pitch black here. We can't really see what's going on. I think we need
a lantern.
We need Tiberius. Wait, hold on. Tiberius, will you bring the party up?
Does anybody know? Did we told anybody at home what that actually is?
Okay, so as you guys are aware, one of the magical items that was designed by Tiberius earlier in the campaign are essentially these gemmed enchanted earrings that activate as a message spell between a few party members. He made a few of them.
It was 5 total.
Yeah.
Why don't we nail down who that is? It's the twins.
We both have one.
You
have one. He has one.
He's pretty sneaky.
She has one.
All right.
And we can send and receive messages, or just receive
Yeah,
to us?
so they're essentially whispering
like
into each other's
walkie-talkie.
ears.
It's like a walkie-talkie.
But it only works within a certain range.
Is it like a Madonna microphone?
Straight up, yeah.
I
Big
think
old, like,
it's 500 feet.
yeah, 500 feet is
like-
the maximum length. So,
Thanks, Sam.
Yes.
you guys approach slowly. The light source opens up, and you see now a multitude of goblin bodies strewn about the open area of this village. You can see there are actually piles of corpses stuffed into some of these huts on the sides that aren't goblin. You can see it looks like a few small dwarven bodies piled up on the side.
You know what I was just thinking about? It related to something that you said, John, earlier. How, they were getting messaged every single week telling them about all their mistakes. And at the beginning of this episode, I was like, man, it's kind of weird that they're introducing themselves. It's probably because, when I watched episode 1, I was like, I have no idea what's going on. They're not explaining anything, yada, yada, yada. They probably got told that on Twitter. And we're like, oh, shoot, we need to actually explain things. So, they've mentioned the earrings before, but they never really elaborated on what they did. So it is probably, it's sad that they probably got shamed into it, but I do think that it's overall good that they are going through and kind of explaining the pre-existing powers that they have. Matt is quite good at changing up the circumstances depending on if the group proceeds or takes a long or short rest. That's good. That's incredible. That's a really hard DM skill, and I think that it is specifically a necessary DM skill. Dungeon Master. Game Master, there are some games where that doesn't matter as much, or the game kind of helps you out with that, but D&D specifically is built around the idea of losing resources between long rests. And so as a dungeon master, you need to be good about not letting them long rest spam. And that's a skill that you have to build up. That is not easy. Only for large narrative reasons will an event occur for the players no matter what. Yeah, that's great. That's great. And I mean, even if an event has to occur no matter what, there are still ways to make long rest spam harder. There are ways where it's like, okay, this event is going to occur no matter what, but maybe now it's harder because you haven't even something like this. It's like you could have the final boss fight in the dungeon, at base be one monster and one side monster, the boss monster and one sidekick, and for every day that it takes them to get there, the boss is building new numbers of sidekicks. So you're escalating the danger. And the other big thing about this skill that you have to build up as a DM is finding ways to let the party know what the threat is. So finding ways to foreshadow that them delaying that is what is happening. Because you don't just want it to be like they delay and they don't realize that that's bad, and then they get there and it's just a really hard fight and they don't connect the two. If they get somewhere and it's very obvious, oh, you missed them by a day and they had chosen to take a long rest, that's very explicit connection. But yeah, I think that this is something that it already seems like Matt's been pretty good at, and it's a really important DM skill.
Side, as you kind of glance over, you look. Some of them are partially eaten, like they've been stripped for meat.
What?
Make an investigation check.
24.
22.
Okay.
Check that building.
You got, as you look through the building, you find that stripped for meat. There's piles of bone, sinew, and metal at this point. The dwarven bodies have mostly decomposed entirely. What remnants have not been pulled off of them and stripped for food.
Okay. Anything useful in the pile? Other than bodies?
As far as what you guys can tell, you discover two things. One, one of the dwarves has a set of very, very finely crafted leather armor.
Ooh.
That to pull it off the corpse is going to destroy it and be probably a not very interesting affair. But it does look to have survived the horrible conditions under here.
I totally agree, Samuel. Excuse me, I said I wouldn't chew into the microphone. I totally agree, Samuel. And I think that it's actually something that I talked about last episode is how I always encourage my players, and whenever I am a player, I always take it upon myself for the players to draw the world map. So as a DM, I do not give my players world maps. I give them scraps of news. Sometimes if I don't want them to have to bookkeep everything that I'm narrating to them, I'll give them little scraps of news, either in like a Discord channel link is a lot of times how I do it, where I put like a gossip channel, and I'll occasionally like throw in events that are happening, and then them making their own timeline, their own world map, their own understanding of the state of the world can be immensely good for investment, and exactly what you're talking about, preventing long rest spam of there's now you present them with external reasons that they shouldn't just spend a month in the Underdark. I think that can be very, very useful. So I totally agree. Something that the last campaign I DM'd was mainly took place in a big city. And so I would do like headlines, I would do, overheard conversations, news articles, things like that. And I would put them into this gossip channel between sessions to kind of, so it was easy to put like quest hooks in there. It was good to let them receive updates, but then sometimes during the session, they would see things that were contradictory to other things that they'd heard. They would sometimes see reportings of events that they were involved in that were slightly mischaracterized. So it was a really fun and engaging mechanic.
You also note specifically, Vex, that not the dwarven corpses, but a number of the goblin corpses you come across, some of them have a uniform wound. A number of these goblin corpses have this terrible puncture wound in the skull and the forehead there. Just an opening wound about that big around.
You didn't notice that. That's how unperceptive you are.
My sister.
And for each one of these wounds, for as much flesh as on these goblins, there doesn't appear to be anything inside.
It sucked their brains out, whatever it was.
It's very possible.
I know what that feels like.
Ooh, brain suckers.
No.
Are we with you?
No,
we've
you're
hung
not.
back.
You're still hanging out.
No.
Put your finger in the hole.
I'm just not up because
I'm gonna put my finger in the hole.
you guys stayed in the darkness.
Your finger goes inside, you reach around.
I very much appreciate it, man. Thank you. I am I like that quote. That's a good one.
There are elements of brain matter within there, but even that has become very gelatinous and, partially decomposed in its own right, almost like a...
Yup, totally. Totally laying out enemy clues, foreshadowing. Fantastic. I really like this entire kind of massacred town vibe. He's giving them options that they're choosing not to take because it might take too much time. There's foreshadowing of later enemies. These sorts of situations that feel very dangerous, you don't even have to make them dangerous. Like, there doesn't have to be any enemies in the background for, this sort of foreshadowing to really ratchet up the tension and help build to a nice climax.
Slime, but sure enough, the inside of the cranium itself is mostly vacant.
Lovely. Trinket. No, he's not with us.
Trinket's back to the party.
So we can only assume that.
Should we
what was his name?
rejoin our fellows?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess it seems like it's safe enough, right? Around here
We
right now.
come running up.
No.
We do. Traipsing. We traipse up.
Skipping.
As silently as possible. You come running up. All right.
There's also, something that I kind of talked about yesterday. So another really important thing to think about as a player is what sort of role you fit within the narrative structure of the party. And you can fit multiple roles. You can change roles as you go. And I think that Travis Grog is a very good example. I talked last week about how Vax is a good example of the leader, where he keeps good perspective, and when he makes a decision, people pretty much fall in line. And Grog is a great example of the narrative strongman, where he like takes action, right? Like he does things to make drama, to make sure that we don't get stuck in a rut of planning and thinking too much. And it doesn't have to be dumb characters or even strong characters that fulfill this type of narrative role, but it's people that do things. They take action. Grog goes over to the campfire. He walks into the town. He makes sure that things don't get too meticulous, too planned out. A button pusher. That's a fantastic way to put it. The strong man is the button pusher. He'll get antsy. He makes things happen. He pushes it forward, because you can really easily in D&D get really bogged down in the details of like, okay, I don't see anything else. Can I check the roof? Am I sure that there's no trapdoors? Are you sure that we should call them up, or maybe we should discuss further? Travis just goes. He says, "We've been talking for too long. I'm going." And it's great. Every D&D parties need that sort of forward force, that forward momentum, to make sure that you don't get bogged down and suddenly you look around and you realize that you've been talking about your plan for 40 minutes and you haven't really been playing. So I think that is a really important aspect of any D&D party.
What's going on, guys?
Brain suckers. Something that sucks brains.
Well, as long as they're sucking it out of goblins, I'm good with that.
My sister doesn't remember, but one of our instructors in Singorn used to tell us of a creature. I'm not sure what they're called.
I don't think I was in that class, actually.
Last arc of C2 was that there was a lot of analysis paralysis. Grog allowed Travis to push the group forward. Hell yeah, exactly. I think that there are a lot of optional character types, character tropes, that you can pursue within a D&D party. But I think that having a button pusher, having an action man, is very important. And that can manifest in a ton of ways. There's a lot of flexibility there. But I would say that having that sort of character really pushes you through that analysis paralysis.
A creature that steals its victims' minds and digests them, reaches right in and takes them out.
I'm assuming it's going to be a much more mutated version of our brain on legs friend.
I think it's much worse.
Yeah, much
worse.
Yeah.
I think the brain was a scout or some sort of pet.
Well, we also have this Kavorn who is experimenting on all those creatures, so we can't even attest for any of this.
That's true.
I take a few steps back.
Could just be parts of one.
Could be parts of one. It could be
A
a
dragon.
hodgepodge of
Goblin brain.
What if Kavor is a dragon? What if it's... Oh, wait, I don't know anything about that. What was that symbol anyway, Tiberius?
That was a symbol of Bahamut, and there's a protection thing that I'm sure
Oh.
she put up to try to
Okay,
protect
so
us.
it was a good symbol.
It was, yes.
Okay.
You recall that Lady Chemo was specifically a paladin of Bahamut.
Oh, so she probably did that.
That camp
So she's
seemed
been
to have been
here.
hers while she was traipsing through the tunnel.
I understand.
I just think we should proceed with caution. Our teacher spoke about this thing, said that it was a being of the mind. I think our trouble with Grog could just be the beginning. We need to proceed very carefully.
Oh, no.
I have 2 potions of Fox's cunning. Could I drink one of those since there's a
That's
giant
really
brain bitch wandering around the
How
You
long
can
do
make
they
yourself
last?
smarter?
but it doesn't last very long.
Fox's cunning would give you benefit, I believe. I mean, it's
It would
essentially.
be an enhanceability.
It would be enhanceability for
I'll tell you. It's like
wisdom,
wisdom.
I'm pretty sure.
I think it's wisdom. No,
But
no,
not-
no, no, no. It's
not intelligence.
It's intelligence for Fox. Okay, there you
Because
go.
I think it's like Owl's wisdom for
Right, no, you're
wisdom.
correct. Yeah, so essentially it would be an enhanceability for intelligence. Yes.
How long does it last?
For the potions of effective, that would be anywhere from 4 to 8 hours. You're not
Maybe
quite
you
sure.
should wait until we come across something.
Alright, but
Yeah,
if
you
it's
would.
too
You have
late.
advantage.
You don't
on
go running off
intelligence
into the
checks.
dark again and
Intelligence.
Oh man, let me get on my soapbox really quick about fucking potions, dude. You might know if you follow me on TikTok or if you've seen my YouTube shorts, the magic items that I create, that I homebrew, very, very rarely have charges or limited uses. Sometimes they do, but pretty rarely. I'm more of a fan of passive buffs that are weaker than kind of these resource type magic items, and that goes for consumables as well, because I so often find that I will give characters or players consumables like potions, scrolls, what have you, and they are so reticent to use it. Like Grog is coming into a situation where he is worried about getting brain sucked again. They have all this evidence of brain suckers around, and he's like, let me down this. And they're all like, hey, whoa, maybe you should slow up. And I'm not even saying that they're wrong in this case. This is probably the right solution. Grog should pop the potion the next time he sees a brain sucker type deal. But this type of hold back, this type of don't use it, it's too good to use, is something that I so consistently find with potions that aren't healing potions. Like healing potions, it's pretty it's clearer at least when you should use them and when it's appropriate to use them. But potion of giant strength and large reduce, I so often find that they just languish in players' inventories because players are too afraid that it would have been better to use it later. So I very rarely give out consumables that aren't healing potions.
Yeah, let us lead the way.
So it wouldn't necessarily.
It wouldn't make my intelligence
really
higher.
It wouldn't make your intelligence higher, and it wouldn't necessarily help with your vulnerability.
Alright, never mind.
He's smart.
All right.
Who's our smartest person? Who has the highest intelligence here?
What are these scores you keep talking about? I don't know what anyone's talking about.
It's okay, Max. I don't know what a lot of people are talking about all the time.
Yeah, whoever's the smartest should be in the front.
It's true.
I'm sitting.
Staking potions? I'm not quite sure what that concept is. Stacking, maybe? Like having multiple potions that confer the same effect. I mean, I think that in general, I don't allow effects to stack unless a separate action is taken to make it make sense. Stacking, okay, that makes sense. Because that's generally also how spells work. If one spell does something to you, and then the other spell does the same thing, you don't get double. So you can't be you can't be charmed twice. Same thing with temp HP. Temp HP doesn't stack. So I mean, the general design philosophy in D&D is that in general things do not stack unless otherwise specified. And so I generally keep to that philosophy just because I think that there are certain kind of stacking tailspins you can get in that almost give you magic infinite combos. For example, Potion of Speed, the hasted action. Potion of Speed, the hasted action, Potion of Enlarge. Oh, so you mean two potions that do different things? So you drink a Potion of Enlarge and then separately you drink the Potion of Speed hasted. I think that's fine. I think being under separate effects of multiple different potions is fine. I honestly have not run into it before. I haven't. I mean, probably because of my reticence to give out potions and my focus on other things. That has not been a situation that's come up at my table. But I think in general, as long as they do different things, I'm fine with it. I might say, if it's getting ridiculous. Or I also think it might be reasonable to say that you could make that you could involve a Constitution save, or a Constitution check of some kind. Sort of like how in Cyberpunk Red, your constitution determines how much, cyberware you can slot, and how many like body mods you can do. I think that would be a pretty reasonable homebrew rule, is taking like 2 potions is like a con 10, like con DC 10 save. And every subsequent potion after that raises the DC by, I don't know, 2, maybe 3. And so like the more that they try to stack, the higher the con gets. And if you fail the con DC, maybe you just waste the second potion. But then we get into the whole like, they don't want to use them. So I don't know. I think that in general I'm fine as long as they don't do the same thing. So like you can't like take like 2 potions of enlarge, but you could do enlarge and then the hasted action.
It's 16.
14.
16.
Well, it's about having like high. It's not necessarily being smart. It's about having resistance to
But if they take
willpower.
if they take down your intelligence, then whoever
Right.
has
No
higher
one's going
intelligence.
to take down our intelligence.
I don't
We're
want
too
another
strong and We're
catatonic-
too awesome.
And we know what we're going into.
All right.
Except
Well,
we
we
need to
sort
run
of
into
know
the
going
fight.
into.
This music sounds very fighty.
Hang on.
Or festive.
Oh no.
Okay,
Okay.
so here's my question.
Yeah.
So we've already fought 2 things where we can't look at them and they mess with our heads.
Right.
Yes.
So is there something we can do going forward,
To like boost our willpower or something?
or like
That's very true, Sam. It really depends on the setting that you're in. I think in a like a higher magic type settings, think like Eberron or even to some degree the Forgotten Realms. I think the Forgotten Realms is a little bit higher fantasy than people give it credit for. But in a super high fantasy setting, yeah, fuck it. Have or I will also say I think that this is really prevalent or kind of top of mind if you have an artificer alchemist in the group, to talk about like, what potion effects can you be under at any given time. You could totally have a villain that is an artificer alchemist, who, yes, slamming experimental potions. They've been brewing up with their alchemist kit this whole time. They have like a fucking bandolier of of potions. And if you make them easy to get a hold of, you encourage your players to craft them. I think that this could be very good in a campaign that has a lot of downtime. And if one of your players has proficiency with alchemist tools and can actually craft these things, because it's sort of like the healer feature in healer's kits. No one ever uses healer's kits unless you have the healer feat where you can then create healer's kits, right? So if someone is has the alchemist tools, I think that you can really make potions a more central theme of your game, and potentially even like make a potion the MacGuffin, make it to where there are certain shortcuts that can be taken inside of a dungeon if you use certain potions. So I think it's very viable for games. I've never run one that had potions as that high of a feature. Endgame Witcher mode? Yeah, exactly. Endgame Witcher mode. Yeah. I think that's totally viable. That could totally work. In fact, I might kind of think about that going forward. That gave me some stuff to think about. But yeah, it's weird. You have to strike this balance of like making the potions good, but also making them prevalent enough that they feel comfortable using them, which is a difficult balance to strike, I think.
like
You want Magneto's helmet. What you want is
like Magneto's helmet, or even if we like
I haven't built Magneto's
do we
helmet.
have a bunch of mirrors? Or like where we can look through
give
things
you
with
some
a
mirrors.
reflections.
I have
We
two
do have
hands,
we do have a
but
big dressing
That's
mirror.
more for. I don't know.
Looking
that's
around
going to
corners.
help. Yes,
It could
I
help.
have them. Of course,
I
I
could
always
make a mirror.
always have them. They were
We
a
have
gift.
one mirror in the bag of holding.
Like an
That's
ice.
good.
type of-
Kind of
You
like
can put a
Medusa's
mirror.
gaze thing, you know, where
But
you like if you look in
that's a
reflections.
Gorgon.
kind of
That's talking about the gaze. We're
Right.
talking about the mind.
Right.
Think.
Yeah.
I have a whip. And a forgery kit.
It would just be about making us less vulnerable to
Could you
mines.
forge some professor hats for us all?
So what, our option is to keep moving forward then,
Yes,
right?
just be cautious. That's all we can do.
All right.
That's all we can do. Go back.
Very, as quietly
difficult
as
to
possible.
prepare for what we're
we
not
keep
prepared
moving
for.
forward. And on the
And this is a good option of Scanlan is a non-dumb character. Or, you know, maybe not dumb. No, dumb's the right word. Like, Grog is dumb. That just is a feature of him. But Scanlan is also kind of filling that action man button pusher role of saying, you know, we're thinking about this too much, because it is actually kind of difficult to play the button pusher on a dumb character, because sometimes if you just want like the literal party to move on, it can feel somewhat rude to just walk away. But that's one of the only options sometimes that you have as the dumb button pusher, because you can't just say like, guys, we're talking about it too much. They'll be like, oh, you're dumb, shut up. And so having it can be a challenge sometimes to play a dumb button pusher, but if you're playing a more intelligent button pusher, it's easier to be like, you know, I don't think we'll know until we see it, we should move on. But this isn't to say that like you shouldn't plan. I think that Marisha is right to consider like, hey, you know, given what we have, are there any preparations that we can take? Those sorts of preparations are what make D&D fun, or at least they're one of the things that make D&D fun. But it can be hard to really like get stuck in it. Really get stuck in like, okay, how are we not going to look at them? How are we not going to get our brains sucked? Blah, 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 blah. I think I remember the factoid that Taliesin was on new anti-tremor. He had hand tremors medication that made him quite quiet during his first arc. Interesting. Taliesin. Percy. Gotcha. I was like, for some reason, I thought Taliesin was Tiberius, but Taliesin is Percy. That makes sense. I mean, it's definitely, especially when you're on new medication, that can really affect you. And that is, again, one of the kind of challenges of making a game that is also a performance, and having to perform, especially, you know, these guys are all voice actors. At least I think most of them are. And they're used to, you know, being able to redo things. It's not live. You know, live performance is very different from scripted and non-live performance. So I definitely give them a lot of grace and a lot of leeway for how they are or aren't acting during this arc.
On the lookout for anything in this ramshackle town.
I mean, I can cast
So you leave behind the pile of dwarven corpses.
But that doesn't mean that we can't still look at it, and even if there are reasons, and even if it is understandable, we can still have takeaways from like, oh, maybe this is a way to not necessarily do it better, but, you know, this is kind of the result of what we're looking at.
You leave behind the goblin corpses with the wounds, and you start seeing the pattern.
And if I may, I suggest, Tiberius, you work your light spell, and Vexalia and I scout ahead about 60 or 70 feet so that we can see in the dim light
Yes.
if there's anything coming, using your magic.
And I light up the hooded lantern we have in the bag of holding.
Okay. So you float the hooded lantern, light that up. Very good. Leaving the leather armor behind.
Oh, well, I thought you said it would get ruined if we took it.
And
It would be nasty pulling it off, of course.
Oh, well,
Isn't
then
it
fuck it, let's pull it off.
dwarf-sized, or is armor also shrink and
It's
expand?
magical.
It's dwarf size.
It's
Possibly.
fine. I cast Prestidigitation, clean it all up.
I take it.
Okay, so you shake off the element, the
All the
remaining
goo.
elements of the dwarven corpse, which kind of falls off slides outside of the armory. It's kind of shake it, have it all eventually escape the back.
Dwarven corpse.
Oh, thank you.
It's like pulled pork.
It does have metal.
What is it?
20.
Alright. It appears to be a simple but powerful enchantment. It is a pair of studded leather armor with a +2 enchantment.
Plus 2 enchantment to what?
If I try to pull on the sleeve, does it come up to my elbow, or does it stretch out and fit?
It comes up to your elbow, and then given a moment, it fits to your
that's nice.
Go take that studded leather armor, brother.
brother.
I go into the smelly corpse hut and start to change my armor.
What is that?
Yes, it's considered. It works as studded leather armor, but then gives him a +2 bonus to his armor class.
Wow,
Hey,
that's huge.
Yeah.
Dungeon Master.
So he just took it.
Asking as the Dungeon
I'll take
Master.
it.
You already
Would,
took it.
if I cast Owl's Wisdom on people, it gives people advantage on Wisdom checks. Would that count on saving throws against willpower?
No.
Damn it.
Would it
Not
help
check
anything?
specifically. I mean,
Would any advantage to wisdom under enhanced ability?
Go ahead and pick what it's
Some of the
give
I
you
remember
all
we rolled
dice before
charisma saving throws though for the umbers. They were charisma.
Right. And for the brains
Right.
versus
While the
will.
DM looks this up, everyone subscribe to the Geek and Sundry Twitch channel.
Yeah.
Hey.
Support the show.
Yeah.
Support
And
the
don't
channel.
forget about our charity, 826LA, which helps
And-
children be literate and write stories well.
It makes them smarter in head.
And keep sending us food
We like food.
or presents.
If you want if you want 1,000 years,
on the way, so don't ask them for more.
No food. No more food.
No more food, guys.
if you want 1,000 years of D&D, we got to pay the overhead. So please subscribe.
It's true.
Yeah, so unfortunately it helps ability checks. Those are not considered saving throws.
All
I
right.
don't know if I have.
As we start to
We'll be alright. We'll be alright.
Once you get the
Okay,
dwarf
so
code off,
alright,
it's
so it's
rather
up
nice.
on
You
the-
can't.
I want to reach his patient.
It's in the middle matter.
All right, shall we keep on keeping on?
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's keep on moving.
Guys, keep pushing forward.
Is that what we're gonna do?
All right.
All right, as you begin to press through the goblin ghost town,
And I'm still tracking, looking for anything interesting.
which you do, you catch off in the distance another faint, moving light source.
Oh shit. Hey, everybody, calm down. There's something moving in the
Everyone,
distance.
everyone roll stealth check.
Stealth check.
Yes.
Oh god, roll stealth check. Oh, natural 20.
Nice.
30.
15.
11.
12.
Okay. So as you guys all buckle down as quiet as you can,
6. You rolled a 6.
you begin to see.
Grog rolled a 6.
No, noted. That's okay. That's okay. It's a group check, in which case people offset each other's difficulty.
Yay, bell curve.
So you
Sure, that's a fair way to do group checks. Group checks are hard, especially when it comes to things like stealth, because it makes sense for everyone's stealth to be individually considered. But it's also like real hard, especially I was just talking about like skill spamming for like mental stuff or physical stuff. This is sort of the opposite of that, where if you have 7 people roll stealth, one of them's just gonna roll bad. Like, it's just the nature of the beast. And I think that there are kind of 2 separate ways you can handle that as a DM. You can either say, well, yeah, that makes sense. Like, that person is not good at stealth. And it makes sense that they would be caught and maybe, some other people wouldn't. Or you can go this more group check route where, the highs and lows balance each other out. I think that is maybe adds more narrative flexibility to the options of the party, but also can sort of reduce the realism when you have and when I say realism, I mean specifically in how easy it is to believe the story as it's being presented to you. Right? It gets a little bit hard to believe that Grog is wrestling down just because Vex got a really good roll. So I think there are pros and cons to both approach, and I don't think that either of them is necessarily bad or good. But as a DM, talking that out with your players and seeing which ones they prefer, I think that's a good session 0 conversation, or potentially even later.
seem to be comfortable in the stillness of the moment. Best you can see in the distance, you see figures shifting, moving away from you. Many figures. A fairly large group of seem to be humanoid figures moving steadily away from you.
Can Can we scout ahead?
Yeah,
We're both
we're gonna
really super
start
stealth.
kinda-
Can we
Alright, yeah, using
quickly dash
your
out.
same stealth rolls, you guys push
Okay.
forward.
Humanoid figures, you said.
Yes.
Could be anything.
Best you could tell. As you guys start reaching the outskirts of the opposite side of this small goblin village that has been completely sundered, you see a cliff, but a large cliff. The actual surface here comes to a very direct end and seems to just disappear into a dark abyss. There is a singular 10-foot wide rope bridge that is bolted into the side of this cliff and stretches out across this giant crevasse for what you can't see the other side.
This feels like the descent.
You
I don't
can
like
s-
this, you guys.
It very much has that kind of a feel. It just goes on for a good 60, 70 feet and then darkness. And you can see what looks to be a cluster of about 12 to 13 Duragar making their way in lines of 2 across this bridge. Amongst them, they have chained up 3 dwarf miners that they are also dragging across the bridge.
We have to save those.
What do
miners.
the miners look like? Are they?
Oh, that's amazing. Oh man, that's a great moral quandary. That's a great dilemma. Because when he's describing this bridge in my head, I'm like, oh, they're level 9. They probably have fly. I know that they have a flying carpet. Like, I've been in a situation like that where I set up a trap and a kind of a sequence in a dungeon where the fact that there was a big chasm was very integral to the nature of the puzzle. And I forgot that I'd given my characters a broom of flying, and they just bypassed it. So when he first started describing this, I was just like, fucking classic DM mistake, not remembering how high level they are. But this is so much better. This is the challenge is not how do you get across. It's a moral question of how do you get across when there are 20 to 30 enemies along with innocents, because there's a very obvious way to take care of the enemies. It's just cut the bridge. And now you've taken the fact that they are high level and that they do have other options other than using the bridge, and you flipped it against them. You've now said, oh yeah, you have those options. Are you going to use them? What are you going to do? That is how to design good dungeons and puzzles and traps for high-level characters. Because high-level characters will have resources. They will have tools to overcome a lot of your purely skill and resource-based puzzles. So presenting them with moral puzzles, moral quandaries, is, I think, a much more engaging way to make stuff for high-level characters. That is chef's kiss.
Are they Are they docile, or do they seem to be fighting back?
They don't look to be able to put much of a fight in their current circumstances.
How wide is the bridge?
10 feet.
10 feet.
Yeah.
10 feet. That means two
squares.
people
Grog goes
wide.
by himself. Yes.
But if we go out there, it's going to be close combat.
We have a flying carpet.
You can't get to the ones at the back.
I mean, how many
Only
are
the
there?
ones at
Like
the
10,
front.
you said?
12 I count.
Look, you see about anywhere from looks about 12ish.
And they have a light source with them, so we can definitely see them.
They do. It's a very faint, and actually, you look at it. It's like a small cluster of the redstone that's been mined and put into a spherical element, and it's currently hanging from a chain like a lantern.
We have 2 options. We can fight them,
we can fight now or
or
just
follow them.
Follow.
I think we follow them.
Do I see any? Are there any bats?
I mean, I think that is reasonable to say that you have 2 options. I think that that's reasonable from a player perspective and a character perspective. However, I would like to just slightly point out that there are definitely not only 2 options. There's definitely not only the two options of fight or follow. There are a ton of options, and which options your character chooses. It's a big morality test, kind of like the torturing the Derugar earlier. And it is there's a creativity test here of can you figure out a way to free the prisoners without fighting these guys, because you will probably lose. Now, they have 7 fucking people, so maybe they won't. But a contingent of, above 10 Derugar is, that's likely to take down, even in this group of high-leveled characters, if all of those Derugar turn on their crossbows and fire at the same person, if they all fire at Scanlan, there's a really decent shot that Scanlan goes down. So these guys are kind of dangerous no matter what. So I think this is an amazing puzzle and an amazing test to see what the characters do.
Are there bats?
Make a perception check.
If we follow them on that bridge, won't they feel it bouncing?
We gotta wait till they cross it, Scanlan.
I just
we can't see the end of it.
I grabbed my earring. Keyleth, I heard you through Tiberius's earring. Why don't you just become a bat and follow along?
She's trying to do that, but she's gotta see one
I was
first.
gonna see if they're like.
Never seen a bat in the woods?
Best you can tell, and from your
Yeah, Samuel, I can tell what that you're more of a Grog type of leading of cut the bridge.
knowledge of bats and their existence, they generally live in caverns that have very readily available openings to the outside world where they can do their nocturnal hunting. This is a very, very deep cavern that does not have any easy access to the surface. Bats are probably not indigenous to this cavern.
I've got an idea. I run back to Grog, stealthed. I get our flying carpet, and I run
hand
back.
suddenly mysteriously reaches and takes
Give me the carpet. What? The carpet.
Just
Give me
you?
the carpet.
You're gonna go on the carpet alone?
And him. We can both go on the carpet.
What if something happens?
We just gotta see where they're going, and
I'm
we'll come
coming
back and
with
get you. All right, Scan.
I
Let's
give
go.
her the carpet, but I also tie the endless rope
Oh yeah.
thread
Okay, so we have an endless rope
around, yeah.
with us. All right.
We're now a kite.
All right.
So it keeps going.
You pull out the carpet, you lay it out. At this point in time, they're a little over halfway across the bridge,
Okay, so we.
which you can see it kind of swaying in a very
Scanlan, you better be stealth.
uncomfortable way. You hear the stretching of
stealth.
rope that
Oh, you can hear the rope.
as you hear the rope just tense as the
Let's
bridge
not
is
do
slowly
that.
swaying. All right, so you guys, you lay out the carpet. The two
Dude, okay, so I know that I've talked a lot of this about the way that you describe things. You should always, or you should try to increase the amount of times that you describe seeing or smelling and hearing, along with the more, I think, natural for a lot of people what you see, like just that. Like that's something that you can't capture in music. That's something that you can't capture like in the background music that they're playing, and really like instantly paints a picture of the type of environment that we're in, of this creaking rope that is just swaying. Oh, yeah. So I'm gonna highlight it anytime he does. He talks about seeing or what you hear, what you smell again.
Two of you get on.
Oh,
Yes.
I think it's so
And
I grab
Scanlan
Scanlan
was
by the
good.
scruff of his neck.
The three of you guys hop on it. It's about big enough for the three of you. It's about the right size.
They would have fit on the door.
The carpet begins to lift off, and you kind of will it towards the. Are you going straight over the bridge, or are you taking a side route?
We're going next to the bridge,
Side and
right?
up, because
And
they
kind
can
of.
look
I think we should go
sideways.
down below the bridge
If
because
you're
they're
on
not
a
going
bridge, you're looking down at your feet.
Let's go above
One
them.
of them. I think.
All right,
above.
fine. Fuck
Yeah,
it.
no one's
Go
gonna
above
look
them.
up.
Okay, so you guys, you take up over. First off, three of you guys make a stealth check.
I thought we were still stealth.
The maneuvering on a flying carpet is a different type of locomotion.
We have a flying carpet. by
That's
the way.
fair.
That's another thing.
That's a,
Yeah.
That was a
Not great. 13.
29.
17.
Okay.
You guys trying to stealth?
Yeah.
Okay.
Odo.
So you
Oh no.
you carry up.
He
As
totally
soon as you reach the edge of the crevasse, immediately the air itself is warmer, and there's actually kind of a bit of a strange breeze blowing up from underneath this giant crevasse. And you look down, and you can see faintly light sources, long, thin, trickling streams of what looks like molten rock.
Shit.
Way
Lava
down below?
Way down below. When I say way
Dante's
down,
Peak.
it's at least 1,000 feet down below. And
We don't want to fall.
Don't fall.
you don't want to fall. It's very bad. The air itself is a very sulfurous smell. There's a lot of various strange
Smells.
chemical scents that's a bit pungent to the nose.
Love
and
it.
have you. There's a lot of chemical reactions just causing this atmosphere, and it's a little difficult to take in the air at first. You have to get adjusted. But it is a very, very deep cavern below. And you can look behind you, can see the river that's been cascading through this cavern, goes rocketing off the edge and just disappears into the darkness below. You guys, are you keeping a good distance, or are you wanting
Yeah,
to go
no,
over?
we're
distance,
keeping a good distance.
Distance,
Okay.
because they have a light source, so we
Yeah,
can
so
just
we need to
follow
stay
that.
kind of out of it, but see it.
Okay. You guys push forward, keeping them at a safe distance. You eventually follow them across the crevasse, and you can see now them entering what looks like a shanty town of tents and small stone structures, better built than the goblin village that was previously there. But looks almost like a temporary or pseudo-temporary series of homes for the Duragar in this section. There's a bunch of military tents and cloth tents that are put up in sections. You can see some easy to construct, 1 or 2 day constructions of stone buildings, very square, very rigid and dwarven in their design, more for utility than any sort of visual presentation or beauty.
This is a temporary war camp.
It is.
There are also a series of these
Yes.
of these redstone.
Good dialogue.
Yeah, it's legit, guys. A series of these redstone torches that they were holding, or these lanterns, are hung up all throughout the village on these giant poles that have been placed in areas to give a little bit of an occasional light source throughout this entire camp.
Just thinking.
About how many people does it look like? I mean, how big is this
How
camp?
big the camp? At a first glance, you can only check out elements of it from your distance. You're only making out shapes from how far back you guys are without actually getting inside. You gather you've probably seen throughout just this portion that you've come into anywhere from 30 to 40 Duragar moving through, as well as a few larger shapes. You swear you catch 1 or 2 other very large humanoid hulking figures just
Oh no!
stepping through the camp.
What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?
The view up here is beautiful.
Hey, what do you guys see?
Skyline.
Okay, so
Is the range? How
The range is getting a little broken. You can
Okay.
the words are coming through. But
You're cutting out.
I think.
well, one of
I
us
think
let's put down.
put down.
In the volcano.
No. How are we like at
go
a
do
place
that.
where we can land the carpet and like stand around, or
They'll
should we go
probably
back?
see us.
We're past the chasm at this point, or still?
You've just now crested
The other side.
the crevasse the other side. And you're feeling uncomfortable pushing further forward because you're now starting to get a lot more eyes.
Okay. Are there any? Does it look like? Do we see any cavern opening?
I will say, so this is something that I've gone back and forth on throughout my tenure as a DM, is telling characters how they feel. Because I think that, like, when you look at it on its face, it's like you're taking away agency from that character. You're telling them how they feel. You're not allowing the player to role play. However, as I've played more D&D, as I've played other systems, I've sort of come to the realization and the opinion that telling a character how they feel works very sparingly. But it does work, and it's really good shorthand to not have to describe a lot of things in too much detail where it bogs down the pace of the session. Because he could have described enough things to make them feel uncomfortable. And debatably, the things that he had already described should have already made them feel uncomfortable. But Laura is now saying, like, oh, let's touch down, because they didn't quite, talk about, like, okay, so there is this camp. But, like, when I was listening to that in my mind palace, I thought that the camp was, like, right on the edge of the crevasse. So it wouldn't have been possible for them to land. So it can be really tricky, because there's always going to be a disconnect between what everyone is imagining. And so for the DM to just say, like, hey, like, you're feeling uncomfortable with how close you're getting, that is really easy shorthand to kind of let the players know a situation before they maybe do something that they might regret. Or they make a decision that is probably not what they would have done, and they're only doing it because of a lack of description and because of a mismatch in their own mental map. And I think that it kind of, so this discussion is kind of limited to DMs that know their players and their players' characters really well. How it affects you is up to you, but X evokes sensation, emotion, awareness of unease, sadness, danger. that's very fair. Yeah, like just saying like the distance that you are away from the camp is starting to make you uncomfortable or evoke a sense of unease or discomfort. That's a good template for how to state it, Sam. Because that is a really good verbal shorthand to overcome that disconnect of saying like, okay, your characters are in the scene. Your characters see everything, even if you don't as a player. So telling you sometimes, oh, your character is starting to feel this is a good shorthand to get the players up to speed on the situation that they're in. But I think it really only works if the DM has a really deep knowledge of the player and of the player character. Because, you know, if someone wouldn't be uncomfortable and then you say that and then later they kind of get a better understanding of the situation and they say, oh, I wouldn't have been uncomfortable there. It can remove investment. It can feel separated. Yeah, this is Matt just knowing his players and their characters really, really well. And I think Laura asked for that clarification. I'm not sure if she asked specifically about like how I'm feeling, but she was asking for general clarification, which is, you know, again, it's Matt realizing like, oh, I'm having trouble fully communicating this scene in a concise manner. Because it is kind of a complicated scene. There's a lot going on. And I know Vex well enough to know how she would be feeling. I know Vex, and Scanlan well enough because they're level 9. They've been playing for months at home, and now they've been playing for weeks on Twitch. So I do definitely think that this is an example of, like, Matt knew how the characters would be feeling and wanted to get them up to speed really quick so that they didn't do something that because of a disconnect.
In the vicinity, does it look like there's any...
Looking around, there are no side caverns. This is actually a pretty smooth cavern that kind of circles around where this camp is built. There is one large tunnel entrance on the opposite side that continues past.
But they're blocking it? Or...
You can't see anything beyond the fact that the walls kind of convene. You can see a little bit of a tunnel opening and just darkness beyond that.
So bridge to land and then a tunnel?
A tunnel on the other side, and where the land starts, there's a giant portion of the cavern that continues and then closes off, kind of pinches to the entrance to it.
How far away is the camp from that?
The camp's completely filling this side of the cross. It's blocking...
Oh, so we can't get to that.
Not without going through or over the city.
What about...
And I will also say that this is one of the limitations of Theater of the Mind, is when you're playing with without large maps or without minis, you do run into this sort of issue more often, where there are people that are imagining the scene differently, and you need more shortcuts to quickly and concisely explain the scene. Because even now, after telling them how uncomfortable they are, they now need more description to know what to do, which can be difficult. So, you know, I'm a big whiteboard DM. A lot of times when we are, you know, playing Theater of the Mind, I will have a large whiteboard, or if it's on Roll20, a large blank screen, that I will draw general abstract shapes on. So being like, okay, like cavern, over here is camp, the thing shapes like this. You know, really generic stuff, just so that they understand the spatial distribution of everything. Not saying that that's like the right way to do it, but I do find that very successful for me. That does do a lot of Theater of the Mind type stuff nowadays.
So it's bridge, town, tunnel.
Correct.
Do we see any, like, closer under the bridge? Are there any openings underneath the bridge that look
You want to swoop down and check?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. You swoop down, and the rock, the warm air is still kind of bothering you in general.
Excuse me.
Prior to stream, they met roughly once a month to once every 6 months for 18 to 24 months. But when they met at one of their houses, their session lasted like 6 hours. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, they've definitely they've been going for a long time. Matt just knows their characters really well, so he's more able to do that sort of thing. It's definitely not something that I would recommend doing often, and Matt hasn't. This is the first time he's ever done it on stream, at least. And it's not something I would recommend doing until you have a really good grasp of how these characters interact and how the players are playing their characters.
You find yourself kind of taking your cloak and putting it over your mouth just to kind of get the scent out. The side of the rock surface is worn through what looks like maybe a possible river that also came from the other side that has since dried out. So you can see there is, well, no water on this side of the crevasse. A lot of the stone has been smoothed just through rapid water running for thousands of years, possibly. But there are no visible openings or other additional caverns on this rock surface.
Okay, listen. Leave me behind. I'll follow the party with the hostages. I'll see where they go. Don't worry, I'll be invisible. Go back, tell our fellows, get them across the bridge, and we'll meet here in about an hour.
Scarlet!
I like
What? I'm super brave and hung. Come on, let's do this.
All right, I'm down.
Uh-huh.
Should we do it?
All right.
We drop him off.
I turn invisible. And I'm gonna just hang behind the party that's got the hostage
I mean,
dwarves.
there's a- yeah,
just kind of see where they go.
And good
Do you
use of
activate
it.
hung at the same time?
Invisible.
Don't have to
We
activate.
can't go invisible. We can't be as like.
No.
It's a racial
He's
bonus.
sneaky. We can't be as invisible as him. All right.
Yeah, but I might snap. Tweets.
Last question. Where are the people, the figures we're following? Have they finished the bridge at this point?
No, they're long past the bridge. They're inside the city proper at this point.
Okay.
Okay, so then I'll stay by the edge of the bridge. You go
Oh, the
back.
scan, man.
Scanlan, go ahead. I'll wait for you here. If there's trouble. Ding-a-ling-a-ling.
He is
Got it.
certainly
All right.
chaotic.
All right.
I go back.
Shit.
Thanks for sending me back. I go back.
Go get the others.
Okay.
Skinlan, as you go ahead, make your way in towards the city, go ahead and make a stealth check with advantage.
Come on, mate.
18.
I'm not sure if this is something you'd be interested in watching on stream, but there is a 21 video narrated by the cast about Vox Machina's pre-stream adventures. I can share the video link. Yeah, I'm down. Honestly, I mean, depending on how long this goes, this is a shorter session. I probably won't do it tonight because I have a feeling I'll be talking too much. But maybe the next stream could be the pre-stream adventure. Yeah, that'd be cool.
18, okay. You push, kind of falling behind the main group, and they're heading towards this kind of more or less a loose thoroughfare in the center of this town. You can see a few Durgar coming out and kind of inspecting as they enter, and speaking in a language you don't understand, asking questions. Some of them are coming out and kind of slapping the dwarf captives as they go across, or spitting on them. The dwarves look very broken and unhappy with the circumstance, but brimming with anger. You see, like, a couple of them are like true dwarves. They haven't given into it. They're just looking for an option or a moment to get some vengeance. They're stripped of all armor and weaponry. They're brought through some of the alleys and road kind of paths between these pup tents and these stone structures. You can see there are some of the hulking figures. There are 2 trolls wandering amongst these Duragar.
Yes!
Now, you've encountered trolls before, but these trolls
Yeah, we have.
also have a similar pupilless, clouded over white eye appearance.
Slave trolls.
As you begin following them further in, you manage to see 2 ogres that are currently stationed across this main kind of open center location in this campsite. And both of these ogres also have the same pupilless, white glazed over look to their eyes. And they're both just kind of glancing about. The rest of the Durgar are in the process of constructing other tents. Some of them look like they're actually in the process of forging weaponry. This feels like it's a war camp. It's definitely preparing for something. However, in the center of this main area, you do see there is a wooden platform about 20 foot by 20 foot that is raised up. And you see a group of about 6 Duragar that are all wearing very intricate black iron plate armor. And they're all just sitting on the outskirts of this platform.
White eyes?
All the Duragar seem to have that natural look to their eyes as well. So, yeah. As the party you've been following enters the center of this vicinity, make another stealth check with advantage.
Yeah. 19.
All right. You kind of step off to the side. Duragar steps out of one of the tents near you, and you just barely manage to pull out of the way without making any sort of squeak or noise. Goes by. Oh, God.
Careful, Bilbo.
And begins stepping out, looking intently for something, but right past you, by inches. As it walks past. You look over again to the game. You can now see towards the very back end of this open midsection by this platform, there is one large stone construct. It looks like a makeshift barracks has been placed there, with the double stone doors that are currently open, and you can see 2 figures stepping out of the stairs that lead into these barracks, heading towards the main platform. They step up onto the platform, one of which is very, very well decorated Duragar, who's wearing similar blackened plate armor as the other kind of elite guard that you saw surrounding this platform, but with gold and silver scrolling on it, a long, tattered, dark purple cape, and has a nasty scar across the cheek that leads into this kind of gnarled gray beard. As it steps forward, you can see, sheathed off of its back in a large scabbard, a gargantuan, for a dwarf especially, two-handed sword that should be unwieldy for a creature of its size, but nevertheless looks dangerous. And a creature next to it is not so small, not dwarven, actually very tall, lanky, long, kind of black and purple robes, hood obscuring its features, stepping roughly 2 feet behind it as they both step onto the platform to address the rest of the guard and the approaching party of Duragar dwarves you've been following. You can see some conversation happening, but you're too far away to really make out anything's being said. Did you want to move closer?
Do I speak their language?
Do you speak Undercommon?
Nope.
Then it all sounds gibberish to you.
Then no thank you.
Okay. But you see some conversation happening. This seemingly officious Duragar, this general that steps out and commands the attention of the room, makes a few gestures, shouts out to amongst the other nearby. Not quite sure, but you get the idea. He's giving orders or directions. The war party then begins to pull the slaves back away, and
the captives?
The captives begins pulling them away back towards another section on the side. As it does, the tall, lanky figure, which you now get this essence, it's not really walking, it's just kind of drifting. Holds its hand out, this long-fingered, lanky hand, and as it does, every single Duragar in the vicinity, wherever it was doing, stops in place, and all turn and look at it as one. Whoa. At which point, this creature brings its fingers in a beckoning gesture loosely in your direction.
I'm wearing my ring of mind shielding, by the way.
For a split second, you feel your heart hit your throat, and the entire back of your body stands on pins and needles as one of the Duragar carrying one of the captives begins to pull one of the dwarven captives back towards the platform. As it does, the dwarf, who's giving kind of a fight and looks nervous, looks over at the figure, and just kind of his arms go limp to its side. And it begins to walk on its own volition, taking 2, 3 steps onto the platform and approaches this tall, lanky figure with its hood and its long robes behind it. As it does, its hand reaches out and caresses the side of this dwarf's face. This dwarf seems to have given up all sense of fight or any sort of conflict, just stares up into this darkened hood. As the tall, lanky creature reaches out with both hands and pulls the dwarf forward, you see these terrible purple tentacles come writhing out of the front of the hood, wrapping around the head of the dwarf, pulling it into it. As the hood falls back, you see this horrible, smooth, purplish blue, hairless head, these sunken, yellowish green eyes, as the tentacles wrap around the dwarf's head, pulls it into its mouth. And then there's a brief struggle, and then the dwarf's arms fall limp to its side, at which point the tentacles unravel from the back of the dwarf's head. The creature pulls back with a bit of ichor and dwarf blood dripping from what looks like a lamprey's toothy maw, and then thrusts the body to the ground with a thud as it falls lifeless to the ground.
Poor son of a bitch.
A horrible bored hole in its forehead.
Oh no!
The creature then draws its hood back up, releases its hand in a discursive fashion. All the Duragar whip back around and continue the motions they were previously going towards as the 2 dwarven captives that now remain look completely stunned. Their faces white with fear as they're being dragged off in this state. The tall, lanky figure kind of gives a nod to the Durgar General. Gives it a nod as well. The two turn around and walk back into the stone barrack building.
Woof!
Oh god.
Woof! Worst show ever. Okay.
Biggest IP thief ever exists.
But that was one of the captives. Do I see where the other captives were taken?
The two other captives, you follow them?
IP mosquito.
They both are pulled to essentially a western side. If you're looking overhead from the entrance point, this is where the barrack building is up here. This is where you guys enter.
That was fun. That was the first big Matthew Mercer monologue. And that's a fun way to introduce a villain. I like the I like the initial so just in general, the thing I liked about that was that you're already in a situation where you really know you can't fight. Like you're not going to be able. You're in the middle of this camp. You're stealthed in. So I think that already great time to do a monologue. If all 7 of them were there, that monologue could have gone differently because there's part of Tiberius or Percy that might think like, oh shit, like I can make that shot. Was my link post deleted? I don't think so. Let me see. Community moderation. Shouldn't have been. I don't have block links on. If you want, you can just either wait and maybe put it in the comments of the VOD, and or I can probably search it out myself. Now that I know it exists. But anyways, so the fact that all 7 of them weren't there, I think makes this a really prime position to kind of deal with that. Sounds good, John. Because if all of them are there on the edge of the camp and this Illithid, I think that's what it is. Is that? Let me make sure I'm referring to it. Yeah, it's an Illithid, I think. This Illithid walks out, Percy whips out the bag news and potentially takes a shot. Now, I'm not saying that would have been bad or really anything, but it wouldn't have allowed you to deliver this really fun cinematic monologue. And I know that that's one of the things that Matt is known for. And if that's something that you want in your campaign, you want these big dramatic monologues, then aiming for a place where it doesn't make sense for the players to interrupt it is really important. So I think that placement was really good of just Scanlan is there. And he is there in such a way that he can get a pretty good view of what's happening. But there is no bone in his body that is planning on interrupting. And the second thing that he did, just beyond the party not being there, is he describes the very intimidating dwarf first. Someone that maybe all of them together could take on, really looks like a boss in and of himself. And then he separately describes this creature in the hood that is the real kind of more big bad villain. And so that setup to the scene allowed for him to do this big thing where Scanlan would want to stay and witness this, but there's no part of him that is getting involved. So I think that was just really, really expert placement on the monologue.
And this is the main center area.
And I will add, he didn't have to do that, right? He didn't have to do that monologue while Scanlan was there. He could have waited. Because Scanlan likely would have just, when the dwarves got taken away, he would have gone back and gotten the rest of the party. And he could have done the monologue once the rest of the party got there. Or potentially not at all. So I think that it was purposeful and very well executed on Matt's part.
Pulled off to a western side here. They're taken to a large tent, and as they're pulled in, you can stay close up behind and you can hear some muffles and some growling on the inside of this tent.
Okay. I assume bad things are happening in there. I don't need to see it, right? I think I'll just kind of... Is there anything,
Again, describing audio.
No. Oh,
Good for building pods.
Who do I speak? Where does it say? Shit.
It should be in the lower left hand of your
bottom.
player sheet.
Did you choose languages?
I play a sham. No, I just play. I just speak common and known.
Okay. So you hear what sounds like guttural dwarvish being shouted angrily, cursing from the interior, and a few other voices, dwarven voices, also joining it. More than two. And then you hear some horrible, sick thuds and some impacts and some cries in pain. And then eventually the group of 5 Duragard that dragged them the captives walk out, carrying these cudgels at their side, still dripping with fresh blood. And they kind of go amongst their own business from there.
Okay. I think I'll go back to my fellows. There's nothing I can see. That door doesn't lock. Does it lock by any chance?
It's just an opening tent.
Opening tent. There's nothing lying around. None of that black armor lying around or anything. Any extra
Not on the street.
things.
Trinkets
Okay.
for you to
Okay.
steal.
I think I'll just make back for my friends then.
Okay, make yourself check.
Oh God.
With advantage?
With advantage.
21.
Okay. You maneuver your way out, back the way you came, best you can, remembering, which is you get disoriented in general, trying to find your way out. Go ahead and make a survival.
And dungeon masters, keep in mind, you know, if that when you're asking for stealth checks, I think that invisibility does. I think that can warrant it's just advantage on the stealth check, and you just keep the DC the same. I think you can make a normal stealth check, but lower the DC. I also think, I'll put this out there, I think that stealth, you know, is kind of this general all-encompassing skill. I also think that just a general dexterity check could be useful. I think that acrobatics could work there. Because all you are trying to do is escape without making noise. That's it. So normally stealth is kind of a all-encompassing skill. It encompasses kind of multiple parts of your movement, parts of your dexterity. But when you're invisible, if this was me, I would say, make a stealth or acrobatics check, whichever's higher. Giving people, you know, rewarding good play through flexibility and through player choice, not necessarily through raw power, which is more what I would equivocate or more what I would equate advantage to. So I generally go for giving my players more options. That's my own personal taste and style. If you like giving advantage, I think that's also very valid.
Survival check.
Oh
as well.
no!
Survival check. So +0. 17.
17.
That's a good
okay.
roll, yo.
You take a moment, orient yourself, looking about the cavern. This is a very confusing network. In the passages you've gone, you paid more
It's like
attention to
Venice.
what's happening. Kind of, yeah. You nearly get lost twice, but eventually find your way back to the southern portion entrance of this war camp. You can just see the crevasse, and you start getting that familiar scent of that sulfurous wind that was billowing out from underneath. You step out a few more feet, and you can see the edge of the bridge where the rest of you have finally come to converge on the other side of the crevasse.
Whoa! I'm gonna tell you everything that just happened in detail in real time.
Maybe he can tell us while we're taking a bathroom break.
You know what? Let's go ahead and take this moment to have a bathroom break, guys, as we're at the halfway mark.
Holy
We'll go ahead and continue this in just a moment. In the meantime, take a rest, take 10, 11 minutes. We're going to play our character backgrounds for those who haven't seen it, or just pass the time in the meantime. But we'll be back here
What are we
in
gonna
about 10 minutes,
do?
guys.
We're gonna fight this shit.
Nice, John. Yeah, and I think that, you know, it definitely depends on any given situation, and it depends on DM style, on how often you offer advantage versus options versus, you know, several other strategies to reward players for using their resources or for creative play. Yeah, I think that they're all valuable and valid. But I think the reason that I highlight the options is because I think I see it more rarely, and so it is something that I do a lot, and I want to highlight it as a good option. I'm gonna play this while I also take a bathroom break. So, you know, enjoy some of their backstories while I'm gone.
gonna risk it all.
What are we gonna do?
We're gonna fight 40.
Then you have a friend in Grog Strongjaw, a Goliath of towering height and size. This barbarian has an appetite for the two great loves in his life: combat, women, and ale. Wait. Easily the brains of the group, Grog is often consulted for his vast knowledge of shapes, colors, and shiny things. Also ale. In his early years, armed with his two-handed great axe, Grog oft enjoyed proving his might amongst the ranks of his family's wandering herd. But after coming upon an unsuspecting elderly gnome in the woods, he objected to the killing of such an innocent life. A creature of impulse, Grog felt only pity for this terrified little thing. His disobedience cost him dearly. Beaten bloody and banished by the herd leader, his Uncle Kevdak, Grog was abandoned and left to die. Exiled from his herd, it was then that the relative of the very gnome he fought to save saved him. It was the kindness of a gnome cleric named Pike that healed Grog, bringing him back from death's edge. And they have remained close friends ever since. Most nights, Grog can be found challenging entire taverns to wrestling matches, or accompanying Scadlin to the nearest house where you pay for lady favors. Also ale.
A first impression of Keyleth would leave you with little information on the half-elven druid. You might even think that her social awkwardness due to her sheltered upbringing is kind of sweet. Of course, it would be unwise to underestimate.
What up? Samuel, you left me a message while I was gone. If you have enough info prep as the DM to do something that can make players intrigued, is stating roll X or Y and they both give you a baseline info but can vary on detailed info, like religion versus arcana. I completely agree. I really like offering this is one of the reasons I've talked about one of my pet peeves is when players ask me if they can make a specific check, is because a lot of times I will offer them different checks, and at this point, my players that I've DM'd for, they eventually, kind of knew that depending on the check that they chose, they would get info that was more kind of in that direction in terms of detail. So they could either choose, the skill that they were more proficient in, but maybe didn't give them the exact detailed info that they would want. Or vice versa, where they maybe try the harder check. So yeah, I think that playing around with the skill checks, I think that skill checks and the attributes and advantage are the real highlights, the real stars of D&D. They allow you to abstract a ton. And playing around with that is something that can really take your DMing to the next level of not just looking at this is the DC, this is the check, this is the information they get if they pass the check. Playing around with that, having multiple levels of check, having multiple different types of, having multiple different skills that they can take, having compound checks where if someone wants to help them, they can only help them by making a different kind of skill check. And, if one or both of those succeed, they get varying results. Playing around with that as a DM is, I think, one of the next level things that you can really break into.
Goliath of towering height and...
Oh. No audio. Am I crazy? Oh, it literally... The caption
for her as
saying
well,
audio.
so look forward to that at some point in the near future. All right, so as we left off, the party had just reconvened on the other side of this gargantuan crevasse in the Underdark after Scamlin had stealthed into the Duragar war camp, witnessed a number of dwarven captives being taken somewhere, however one which was devoured by some strange creature, left brainless and dead on a platform in the center, outside of a giant barracks type
Thank
building.
you, Samuel.
You just reconvened. You've expressed all this information to the party.
And that's when I came back to see you guys.
Wow.
That's
What are we gonna do?
great.
Wonderfully detailed.
Big
I just
brain
give
advice.
Scanlan
Hope
some
my brain
water
doesn't
from my
get
Yes,
eaten.
you are a brave little fellow.
Thank you.
Has anyone come across these creatures before? The weird tentacle brain guy?
Will this be a
Like
name?
I've heard rumor of them.
Is this the thing you were talking about?
Yeah,
It
can
would
we
seem
make
to
a
be.
check for
It
this?
sounds like it could be a mind flayer of sorts.
What did you call it?
Flare?
A mind flayer or a mind slayer. I'm not
mind
quite too sure,
flayer.
but
What is that? What is that?
I'm pretty sure it flays your mind. I've never encountered one myself, so I have no idea really.
Oh.
Or let me check my books.
You have books?
Intelligence.
14.
You probably called a mind flayer.
It says right here mind flayer, but the rest is all inked up. I got water on it.
How big was this mind flayer? Was he like 20 feet tall, Scatling?
He was tall. I mean, everyone looks 20 feet tall to me. I'm a gnome.
Was he bigger than me?
He was bigger than you by a little.
What?
No, roughly a little shorter than him, but taller
He
than
carried himself big.
Yeah,
But
let's
he's
go.
lanky.
Let's go fucking
Bro.
You
What?
have big
You wanna-
energy.
Do you want to be unconscious again? We have to be careful
It
here.
was rather restful, but
How many dwarves did it sound like
Not
they were
having a
locked in
brain
that
would be
prison
rather
cell?
restful.
Several.
Did you see Lady Kima?
No sign of Lady Kima at all. Just a bunch of dwarves being held against their will, and then one by one being their brains sucked by
and
Mr.
those
Lanky
two big,
Man.
the two big.
Percy, could you take a look at this
Two
book
big,
and see if
big
you can
trolls
read
and
the
ogres. Don't
smudges
forget
a little bit?
ogres. There's ogres too.
There are ogres?
And yes, there
Yes.
were two big ogres as
Spam
well.
check.
And
Yes,
Duergar aplenty, maybe 4
Spread
dozen
throughout.
or so, 3 dozen.
Spread throughout the city, throughout this little camp, Scanlan.
Wandering, yes.
You know my tactic.
Would it be a nature check to actually think if I'd ever learned about this in school? If this is one of the
This would be an intelligence check.
Also,
Maybe
you
an
learned
intelligence
about it,
check.
kind of. You should check too.
I think this is. I talked about this last episode about the restraint that Matt shows a lot of the time of not jumping in and talking. Speaking of something else that can take your DMing to the next level, is knowing when to shut your fat hole and just let your players talk. This is the thing that I struggle with the most. Clearly, I am wanting to stream and make content. I have a problem keeping my thoughts to myself. I have a big tendency to jump in when it looks like players are like kind of going in circles. And sometimes just keeping your mouth shut and trusting your players to work it out. Sometimes they get into the analysis paralysis section. Like, that very much happens. But sometimes you will get your best RP out of that, of characters interacting and creating drama and conflict. And if you talk too much as the DM, you can interrupt and totally break the pace of that just in half.
We should use the
I
volcano
remember nothing.
as part
So
of
if
our
you know anything
strategy,
about intelligence.
like Moses.
There's a volcano?
I'm an idiot.
Wait, no, the
Oh, the
pit.
lava down
Yeah.
there?
Oh,
There's a
You can
shitload of
direct
them.
it into the... No.
Well, no, we've been there.
Can I
This
meditate
seems-
to see if I know anything about this?
This seems to match up with the tales
Yeah,
that
Sam.
mine.
Yep. Giving, over-explaining, giving too much information. It's so hard because specifically because of the thing that we were talking about earlier about the mental disconnects. Like, as the DM, we are the arbiter of truth when it comes to the world. Like, we know everything that is in the world. Like, it's all up here. It is up to us. We decide what happens. And the players are trying to exist within that, and we want them to exist within that as best as they can. That's like the whole point. And so it can be really difficult to know that line of like, well, every single one of these details matters because it's all real. Like, this is all the situation. It might change what you do. And so finding that line, knowing when to shut up, know when to stop talking, it's a hard DM skill, man. It's and it's something I haven't DM'd in. I DM'd for the first time 11 years ago, 12 years ago, and I DM'd very consistently for like 8 years. And then I haven't DM'd in a year or two at this point. I've been playing for the first time regularly, and it's something that I know will be difficult for me when I go back to DMing is learning when to not talk.
Instructor Master Therendriel told me about back in Singor, and I wonder if I remember something. If only I had a small polyhedron to roll. Wow!
Holy, you guys!
Shitcakes.
Stack them apart.
Already become a stack of pizzas.
Why are you guys so awesome?
You guys are amazing!
Do they know the address here? It's kind of creepy.
I was wanting some iced tea.
It's not hidden
Pizzas and
It is discomforting if someone knows the address.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Chavru.
Thanks, guys.
Whoever this
Thank
was.
you.
Long list.
Thank you, long list.
Thank you guys.
May your list
Long
be
list.
ever long
Thanks,
with
long
your
list.
So, best you can
Long
ascertain,
live, long live.
you've never heard the term mind flayer, but in your people you've heard stories and tales growing up about something referred to as an illithid.
What?
An illithid?
What's
An
illithid?
A nasty entity from beyond
Illithid with a D or a D?
with a D.
Like, okay.
Illithid.
Like Iliad, but illithid.
Kind of, yeah. Thank you.
An illithid.
As far as you know and all that you've heard is they were considered ghost stories as a kid, things that keep you from wandering into dark caves and spaces. They would take your mind, and you thought this whole time that was just a fable. It was just a tale. But you do know that they normally aren't solitary. They usually keep company of a colony.
fudge.
But I've never heard it called a mind flayer, but I guess it could be called a mind flayer. But we call them illithids.
Thus speaking to
Yeah.
the audience, shocking cast members on how much information about them they know. I mean, it is tough because they are public figures before this, right? So, but they definitely Twitch and the internet and YouTube and Reddit are very can sometimes become obsessed with internet personalities in a way that they are not quite as obsessed with voice actors or movie personalities. So yeah, I can see how that might get a little shocking and uncomfortable for them. I wish I could be a player. I've been stuck as the forever DM for 4 years. Hey man, it'll happen. It'll happen if it's meant to. You know what I'm saying? I was forever DM for 8 years, and then I finally got to play a little bit, and now I'm playing a lot. And honestly, you know, I'll be straight up with you. I miss DMing. There's a lot of it I miss. I stopped DMing because I was graduating from college, and it was just taking too much time from my day. And I felt a lot of pressure to DM. But there are a lot of things that I miss about being a DM, getting to play so many different types of characters, getting to guide players through stories. I really do find it like one of the most fun activities you can ever engage in, which is why I love talking about it. Like I have done a lot of different hobbies, tried a lot of different hobbies, and none of them have the rush of really nailing a monologue for your players. It's just so different, man. So I miss DMing a little bit. My goodness, I just found your channel and caught you live. I've been enjoying learning DMing tips from you. Learning this way is so much easier for me personally. Are you enjoying Critical Role? I'm enjoying it so much. I appreciate it, Anna. I really appreciate it. I'm glad that you're liking the content. I'm loving making it. I'm really, there's a lot of, I would say that like I can see why Critical Role popped off in the way it did. Like everything about this, like I see the bones of what was so amazing about it. And most of my gripes or issues with it are things where it's like, oh, no one had done an actual play at this scale and of this production value before. So a lot of the issues that I see are things that it's like, oh, I have full confidence and faith that that'll get worked out. So yeah, I'm loving it so far, and I'm really loving catching a lot of the little details, and really kind of diving into them with chat. This is like, I love it. I thank you guys so much for watching. I'm loving like talking back and forth about the show to you guys. This is just amazing. I love it.
I didn't know they were real though.
What do we do?
Why
Okay.
don't we...
Wow.
Listen, when my herd used to wander through the trees and we came upon a force that was greater than our own, we used the landscape to our advantage. So why don't we provoke an attack?
Oh, also, Anna, I mentioned this at the beginning, but because of the YouTube player, you can actually go back to the very beginning of the stream, and then if you want, you can watch it on like a higher playback speed, and then you can like kind of catch up, and then you can get back up to live, or you can just rewatch the VOD later. But I really appreciate you tuning in. Thank you.
And then retreat over the bridge.
Oh.
And have them all jump over the edge of the
You
cliff.
said they were all grey-eyed,
At
right?
least they'd have
Once
to go
we're
one
across
at a
the
time
bridge, we
or
can
two
drop
at a
them.
time across the bridge.
But Scanlan, didn't you
could.
also say they were like levitating?
What?
you say they
Two
were
of
The one lengthy creature.
the one lengthy creature was levitating.
Well, I mean, can he fly or can he levitate?
Well,
'Cause
yes,
he probably
but
can't.
I think what
Hold on.
Grog is talking about is the bulk of the fighting force, getting them to follow us over the bridge and then
Yes,
cutting the bridge.
yes.
Yeah, lock it 300.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which
That-
was
Okay.
a great
that
puppet
folktale?
show I saw.
Yes.
Yeah. Puppet
Where they use
great.
Grog, I heard that. Where they use 300 puppets.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Okay.
What
I like
if-
this plan.
They taught him Draconian.
What if all but a couple of us snuck into one of these buildings and waited, and a couple of us made a stink and got a significant number of them to chase across the bridge?
That's a good idea.
And then how could we cut the bridge behind?
Mostly listening in while cleaning. Hell yeah, that's the way I consume a lot of my content. I have no idea what that sound effect was, John. I'm almost positive it was on their end.
But yes, but
probably
what,
can't-
I think what
Hold on.
Grog is talking about is the bulk of
least.
the fighting force,
I
getting
don't
them
know
to
what it
follow
was.
us over the bridge.
Show I saw.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
What
I like
if
this plan.
They taught
a couple of us
Oh, I think I know what it was. I think it was the. I'm so sorry about that. It was my Stream Elements activity feed. I didn't have it muted. That was my fault. Dude, I was so confused too. I don't know if you saw me looking around. I was like, that was a weird sound for them to play just while we're talking, and like no one reacted to it.
made a stink and got a significant number of them to chase across the bridge?
That's a good idea.
And then how could we cut the bridge behind? We have a
Or-
flying carpet, so we can go back and forth, but we could drop a significant number of them down into the lava.
Can we have
I like that
Tiberius
idea.
standing there to just firebolt it?
Yes.
Just catch it on fire?
Wait a minute.
What's the bridge made of?
Do we want to rope? We want to bait them. Is that what we're trying to
No,
talk
we
about?
want to
Or-
drop the bridge and have them fall to their
Scanlan?
deaths. Yes.
Or what if you?
Bait-
One question: has there been a copper pot yet? No. I have no idea what that means, and it is simultaneously making me worried and intrigued about a copper pot.
Let off a stink bomb in the middle of the camp.
Well, they would run
Some of them
willy-nilly.
would try to leave across the bridge.
But remember, there's a tunnel on the other side of camp. They could run that way.
It's
as well.
also huge, and your stink cloud's only
20 feet.
20 or 30 feet across.
Only.
How long is the bridge?
The bridge, now that you've traversed it, it's 10 feet wide and runs about a little over 200 feet, 250 feet in
We
length.
could get a lot of them on that bridge and then cut it.
It's true.
Makes the numbers count for nothing.
Oh. I also just realized that my overlay was weird. I did not realize that that there were like overlapping chats, so it was really hard to read. So hopefully, I think that looks that looks better. I think. Yeah, cool. I think that looks way better. Okay. Sorry about that. Sorry that it was so cluttered to read the chat on screen. I guess there's the sidebar where you can read it, but still. It's my favorite bit in this arc, but I'll leave it at that so I don't spoil anything. Ooh, I'm excited.
I feel like I've heard that puppet show.
I think I might have a solution.
I like that idea.
Yes, Tiberius.
What's yours?
Speak your mind.
I think it's about time I use these.
Oh,
For not
it was a
combat
style
films.
choice?
I think we should create a diversion.
I mean, I guess if it looked good, it could be, but no, that was accidental. I'm still getting used to the Streamlabs sort of like thing of like having, my camera up here, the thing over there. I think it looks way better than the way I did episode 1, but I'm still getting used to stream elements and Streamlabs. It's a little bit of a learning curve.
But let me do it. I can use my deck of illusions to generate any kind of number of sorts of creatures or whatever that I can control.
Illusions.
I can simply toss one out, I believe 50 feet ahead of me, and control it. And
Okay, hot take. Ooh, hot take soapbox. I think that illusion magic has the widest range of being like total trash to being amazing, depending on player creativity. I think that like player creativity plays the most role in illusion magic out of any magic. Like minor illusion is debatably the best cantrip in just available in D&D. Or it can be totally useless if if the person doesn't use it well. And so the deck of illusions also has a huge tendency to either be a magic item that just sits in someone's inventory and literally never gets used, or be something that people are using constantly to great effect. Illusion scales with imagination. You are so right. A minor illusion can be more devastating than a fireball, like straight up. And it is something that it's one of those things that is actually kind of hard to role play, especially if you're playing a caster that is maybe less wise, because you might think of a clever solution with illusion magic that your character might not think of. But it can't really work in reverse. Like, even if your character is supposed to be like very clever, they're not going to think of clever solutions for illusion magic that you don't think of. It's this weird disconnect where, like, up to a point, the game is the game, but up to a point, your characters kind of can't be more creative than you, even though they can be stronger and smarter and have a better memory. Creativity is kind of where the game ends, which is very interesting. I love the versatility of prestidigitation, as the ways you can use it are almost up to your imagination. That is very true. I will say, if I have the choice between minor illusion and prestidigitation, I personally almost always do take prestidigitation, but I still think that minor illusion might edge it out in terms of the variety of applications, but I think it's very debatable. And I think I could come down on either side.
Get their attention. I can draw them back through the bridge, using the illusions, taunting them along the way. They, of course, will give chase because they are idiots. And as soon as we get enough, we can all hack away at the bridge all you like, Grog. We can both burn it. We can hack and burn.
What kind of creatures can you make?
Well, that's all up to the deck.
It's up to the deck, or it's up to you?
It's up to the deck.
Let's try it.
Well, what if it's a scary thing that scares them away?
If I generate something such as exquisite as a red dragon, say, I'm sure somebody like the Mindful, if they do flee, then the camp will be empty, and we can search it and free the slaves. If not, they will give chase and they will come and bait it. Either way, it works in our favor.
Can I test something real quick? If I pull out the magic carpet, right?
I totally agree. Would you limit illusions to 1 sense for new players so they can focus on befuddling 1 sense at a time and build up to others with levels or confidence? I don't think I would give a distinct or hard limit on it. Like I wouldn't create a limit that's not there, but I would give them let's say encouragement. in that direction. And I mean minor illusion as it stands can only do a sound or an image. So, as it stands with minor illusion, you can only do one or the other at a time. But I think I know what you're asking of, like, oh, would you maybe limit it to where they can only do sound and grow in confidence and grow in creativity just doing sounds, and then open it up to images as well. And I don't think I would do that if they got the spell through their class, but I will say, if you want to build that into maybe like a custom, like uncommon item, so it's like the Ring of Illusions or something of that nature, to give to say a marshal or even a caster, where you give them this ring and they do start out only being able to cast the sound part of minor illusion, or the visual part. I think that's a very cool idea for a magic item that you give to maybe a newbie that's playing like a barbarian or a fighter or something like that. But if they're already playing a caster and they are supposed to have access to the spell, I wouldn't I shouldn't say arbitrarily. I wouldn't limit it just in kind of a attempt to make things easier for them. But I would give them a lot of encouragement to maybe stick to the sounds at first, or maybe stick to the image at first. But if there's a situation where they have a great idea for a sound and they've been trying to make images, I would never want to stifle that, But I do, but I don't want to stifle what you're saying either. I think that's a really cool idea for maybe a custom feat, or a magic item.
Take it back from whoever the fuck had it, and I step.
Potentially even a background feature, although that's getting pretty powerful for background features. But some background features are powerful.
And on it. Does it hold me up, or do I sink?
You get on top of the carpet and you will it to begin to shift, and the carpet around you lifts, but you are anchoring it to the ground.
So this is a big problem.
But he's got featherfall. You've got featherfall.
Yeah, which just slows my fall. It doesn't take me across.
Yeah. I do have levitate.
Yeah,
or
but
levitate or something, but we can tie a rope to you, and it makes you really light, and we can just drag you behind us. Yeah, that'll work.
Why do we need to fly, Grog?
In case we destroy the bridge.
Oh, don't worry about that, Grog. I'll just cast fly on you because I can fly.
You can just fly me?
Yes, we can both fly.
See, this is exactly what I was talking about before when I talked about how much I loved the moral dilemma of the prisoners being on the bridge over the chasm, so they couldn't just cut the bridge. Because at this level, they have so many tools and resources. It's like, or Orion's just like, oh, I can cast fly. Like, what? Why are we talking about this? I could just cast fly. So I think that working in moral dilemmas makes challenges much more engaging. But now that the moral dilemma is being removed, crossing the chasm for level 9 characters, especially when there's 7 of them, shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Okay.
And you can fly Trinket too.
Of course.
I'm down for doing
Let's do it! Fly
Are we?
So let's have a failsafe in case a few get across the bridge.
Let's also recap which plan we're going with. One of us creating a diversion and running away, or these mystical, magical,
I like the mystical,
weird
magical
dragon creatures. What if they scare them the other way?
It would have to be pretty scary, and then, hey, that works.
Yeah.
Like you said, the
Well, are we
be clear.
scaring them or are we luring them?
Also, might I
It's all
remind
up to the deck.
we're luring them, and also might I remind you all that they're being mind controlled by this. What was it? Illithid?
Davy Jones.
I feel like we should drag
The
the
Illithid.
but
And
okay.
if the Illithid recognizes that your things are false, then he's not going to send his men
That's true.
off to
Or he may
chase
send
them.
them to kill whoever is creating the illusion.
However,
Exactly.
if we were
Either way, they're coming for us.
Maybe we could create a distraction and bring them away from the tunnel's entrance, and we can just sneak around them. No?
Again, Matt being nice and quiet.
Did you see
Letting
the way?
the players talk,
what
letting them
to
plan.
sneak through the village to the tunnel? No, not all 7 of us.
Relying on
And a
his
bear?
intuition and his knowledge that one of them will push the button. I am circling Travis right now, but, Scanlan might push the button. Vax might eventually do it. They have a couple of button pushers where Matt has trust in his players that if they are getting too down in the weeds, that there are a couple of characters that will push things forward.
Are you crazy? Come on.
Oh no, he's trying.
And as a DM, if you do see your players getting stuck in analysis paralysis, there are kind of two things to look at. Either look at it and say, okay, is something about the way that I'm presenting challenges causing this analysis, or are the players not taking enough action? Because there are kind of two sides of this coin. If you're a DM where every other door is fake, 3/4 of the chests are mimics, that every hallway has a pitfall, like maybe they're gonna have a bit of analysis paralysis. But if they're sitting there and they're taking too long, having a very candid conversation with them afterwards of the session ends, maybe they sat there and they just planned for half the session. Sitting there after the session and kind of breaking it down with them and saying, hey guys, like, I had a lot of fun. That was really great. I did notice that you guys are taking a lot of time to plan. Is that fun for you? Or maybe one of you should think about, maybe being a more button pusher, action man sort of role. And if you notice that you're getting too bogged down, you push forward. Having candid conversations with your characters, with your players like that throughout the life of the campaign is super important. Having those conversations in session 0 is important as a base, but repeating those conversations over and over and over throughout the campaign is how you keep things nice and healthy, and you make sure that everyone is having fun and things aren't kind of fizzling.
To kill us. All right.
I'll stay on this side of the bridge. Who wants to go be a distraction? Who wants to be the bait? Who's real fast?
Well, wait. Are we doing his bait or are we doing a real bait?
I don't.
We can try both.
What if you cast something big and they turn us against us? That could suck.
Oh, it's fake. It's just
it's an illusion.
hologram.
Oh, and I'll also point out, I know I'm spending a lot of time on this, but I actually think that this dynamic right now is pretty instructive. Grog, so far, and Scanlan have both been action men, but they are both kind of nervous about these two overlapping plans. At this point, when the action men are like, we don't know what decision to make, and we will, probably feel bad about pushing the action forward because these are two very distinct plans. At this point, the leader needs to step in. Vax has been relatively quiet. He hasn't been as quiet as Percy, but we talked about that earlier. That's, IRL stuff. At this point, someone needs to take charge. He's the idea man. He came up with one of the plans. Someone else came up with another one of the plans. I think it was maybe Laura, maybe Scanlan, maybe Vax. I don't remember. But at this point, Vax, acting as the leader, needs to make a decision. He needs to say, okay, we're doing this. Fucking break. And, if someone does feel overridden in character, if players out of character feel overridden, that's an interpersonal problem that you guys need to hash out afterwards. But if characters feel overridden, like you didn't take my plan, the character, not the player, that makes great drama. That's great drama. That's conflict. That's character moments. That's great. So sometimes making choices, as long as all the players are cool, making choices that might upset a character are very valid. And sometimes are good for later and can keep the current pace moving.
Well, how about we throw one of those and send... How about 50-50 it? One fake, one real. One of us, one of the cards.
I'll go.
Somebody be Gambit.
We really just need somebody to keep them from running through that tunnel. We need some way to keep them from going.
Can you send a card that looks like a dragon on the other in the tunnel, and then they run towards us?
Oh, wait.
What's wrong with them running away from us?
Oh, snaps.
Actually have a spell while I was reading through my book last night, catching up on the spells that I kind of forgot about. I learned something called hallucinatory terrain, where I can make the entire terrain look like whatever I want.
Other terrain or an animal?
Other terrain.
They're mind controlled.
So what I can do is...
You can make the chasm look like it's solid ground.
Can you make the chasm look like It's solid ground.
I can make the chasm look like a solid ground. I can
Can she
make
do
the
that?
I can make the tunnel across the way look like it's caved in.
Make the big chasm look solid ground. They'll fall
That's
off
a
the
great
edge.
That's a great idea, but
I'll throw
let's
the
stack,
illusion on the fake land.
let's stack the deck, alright? I'm still going to be live bait because I have an inkling that thing, whatever it is,
It's
with
gonna
tentacles
see
on
through
its
that.
face, is going to see through it. So if we've
Okay.
got one real half-elf
That is interesting. I'm reading hallucinatory terrain because that is not how I understood it, but it is very debatable as to whether or not you could make thin air look like normal terrain. I think it's possible. I you know what, if I was, and this is the thing, is as a DM, if you're uncertain about a ruling, you just say something. You look at it for minimum 20 seconds. And if you're unsure, you make a decision and you roll with it. They're not asking Matt at the moment, but I think they might. We'll see. But it's, you know, you make natural terrain in a 150-foot cube look, smell like some other sort of natural terrain. Thus, open fields can resemble a swamp hill, whatever. So it's unclear if you can make just thin air look like that. Thin air's kind of a terrain, technically. But I'm uncertain. So as a DM, I don't quite know. And so in my mental head, it's like, okay, this is a check mark to talk to my players about after the session. I'm going to make a ruling right now. I'm going to say, hey, you're allowed to do that because in my head, if I'm debating between the two options, one of them is cooler, which is saying yes. And so I'm going to say yes, it's cooler. And then after the session, we'll never retcon anything, but we'll say, you know, was that a case of like wild magic where maybe a spell did something it shouldn't have been able to? So this is something that, again, we talk about like bringing things up after the session. This is another example of something where I would say, yes, you can do that. And then after the session, I would gather all the players around and I would be like, okay, this is the actual text of the spell. Are we sure that it can make thin air into whatever terrain we want? I do wish that I had Matt's skill of listening and not letting anything show on his face so that they don't change their plans just because he smiled or something akin to that. It's a hard skill to learn. It's something that I was just talking earlier about how I struggle with. He's so good at just passively intaking and letting them do their thing and have fun and role play and make plans. Yeah, that sort of poker face is hard to learn. And I very much struggle with it, but I've started to, my solution has been to be almost over the top with my faces so that they never know what's like a fake face or a real face.
in the mix.
That also, that comes into a joke that I posted pretty early on in one of my TikToks where I talked, I mean, half a joke, half not a joke, where sometimes, especially if we're in person, and you know, I have my screen set up, I will just roll dice sometimes. Like I'll just pick, like they'll just be like doing their thing and I'll just like roll a die. No reaction. Die doesn't mean anything. It's not there for, I'm not doing it for any particular reason. It's just to keep them on their toes. I'll separate that from the rest of, most of the advice I've given in this video, I stand by and truly believe is very good advice. My tendency to just roll things for no reason, I don't know if that's good. I don't know if I would take that part of my DMing and pass it on. It's something that gives me joy as someone who likes little harmless pranks, to just kind of fuck with my players like that. But it's I don't know if it's necessarily good. I don't know if I'd recommend it.
He'll focus on me, so I'll take the flying carpet and tie it around my back.
Are you good with hauling ass? Okay, as long as you can haul ass.
Right. So I take the rug from Grog and I roll it up and I tie it. I have a rope to tie it in my back.
It's a big rug on your back.
Saddle up. Let's do it.
It's a very big rug. What's your strength?
It is.
It's a big ass rug.
Wait,
it'd be like
14?
carrying a room
Okay,
rug.
it won't be cumbersome necessarily.
Before Vax leaves.
Wait.
They do random phantom rolls to put the players. Dude, I'm telling you, it's again, you know, it depends on the vibe of the campaign. It depends on, you know, if you even want the players to be on their toes or not. But yeah, man, if the players are getting too complacent, or that's one of my strategies to combating analysis paralysis is, if my action man, if my button pusher hasn't pushed the scene forward as quickly as I think they should have, if I'm feeling the pacing drop, yeah, dude, sometimes I'll just take a D20 and spin that shit. And sometimes, and I do hidden traps sometimes. Sometimes I do like wandering monsters. There are a lot of times I have like danger clocks that I do roll for and that are real rolls, but sometimes I mix a phantom roll in there just to see what happens. DMs did that all the time. It gave everyone at the table instant anxiety. Yeah. And I mean, you don't want your characters to live in a constant state of fear. That's actually what breeds analysis paralysis, is if they're in too much fear. But using it sparingly to ratchet things up, oh man, it's a fun strat.
Might I interject? I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
You will be hauling ass away from the charging.
No, I'm staying
Just him.
on our side of the bridge.
On our side.
Our side.
But he's got a rug. He's got the flying carpet.
So we're gonna make them hallucinate.
So when you get all the way to the other side of the bridge, then we're gonna chop.
Territory that is in fact very
No, we're gonna chop it when they start coming
Everyone
across
like
the
Green
bridge.
Man.
We're hoping that they're gonna just fall off the edge instead.
Run off the
There you go.
edges. Which side are we gonna chop it on? Our side
Once
or their
he gets
side?
back to our side.
Our side.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
They
what's
come
the
back,
bridge made of?
everybody
Is it
falls
just
in.
rope and
Rope.
wood?
From what it looks like, it is rope and stone platforms. Like
On
slats
both sides?
of stone that then the rope is tied around. It's a
Okay.
very, very thick, hefty twine.
All right,
We can cut
so
through that.
Tiberius and Vax are going over.
All right.
Do it.
Before Bax leaves, I just put my hands on his shoulders and I cast Enhance Ability on him and give him a dexterity boost.
Okay.
I'm also going to sing a little song
So you have
for
advantage
both
on
of
all
them
dex rolls.
So what's the boost?
to
How's
inspire
it?
them.
You have
Yep.
you have advantage on all
Advantage.
dex rolls.
On all dex rolls. All right.
If that comes to
Great,
that.
because that's how I attack.
Well, on advantage on dex ability checks.
Ability
It's like
checks.
acrobatics,
All
things
right.
like that. Bit of hand.
Scanlan.
Fun fact, that includes initiative. If I'm remembering my fun fact correctly, I have a couple of D&D fun facts, but I'm almost positive that enhance ability on dexterity gives you advantage on initiative rolls, because initiative rolls are technically a dex check.
Singing.
Self.
Oh yes, I'll sing an inspiration song for both of them.
Okay, so
I'm stating that confidently. I'm about 70% sure that that's right.
Hey baby,
But we need to-
dwarves say, hey baby, run to the bridge and fall down.
all right. So, so inspiration dice to Vax and who else?
This works.
Vax and who else gets inspiration dice? Good.
Oh, I'm sorry. These two, Grog and Vax.
Okay, so both of you guys have a D8
Oh,
of inspiration
you
dice
going
you can
too?
spend.
Yeah, no, Grog isn't going. Tiberius is going.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
Tiberius and Vax.
You
then.
go
There you
too.
But Tiberius, walk on a bit behind me now. I'm going to walk up to the edge of town and I'm going to shout.
Oh
Okay.
my god!
So before this happens,
So
where's everyone
what?
placed?
Yeah, where are you guys going?
You guys are across the bridge.
Yes.
Where's the rest of you?
I'm going to set up across. I'm going to set up on our side of the bridge. I'm going to set up the bad news gun and get ready to train it on whatever might try and.
Are there any
Okay.
big rock formations that I can sort of use as a shelter and kind of stay behind that, but also peek around?
About 20 feet off from the edge on the goblin side, there is one outcropping of like a large stalagmite that you could probably get behind.
Oh, on the goblin side.
The goblin side. Do you want to be on their
I
side?
want to be on our side.
Your side, meaning the side.
And this is something that I talked about earlier when it comes to theater of the mind and whiteboards. Oh man. Oh, that's a title for a long right there. Ooh, might make that someday. But when it comes to theater of the mind, drawing out not a map necessarily. I wouldn't even go so far as to be so generous as to call it a map. But drawing out very abstract symbols. I think it's best if they are kind of spatially relative. So you say, okay, if the bridge is like a line, if it's the thickness of the line, the chasm's about this big, and kind of drawing all of that out on a whiteboard, nothing specific. It's just like you take like another color pen and be like, this boundary area is where the camp is. Don't even get detailed of like, oh, it's denser over here or no, just, okay, this general area is the camp. This big area is the cave. These lines are the chasm. This is the bridge. These are the exits. That's it. And just that visual reference makes this sort of communication easier. So instead of saying my side, your side, goblin side, this, that, the other, it is so much easier to point on a map and say the stalagmite is here-ish. And then if they ask for distances, that's fine. That's them getting more detailed, but it's not them being confused. And even with that conversation that Grog and Scanlan were having about which side they're cutting the rope on, you have another player with another whiteboard marker, and it's like, okay, we're cutting the rope here, circled, done. So, I don't recommend getting super detailed with every single room you go into, every single situation you're in. But I do recommend, especially for a place where you're going to spend a decent amount of time, drawing a very abstract representation of the area.
Side that the war camp is on.
No, I thought we were all on the other side of the bridge.
We're going to stay on the side that doesn't have all the bad guys.
Right. There's the goblin side, which is the first where you guys first went through. There's the bridge, and then there's the war camp side.
Goblin side.
All right, so you're on goblin side for you, goblin side for Grog, goblin side for Percy setting up the bad news. You're crazy.
Oh yeah,
gun.
gonna be great.
Run that, but you guys
and Scanlan as well.
I'm gonna be
safer side.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be.
So they're still side conversing about it because it was.
Can I be like halfway in between on the bridge? Is that a bad idea?
You can do that. It's up to you.
Go for it. You can fly.
Can she fly?
Turn into a bird.
I can
She's a
turn into a
druid.
bird.
Oh, you can turn into a bird.
Yeah.
How long does your spell cast? Your spell last?
Shut up. Which one?
Your illusion spell.
It's a concentration thing, so as long as I can keep it up.
So maybe you should do that.
Oh, for up to 24 hours, actually. It's not a concentration spell.
So how far does it reach?
300 feet.
What's 300
150 square feet.
Right, okay.
And it looks, sounds, smells like some other sort of natural terrain.
So what are you going to make the terrain look like? What is your
So what I'm doing, whenever we, can I make it look like there's a cave-in happening through the tunnel?
Keyleth, what if you
No.
fudged it so the cliff
Well, that's what I'm
looked
gonna
like
do.
it went 30 feet further
Yeah, what I'm
out?
going to do, I just want the terrain to look on my side. I want
Close
the
to
terrain
what
to
they're
look
used to.
exactly like what it is, but I just want to stretch it out a little bit so it looks like they've got like an extra running space.
Okay.
Yes, if it
Okay,
looks
so like an
too
additional
different.
40 or so feet out from the actual
Yes,
outside.
of actual, like the
Okay.
bridge is
Okay.
an extra 40 feet away.
The actual ceiling is maybe about 120 feet up, so it might be a little hard to do that and cause a cave-in type
Okay,
illusion.
then I'll do that. Then I'm gonna just, you know what? I'm gonna stay on the opposite side of the bridge, and I'm gonna focus on making that illusion.
Okay, cool. So you go ahead and you cast
Damn, that is wild that that's not concentration. I just went and looked at that.
hallucinatory terrain.
Yep.
You now see an additional 40 feet of the cliff stretches
It looks
out.
very realistic.
And you can actually see
Thank
the
you.
bridge looks attached to it. It's a very, very convincing illusion. And you kind of have to remind yourself that it's an illusion just so you don't
be
fall
careful,
for it either.
guys. Please be careful.
All right, so you're kind of chilling in the middle of the bridge. All right, the rest of you are
Alright,
on
I'm
the
on
other
the
side.
outside of the bridge.
Outside of the bridge.
I'm with them.
Okay, so you're off the bridge now.
God, yeah.
All right, so now Tiberius, Vax, you guys walk across the bridge, keeping grip on the little side rails, feeling it rock to and fro from the continuous warm bellowing of wind up from the cavern beneath you. Eventually, you bring your way across. What looks like you should be stepping on the terrain is still the bridge, and it takes you a minute once again to adjust to the fact that you're still going across the bridge, but it looks like rocky terrain. Eventually, you make to the other side. You grab purchase on stone. Looking ahead of you, you can see about 60 feet ahead of you the outskirts of the war camp.
Okay. Tiberius, you wait here, ready to run. I take Tiberius by the arm like this. Vox Machina.
Vox Machina.
Okay, so I stealthily walk.
They said it. The name of the show is what? This is Vox Machina.
Walk up the closing distance to the edge of town. I stand there. I click my boots of haste together.
As he runs off, I cast greater invisibility on myself.
All right.
I cast Fly on myself, and I hover.
Both of those are concentration spells.
Oh,
you can only have one
man.
of those up at any given point in time.
Yep. I was
cast
just
Fly
about to
then.
say.
Okay.
Yes.
So floating up. Okay.
And I kind of go right there, and I'm at enough edge to where her illusions are.
Okay.
That's where I kind of put that. But
All right.
over a bridge just in case I fall.
Okay. All right. So you're now just kind of hovering above the bridge now. I
just click the boots.
You feel the sudden surge of magical energy through your body, like adrenaline just pumping into your system.
And I cry out full voice, "Listen up, you walking prawn! Doom has come for you today! Step forth, you slimy bastard!"
As he does that, I toss out 3 cards.
All right.
Oh gosh.
Oh god.
Your trolls can't save you!
I love the bike
Okay.
flip.
Right at the rim of where the illusion.
I will find you.
It has
No
been
matter
a
how
while.
far!
It's been a while since
How
this
long?
goes. All right.
Oh, the gray part.
Okay.
And then we have, of course, behind
I
him.
love
shuffle these,
naming
right?
your
Yes.
adventuring parties. By the way, I think naming your adventuring party is cool, and gives the characters a fun frame of reference in game.
All right. This will be very, very interesting.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, they're struggling.
This is a good plan.
You got your dice.
Sure,
You got your
great
dice.
plan.
Are you convincing
Use your
yourself,
dice.
or-
Use your
This is
dice.
a good
Oh no, these
plan.
dice. Use
Hey,
your
we're on the
cards.
safe side.
These are
We're
cards.
Yes. We're good.
We're
So-
fine.
Yeah, I'm with you guys.
Hmm.
No, we're fine.
So currently, one of the cards bursts, and you can see rising up from its energy
What is it?
this awful-looking humanoid, skeletal, undead creature with long golden red robes, with this like gnarled gold crown, these glowing blue eyes, and just pure arcane energy, with this across this horribly gnarled skeletal face. There stands this hideous-looking lich cackling to itself with
Ace
magical
of
energy
spades.
swirling about it.
2 of spades. Change, damn it. I'm looking at Pathfinder right now.
Ace 2 and 2.
Tiberius, can we hit it and quit it?
All right.
What are the other ones?
The other one, poof, and you see before you a kind of.
Flip them over. They have good graphics on the cards.
Oh, good. It's nice. The in fact, they're poof for the smoke. You see what looks like some sort of a human, kind of long fighting warrior, grizzled, ready to fight, has a big old long sword out, armored up in scale mail. One eye is kind of wounded, and he just kind of sits there and growls with his blade ready. The third card.
Cool. Warrior of some kind.
From the smoke appears a red-skinned dragonborn with long blue robes.
Yes!
A staff with a glowing beam of light on it. You
Must be
see,
the Joker.
you see an exact duplicate of Tiberius now as the 3 illusions stand.
That's perfect.
These cards are now spent, correct?
No, they exist until I dispel them.
Right, I mean, like, but the actual cards don't go back to the deck, do they?
Yes, they do.
They do? Okay, good. All right, keep that in mind. Okay. As the shout out, the card illusion appears. You see about 5 or 6 Durgar kind of look out from a nearby tent and go, and then start running towards the center of the town.
Come here, bitches.
About 20 seconds pass. And then you start hearing this. It sounds like a drum beat.
Cut the rope. Cut the rope.
Not
No. Leave Max there. Let's go.
At this point, you now see.
Oh yeah, no, he's Tiberius is incorrect. Maybe it's a Pathfinder thing, but with the deck of illusions, I was wondering because it's an uncommon item. When the illusion ends, the image on the card disappears, and that card can't be used again. I was wondering because that's for an uncommon item. That would be very powerful.
About 16 Duragar come running out from the center of town, armored, weapons drawn, a few with crossbows, 2 trolls and an ogre charging out. You see the ogre is holding this giant, looks like a stone slab for one of its cubs, and the 2 trolls just come with their claws open, rushing right towards you and the illusions.
I start flipping.
I command the Lich to start doing one of his glowy spells, and and through him I go, "Come for us, your death awaits."
All right.
And I flip the double birds and start walking backwards a little bit.
Just watch your step.
I command the
straight back.
As you're stepping back, 4 of the Duragar immediately take, using their inertia, pull and release javelins in your direction.
Yes.
Oh God!
That's fine. That's fine.
All right. What's your AC?
Oh gosh.
My AC is 19.
All right. You take 2 javelins.
I'm going to use Uncanny Dodge. For anything I can see, I can dodge for half damage if I need to.
All right. Good to know. The first one strikes you in the...
Important thing about Uncanny Dodge is it uses your reaction, so you can only do it once to one attack. But either way, something that another creator, the illustrious Nico from Dice Brain, introduced me to the other day that I have already implemented in my home game is having your in Roll20. You know how, in Roll20 you have like everyone's nameplates at the bottom. They put their AC number on the nameplate. So it's like, for my character, it's like 16, and then my name, so that the DM never has to ask for our AC again. It's just right there in the nameplate, which makes it hyper convenient. When I used to play in person, everyone had little cards, like almost like note cards, and it had character name, AC, passive perception, passive investigation, passive insight, just like a couple of scores that were useful passive scores. Having those all for really quick reference it takes a lot of time. AC for armor and PP for passive perception is also super good. Yup, exactly. I think that's exactly how Nico does it. And yeah, it makes because the process of the DM asking for your AC every single hit to know if things hit or not. Is it annoying? It also, I will say, if you're a DM that likes to play information light, I know it's become very popular in recent years to like roll in front of players or to like do a lot of things out in front of the screen, which is totally fine. I don't knock that style of play, but I'm definitely the type of DM that likes to have a lot of stuff behind the screen. And if I don't have to ask you for your AC, it becomes much easier. And I don't have to say like, does a blank hit? It becomes a lot faster, and like it becomes a little bit more intriguing of like, oh, what did they roll? And it keeps a little bit of the mystery intact.
Torso for a total of...
But I will say that is purely stylistic on like the mystery behind the screen nature of things. That is total style. I don't think that either one is better or worse.
11 damage.
Oh, okay.
The other one hits you for a total of...
AC 18, PP 10.
8 damage.
Exactly,
is that the halved or...
No, we can choose to have one. It's up to you. You choose which one.
So it was 11
or the higher
and 8?
one. Yeah, so it'd be 6.
Okay, 6 and 8. Okay, 14.
14 points of damage. These javelins just hit you like, oh, that's right. They have range.
Right. I knew this was coming.
You can immediately see one of the trolls goes and lunges forward and slashes at the lich, just passing through its form.
He lunges at the lich?
Yeah.
Sweet!
Lunges through and kind of loses its footing for a second, stops and kind of looks angry, turns around and starts slashing at it again.
I'm
isn't
like,
he on the playground?
yes.
Lich?
Yeah. He's like right at the edge.
Right at the
because
precipice?
I can't throw the cards on the playground. Well,
Yeah. So the troll kind of
They're right at the edge.
steps forward, and he's right there. The troll turns around and starts slashing. The other one goes right for the veteran, and goes running right off the edge.
Was that a troll?
That was a troll. Just the ogre goes running forward towards you.
Yes.
And they're just the speed. They're the first ones to get there. Durgar has tiny legs.
where's the roll for initiative, man?
That's very interesting, Sam. I like that. I think that the D&D has some of that sort of deal with the passive scores that I think more DMs should utilize. But having the DM roll for it is very good for suspense. And actually, that brings in one of my favorite homebrew that I used in my last game that I DM'd. Which is my favorite homebrew rule is that the DM rolls death saves. Now, I've seen the DM rolls death saves rule in a variety of types. It has a few different incarnations. One is like, oh, the DM rolls death saves in front of everyone. DM rolls death saves and only tells the player who's downed. And there's also just the DM rolls death saves completely privately. I did completely privately, but I actually think that next time I'm going to share the result only with the downed player. But you know, and just be like, hush, hush, you can't say anything. But I do really, I really like the private rolling aspect of that. And that Pathfinder rule sounds interesting.
You're already back.
This is what I'm saying. What are you doing? This is your reactionary point. We're just taking this. This isn't a battle.
Okay,
This is
yeah, now I'm backing it up. I'm running, man.
Especially, oh my gosh. Okay, my brain's going now about that Pathfinder thing, because that kind of not necessarily solves, but it addresses the problem of like, oh, I rolled a 2 on perception. I see nothing. And also the like, oh, I rolled a 19 and there's nothing there. So the DM just is like, you don't see anything. It sort of solves that interaction because the players have no idea what was rolled. So they don't know if they just rolled bad or if there's legitimately nothing there. Or vice versa. What if they do see something? They don't know if that thing is fake because they rolled low. They don't know if it's real because they rolled really high. That's an interesting rule. I kind of fuck with that.
All right, so you go charging back onto the bridge. As you go running, all right, both trolls and the ogre have just gone off the side. You hear them screaming as they tumble into the darkness.
I'm laughing as I run.
Okay. About 4.
I also will make a comment about the entire situation that the group finds themselves in right now. This is a situation where they explicitly cannot win if they try to take it head on. There's literally just like, there's assumingly dozens, if not hundreds of Duragar, these trolls, the Illithid. They have to do clever, fun things in order to whittle things down, which I think is so dope, especially for high-level characters, but even for low-level characters. Placing them in a situation where there's no shot that they can do it unless they get wacky and creative, and then as a DM, you get to hyper reward fun plays. So this play, if the trolls were the only enemy in the entire camp, it might feel a little weird to just have them run off the side. But the fact that they are just one of the enemies in this giant camp with tons of enemies makes it so easy for the DM to be like, hell yeah, great idea, look at this cool result. So I think that especially for high-level characters, this sort of situation is really fun and allows them to do a lot of fun things. Hot take idea that has kind of nothing to do with current convo. What's your favorite system to DM in or have DM'd in? Ooh, I have mainly only DM'd in 5e, so I can't make too much of a statement. I've played in 3.5. I've played very minorly in Blades in the Dark. I've played like one session of Pathfinder. So I'm currently learning the rules for Call of Cthulhu. But yeah. So I don't honestly know that I have enough experience to talk too much outside of 5e in terms of like what my favorite is. I do really love DMing in 5e though. I'll give 5e a lot of shit a lot of time, but it has a lot of huge strengths, and like for all its weaknesses, there is a reason that it's dominant. That those reasons are very complicated, and there's a lot of kind of externalities there, but it is a good system. Sam, even when getting details, you don't know if you got a 19 and a 20 would have shown a trap in the back of your head. Yeah, exactly. Sam, I'm loving this idea. I could see myself implementing that at my table tomorrow of DM rolls, perception rolls behind the screen. That's interesting. But Lancer is worth a shot if you like mechs and building your own machine of war. That sounds fun. That's really interesting. Lancer. Sam, I think you commented about Lancer, about the Popcorn Initiative, which I actually thought about the Popcorn Initiative a lot more, and it's something that I might bring into... I don't know if I would try it at like the beginning of a campaign, just because I'm not sure how I would like it and like interact with it. But I think actually in my next one shot that I run in 5e, I'm going to try that Lancer Popcorn Initiative that you talked about. I am, I have my skepticisms of potential weaknesses with it. But I think I'm going to give it a shot. I don't know if I take away dice rolling from players. I'm pro private death saving rolls just between you and DM, but otherwise I'd keep the players doing their rolls. It's tough because rolling the clacky math rocks are like one of the big draws of tabletop role playing games. And players do love to roll. I think I'm especially interested in it when it comes specifically to perception because it's so common. But I do see what you're saying. It is a little bit risky. It's something I really like testing out homebrew rules and one shots. Don't take away my math rocks. I agree. But I really love testing out new homebrew rules in one shots and seeing how they go. So maybe in the next time I do a 5e one shot, I'm currently writing one up. I might look at some of these for some interesting homebrew, and see, kind of interview my players afterwards, and see what they think.
Or Duragar also goes spilling over the side, screaming.
And that is, if you're running long-term campaigns, I do recommend occasionally doing some one-shots for multiple reasons. Letting other people DM, trying out new character styles, group compositions, but also some homebrew rules. If there are some homebrew that you've been considering for your campaign, have someone write up a one-shot, give the group maybe a break from the overall campaign, and try out some homebrew rules and see how your group likes them. My math rocks need a purpose, otherwise I have 45 sets. You have 45 sets so that you can lock them in jail when they're misbehaving. That's why you have 45 sets. You need replacements. You need new recruits to throw into the wood chipper. That's why. If the player rolls a bad perception, to me, it allows them to yes and what they were preoccupied with instead of seeing what they were supposed to see. That, John, that is a great point. It does... The role is only as good as the as the player making it. I don't know if that phrase made sense. I'm gonna say it did. I think that there's a big layer of metagaming in a fun way, where you look at a mechanical outcome and you find a way to RP it in a fun way within game. I think it's something that new groups struggle a lot with. It's definitely something that my group was not very good at, I would say, until recent years. We've been playing off and on together for 10. And maybe until like the past 3 or 4, we were not very good at players narratively driving bad results. It was always very much on the DM to tell the players bad results in a fun way. And they were still very down with fun bad consequences. But I think in recent years, my players and the people I play with have gotten a lot better at coming up with their own fun RP for bad rolls. So that you make a very good point, John, that rolling behind the screen, things like perception, does take away that opportunity for RP. So you really have to consider what sort of tones you're going for within your game. Are you going for a more gritty, maybe mystery-driven experience? Or are you going for maybe a more fun, very adventure, high, very octane heavy driven version of it where things are wacky and exploding all the time? I think these homebrew rules can do a lot to reinforce themes that you're going for. Are you gonna do this stream react comment for one shot Critical Role does mid campaign? Yeah, Yeah, totally. I mean, okay, here's a peek behind the curtain, Anna. I've been looking for good D&D live content that isn't just actual play, and things that like I enjoy doing live because I love the live format. I love being able to talk directly to you guys. This is so much more fun for me than like scripting shorts and longs. I do like that a lot, but this sort of live interaction is what I love about entertaining and talking about D&D. So, I mean, the reason that I'm so happy that this format especially is really kind of getting purchased and that people are liking it is because like I'll do this for everything. So like my hope and my kind of my goal with this is to do all of campaign 1, and then maybe do like a Dimension 20 run. So maybe I've already seen part of Fantasy High, so I don't think that would be as good. But maybe do another Dimension 20 campaign, and kind of alternate for a little bit between Dimension 20 and Critical Role, watching them back and forth. Maybe if I'm, not enjoying the campaign as much one month, or I just want to shake it up a little bit, I'll go and look at some of the one-shots. But yeah, I'm loving this format. I'm so energized. I'm so jazzed. And I'm really excited to do more. I'll tell you that. I'll take first watch for the night, rolls a 2. I've got diarrhea and I'm bad at watching for enemies. Yeah. There's a lot of room for creative interpretation there, John. Good test period for alternative homebrew rules is fights with unique layer mechanics, or, for example, trying Popcorn Initiative in the Feywild, both to drive the difference and to test. Sam, that is a great point. That is a really good idea. I like that a lot. I'm a really huge proponent of changing rules. I never thought about it in terms of like test periods for homebrew rules, but I'm always a big fan of like having wild magic zones, saying like, oh, on this continent magic works slightly differently, to drive home thematic differences. And you make a great point about like choosing weird or different sections of your campaign and trying out homebrew rules to really hit home the theme that this is a very different place. That's awesome. Oh, thank you, Anna. I'm super excited for it. I hope that you guys like it and have fun with it. Popcorn Initiative. This is something that Sam left in the comments, I think, of last video, or maybe the first the first Critical Role watch through. It's, I believe, from Lancer TTRPG, where essentially you start out on the player's side, and the players every single round like choose who goes first. So the players like as a table say like, okay, you go first. And then they take their turn, and then it passes back to the DM. And the DM then picks a monster to move. And so you kind of popcorn back and forth of like the DM's side goes, and you just pick a monster to go that hasn't gone that round. And then the player's side goes, and the players pick a player that hasn't gone that round. And then eventually when you whittle it down, and like one side is like out of combatants that haven't taken turns, then the other side just goes through all of their combatants until the next round. I was talking about it in the comments with Sam. Dynamic initiative. I think like at base, I am kind of skeptical of, because it essentially takes the bookkeeping of starting, at the beginning of combat, everyone rolls initiative. It's a big break in the pace. It's, a fucking hard stop into mechanics land. And, you have to take and write down everyone's initiative. Everyone rolls. You roll for all the monsters. But then you get it all out of the way, and then you don't have to think about it for the rest of combat, unless there's, a new combatant. Which I do think is a strength of static initiative types, where you determine the initiative through some mechanism, and then it's there for the rest of the fight. So the longer the fight goes, the more valuable or beneficial that static initiative was, because you've kind of offset the bookkeeping time to the actual play time. Whereas with dynamic initiative, when you're redetermining initiative every single round, even if it's faster, there are some dynamic initiatives that are much faster than determining standard initiative. But the longer the fight goes, that little bit of bookkeeping at the beginning of every round can start to kind of slow down the pace disproportionately to what a static initiative would have. I do like Popcorn out of all the dynamic initiative types I've seen. Popcorn does seem very interesting, and so that's why I'm interested in it. It frees up the party and DM who should act first and last, making it fluid in different rounds, but can load tail end enemies with dogpiling. It's a very interesting method. I would have to try it out in a lot of different settings, because I'm worried that it could feel significantly different depending on the number of combatants. And I don't know if that's a good thing or not. I haven't decided yet. I'm very interested in it, and I'm very curious. I want to experiment on it. It might even be the concept and the subject of an entire video, just looking at some possibilities with it. I feel like IR has potential to be problematic if the same player get to go first every encounter, leaving players like Sam, who aren't big hitters or surprise attackers, feeling left out. It does. I'll kind of piggyback one of my concerns onto that. That's in a similar ballpark. Is it has the potential. It has the potential for analysis paralysis, where you're now bringing in an extra strategic decision make into every single round, and it does have the potential for one person to become the default good person to go first. But I don't know if in actual play the combat might be dynamic enough to where you are picking other people to go first pretty often, or you're wanting to position someone before another enemy gets a chance to roll. I don't know. I think it's risky. And it's why I want to test it, but I think it has some significant upsides and some significant potential downsides. But anyhow, I'll leave that potentially to its own video. We'll see.
Screaming as they tumble into the darkness. The rest of them stop and kind of look around.
I start as that's happening. I start to pull back and float away, and I'm commanding all of my guys to come through the bridge, because I can command them within 30 feet. Correct. So they're all within 30 feet of me, retreating as well.
Okay. As this is happening, you can now see some of the members of the Duragar that are now at the edge are some of the elite guard with the blackened armor you saw. They both kind of step forward and put their foot out, feeling for purchase. Give a nod, pull out their swords, and start hacking at the bridge immediately.
Oh shit. All right, taking a shot.
Does our aim reach? Our ranged attacks, do they reach?
He's got it.
Huh?
Do our ranged attacks reach?
From this distance, you're going to be at a serious penalty.
I'm not.
You don't, because
I'm taking that shot because I can shoot forever.
Go for it.
I'm untying the carpet quickly.
You just have a limited range. That's interesting.
Oh, for the love of God and all that is holy.
Oh no.
Misfire. I gotta.
I can at least try, right?
You go ahead and roll. As you're disadvantaged.
Yeah, so hard.
So she's up. And there's a slight delay, and you wonder why isn't it working? And this horrible explosion sound bursts out as you can now see black and red smoke pouring out the front of the barrel of bad news, and it burns your hands for a second. You're like, shit, take a second.
Right. So I gotta stop and clean.
Yeah. However, because you were unable to halt that, both of those Duragar take shots at the bridge. Both hit with their swords.
Are you on the carpet, Vax?
Who's getting it out?
As you're running and pulling the carpet out, the bridge cut clean and begins to thaw out from under you.
Okay.
You go pulling out the
acrobatics check.
Using dex saves.
This is going to go ahead and be a dex check now.
You've got advantage.
You do.
Okay, good, because the first roll was a 1. The second roll was a 19. plus 9 is 28.
Oh my god.
All right. You pull out the carpet. As you're going to set it down, as you feel the bridge beginning to like give out from under you, you feel this creepy sensation pushing towards the back of your head. You guys looking across, you can see now a familiar cloaked figure has emerged.
Clean your gun!
I'm cleaning my gun.
Go ahead and make a willpower saving.
I survived a free fall, and you hit me with that right after. Yeah, will save.
Willpower save.
So that's
Charisma, wisdom.
what is it? I've never done that. That's
at the top of your sheet above your stats, or to the right of your stats. Oh, it's your wisdom. Sorry.
Wisdom. Okay.
Wisdom.
Dude, I was confused too. I was like, what the heck? Fighting a wormhole plane rift time lapse could use popcorn initiative to drive away the shifting nature of combat. To my own bane, I love crunch, but always check if my players agree with the crunch. Hey man, crunch is totally fine. Crunch, power gaming, metagaming, wargaming, all of it has its place. It has its tones, its themes, and as long as the table is on board with the themes and the type of game that you're running, you're all good. Crunch is this is actually kind of a test. It's a colloquial term to, in my experience, describe a more numbers and mechanics driven experience. So really like so people a lot of times will say that 3.5 edition was crunchier, or sometimes not grittier, but had more crunch than 5e, because 3.5 had this tendency to give you like +1 for this, +2 for that, +3 for this, whereas 5e genericized all of that into the generic advantage and disadvantage. And just like everything gives you advantage or disadvantage. Not very few things give you like +1 to this save or something. So that kind of stacking mechanics, very number driven, that's crunch. People call Pathfinder say has more crunch than 5e. I always explain crunch as rules heavy complex. That's fair. I hope you can make a spreadsheet or do speed math. That's why it's not always something conducive with 5e. Yeah. 5e is, and 5e is still a relatively crunchy system. There are systems that genericize things even further. The one that immediately comes to mind is City of Mist. City of Mist is something I've played in that is really low crunch. Really low rules, and a lot of things are genericized very heavily, which is dope. Like it all just depends on what you're looking for in the TTRPG experience. People love like war games, like Warhammer, or I'm trying to think of another war game, and I actually can't think of it at the moment, but. Yeah, it's so I don't think that like if you want to make 5e into an even crunchier experience, I don't think that's bad at all. I think that people a lot of times, I think a lot of power gamers, like crunchier people, will kind of look down on the more freeform, loosey-goosey type of gamers, and also vice versa. Some people like look at crunch and be like, ew, you're bringing numbers into my Math Rocks game? Bleh. So 5e IMO is one of the best homebrew capable systems because it provides the strongest foundation to build on if you keep your scaling in the anatomy of 5e balance. I think that is... I'm trying to think if I agree with that. I think I generally agree with that when it comes to out of combat. I actually think that 5e combat is relatively complex. Although people do, have a lot of decent homebrew on top of it. But I will totally agree that like the skill check, advantage, disadvantage, all of those systems are very capable of building on additional homebrew. You can build in stress rules, lasting wounds rules. because the advantage-disadvantage system is so clean, and the way that HP and the abilities work together. I do generally wish, my big wish for 5e that I think really holds it back is that there is almost no way to threaten a character except with the loss of HP. There are some notable exceptions, but they mostly just prove the rule, like the intellect devourer, devouring your brain. Something that doesn't deal direct HP damage, but it is still a big threat. But I wish that there was an alternative way to threaten PCs, something like stress or a lasting wound system that was built into the fabric of the game that didn't have to be homebrewed on top. That's more than fair. I always address combat with stronger platters, stronger DM rules, but not everyone enjoys that escalation that homebrew can force onto combat. Yeah. And I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree. I do think that D&D is an incredibly homebrew capable system. Even with the combat being, I think, a little bit less flexible than something. So I'm comparing this to something like Blades in the Dark, which uses the exact same rolling system for skill checks and combat. It's all lumped into one. Combat is essentially a skill check, just like everything else. And so I think that gives some more room for more broad, overreaching homebrew. But there is something to be said for the strength of 5e having these two kind of very disconnected modes of like your out of combat and your in combat stuff. And it does allow for much more contained and kind of bite-sized homebrew that doesn't impact the far reaches of the entire game. I think it makes it more difficult for homebrew to be thematically consistent, but it does give you a lot of room to kind of mix and match your little modules to build a game that you like with homebrew. So yeah. I think you have a really fair point there.
Not very good. 7.
No.
7.
As you are running and you get the carpet out, you leap onto it, and your whole sense and awareness of your surroundings just fades from you. You feel your entire body go numb for a second, and you just feel yourself falling.
Oh, fly down, get it!
Oh, falling back.
I'll get a 9 dex save.
Okay, you go and swoop down, fly. You manage to...
Is he conscious?
He's just staring up at this moment.
Very good.
Yeah,
go. I go just to touch him. I'm not trying to pull him up.
Okay.
No.
What? Try to grab
Fly.
him! Try to
He
grab
can
him!
He can fly.
Fly.
He's like Superman.
You cast fly on him? Alright.
Now fly, damn it!
He is still just kind of standing there, not doing anything. As you finish casting the fly spell, your fly spell dissipates because it's a concentration spell. You only have one up at a given time.
Wait, you're unconscious?
I don't know what
Yeah,
I mean.
he's like
You're
been
stuck.
taken.
Right now, is he okay? Well, then I don't do that because you can't fly yourself. So I do grapple instead.
Okay. You grab him as his whole weight goes on.
Orion, don't be so about it. Come on. I don't know. I don't think that it was that unclear what was happening. That I think that was more he wasn't paying as much attention as he might have should have been. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. People have bad days. But that was a little like it's like, if there's a miscommunication, that's okay. It's just be like, oh, I didn't realize that. Sorry. Be nice.
What's your strength?
I'm sure Orion's nice. Otherwise, Tiberius is very fun, but that was good. Man.
It's been nice knowing you, ladies and gentlemen.
No.
Go ahead and make an athletics check.
On topic with homebrew, a fun thing for you to potentially react to is the Fool's Gold series here on YouTube. Hearing your thought on it would be fun to see. I will look that up on the other monitor.
Come on, Tiberius.
Can we see all this happening off to the
Mother May I always can open doors. Yeah, man, just being like just fucking being polite. man. It's not hard.
Side.
It's happening
Keelan.
really fast.
Oh yeah, you saw that.
Oh shit! Could I?
Oh no, is this a pattern? I mean, the only like personality things that have made me uncomfortable so far is the weird occasional horniness. Like when they were like, oh, like you should kiss Grog or whatever. Oh, no spoils. Oh boy. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, but like Orion and Sam were like going to the whorehouse, and I mean it's 8 years ago. Nerd culture has evolved a lot out of its horny stage. Still is there sometimes, but that'll be interesting. I mean, you know what? And it might be good and instructive on how to be a nice player. We'll see.
That's 21.
21. You rush down, diving, you grab the back of his armor. As you yank up on him, you manage to just pull him across.
Also, Anna, are you talking about Fool's Gold by Dingo Doodles? Is that the correct channel? Question mark?
Cross and get to the other edge. The flying carpet, however, has plummeted down.
You lost our flying carpet, you unconscious bastard!
Yepers, sick. Okay, also, love it. Fucking get rid of your magic items sometimes. Magic items, I think DMs, once they give them out, they're a little bit too afraid to kill them. Yeah. Feel free. I think it's a great consequence, especially with what we were just talking about one of the holes within D&D, at least as I see it, being that the only real way to punish a character is by getting rid of their HP. Getting rid of their equipment and their magic items is a great way to punish them. And it made sense. It also is like showing the destructive and disruptive power of the Illithid. Love that. Love that. And then you don't have to be as restrictive as a DM with what you give out. And Anna, I am adding Fool's Gold. Oh my gosh, these are short. These are like 20-minute episodes. Sometimes like 5. Yeah, this might be a little. I'm gonna save that playlist to my library. Yeah, that would be a super fun thing. Maybe if I'm not feeling Critical Role someday. Yeah, if I'm not feeling Critical Role someday, I might do Fool's Gold. CR is addressed past stuff like the not so PC content, like the horny stuff and any problematic play, which, so spoilers, can be hard to consume if you're uncomfortable with third-wheeling conflict. But they openly express love for one another, no matter what conflicts appear in these older episodes. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah. And that's kind of the thing that I was saying about the horny stuff earlier. Is it's like, to me, watching, not knowing them, not having, been around their group and their dynamic for long enough, like, to me, Scanlan being like, ooh, like, or Sam being like, Laura, you should kiss, or, Vex should kiss Grog, that, like, rings a little, like, weird to me. But if truly all the players have love for each other, then it's probably fine.
However, Tiberius swoops up. You guys just see them both plummet into darkness. And then come flying up at the edge of the crevasse on your side. Tiberius clutching your brother, currently just staring off into space. And drop him down to the ground with a dull thud. The bridge slaps onto the side of the cavern.
I run over to Vax, and I am like trying to figure out what's wrong.
The magic carpet's done.
It just disappeared into the darkness below.
I have to erase it.
But that was our ticket across the chasm.
Yeah,
Yes.
what the fuck?
I loved that carpet. Damn it.
About a minute passes or so, and you come back to your senses.
Dude, I had a whole, oh man, right before this campaign fizzled out. This was, I think, literally the last session that I ever that I've DM'd. I've DM'd some one shots, but the last session in a campaign that I DM'd, my players had a broom of flying, and they were it was a very high magic, high fantasy game, and they were out in a submarine, and they were making let's say a frantic escape from the submarine, and they were headed back. They were in the middle of the ocean, and there's this floating island city that they are approaching, but this island city has anti-aircraft defenses. So they're flying, and I narrate this already. They already knew that it had anti-aircraft defenses, and so I start talking about how, they're getting fired at. They would have the option to maybe get into the water, fly lower, a lot of other options. They chose evasive action. Totally down. So we rolled some dice, rolled some math rocks, and I had them roll because it was evasive. They chose evasive flying. I had them roll animal handling, I think, because their broom of flying was essentially its own character at that point. It was basically sentient. And they almost got to shore. They evaded, and then the last shot before they got to shore, they rolled their saving throw, but they failed the animal handling check, and the broom of flying got hit by the anti-air, and they got sent flying, and they landed on the shore with the broken pieces of the broom of flying. And the back half of that session was like a Grey's Anatomy episode of them rushing the broom of flying to the magical hospital. We did a whole hospital room drama section with the broom of flying. It was super duper fun. And there was a place that they had originally been thinking about breaking into. It was a thief oriented themed campaign. And they'd already been thinking about breaking into this place, but they had said no, it's too much. It's too high security. Medic! Exactly. It was too high security. They wouldn't do it. And the artificer doctor was we're gonna, it's gonna be close, but we might be able to pull through if we can get a new core. If we can get a new flying broom core, we'll be fine. But I only know of one place that has it. And the players were real fun. They were really playing into the drama. They were like, no, it can't be. And he's like, the only place is the floating terrace, which is the place that they were thinking about breaking into. And so they were like, we have to do it. And it was a big all right, let's go. We know that this is a bad idea, but we're saving Broomy. It was really fun. So I this goes back to taking away their magic items, damaging them. It could be impactful to the players. It could be really fun.
Oh, good.
I gotta go get the carpet.
Have I cleaned my gun?
Slap him with my agent.
What happened?
Snap out of it.
What happened?
I mean, do we leave or?
No,
They're still across there, aren't they?
What you can see across the way, there's a bunch of them just kind of standing at the edge.
I want to take a shot at the
noodle face. Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
Oh man.
He can see
Right
you.
in the noggin.
He can control you.
Shoot him to the eye, man.
Not from that distance.
Who knows?
His sniper rifle goes well.
That's a 23.
Okay. Go ahead and roll damage. As from across the way, you hear this resounding.
Yeah! That don't suck. 20 points of damage.
20 points of damage. Nice. You just see this blast of red and flame across the way, and the figure is just knocked off its feet, about 10 feet back.
Can you shoot him again?
Yes!
It's just a carnival game for Percy at this point.
At this point in time, you can now see all the rest of the Durgar looking about, and they're all backing away from the cliffside.
Yeah.
You come to, the bridge is just dangling off the side now.
But we're all on the goblin side, and that's
You're on the goblin side, and the bridge is just dangling
really
down
good.
into
Matrix.
darkness.
Kind of did.
who wants to have a picnic?
So how many
seriously.
how many are over there?
Just
You only saw the one.
And how many Durgar are left? How many?
Yes, how many are left after all?
After they fell
After
into
all
the
that, and you saw a few more kind of filter out from the town like that, there was probably about 25 visible at that moment that have all...
I'm going to hang on him visually, and I'm going to wait to take another shot until he tries to stand up again.
Okay.
So if he tries to stand up again, I want to shoot him again.
Okay.
But wait, you can shoot him while he's on the ground, can't you?
It's so much more fun to wait.
You can shoot him, but it's disadvantage to shoot something
He's on the ground?
Yeah.
And it's more fun to wait.
Technically got covered.
A moment passes and he kind of drifts back up. Take another shot.
Taking another shot.
Come on, Percy.
Come on, baby. Like such an asshole.
Fish in a barrel.
Come on, Von Rolo.
15.
15? Unfortunately, does not. At that distance, with the darkness, it's very hard to take a beat on him at that point. So he fires off. You can now see it drift away, and all the rest of Durgar are now retreating into the city.
Man.
What are we gonna do?
I mean, they're in a good situation right now. I don't think that Mind Flayers have many ranged options.
All of our shit's gone.
Yeah, what are we gonna do?
Maybe can we walk up
Let's
and
take a
see if we
short
can
rest.
find another bridge?
Well, we're figuring
If you
this
want
out.
to, okay, so you walk over to the edge and you kind of look across the sides. Make a perception check.
I'll assist.
Oh, 20.
20.
No,
Never
no
mind.
assistance needed.
Natural 20?
Yeah.
Natural 20.
Yeah.
Plus,
Plus my perception? Natural 20, motherfucker! My perception is 6.
you glance over the side, and looking down, you can see the bridge is just kind of like drifting from the air that's flowing, and you can just see the... And it's not like the whole bottom floor is all lava. There's just streaks of it pouring down from whatever the interior of this lower chasm is. You see at the edge of the rope bridge, which goes down for a good 150, 200 feet or so, dangling, and there's a tiny little flicker of material wrapped up in the ropes of the rope bridge.
Oh my god.
It's the carpet!
It's the carpet.
Okay.
That seems to be the
We have
carpet.
an infinite rope.
Go!
We have infinite rope.
Wait.
I'm gonna tie it to myself.
Wait,
We're
hold on
gonna
a
lower
second.
you down.
Is it still? It's just at the end of all the way down there. So I fly down
No,
there and
oh.
go get it.
Yeah, that makes
All
sense.
right.
It's still in effect.
Okay, watch out for that warm air, whatever that was.
So,
Ooh, you're right. I take out
Took it away from me.
I take out an empty bottle while I do this.
all right. You glide down along the basis of the base of the cut rope bridge, and there, just barely hanging on by just haphazardly falling and tangling itself in the ropes, is the flying carpet. As you float down, you now get a little bit of a better view as your
What do you mean?
staff is lit. You can see about another 150 feet down below you, a little bit of a reflection of your light. It's currently just kind of rippling and shifting.
It's water down there?
It appears to be some sort of water surface below you, about 150 feet down.
I thought there was lava.
I run and
There
jump
are
off the
streaks of
cliff.
lava
No, you
pouring
don't.
Yep,
like,
and I
from
jumped all the way
ceiling
down.
and portions of the
It's
wall,
1,000 feet
but it's all just kind of pouring down and pulling at the edges and then cooling.
Belly flop.
So it's a river.
And we don't know this yet.
Okay.
And you can see the waterfall is cascading over the side,
That's very
is currently rushing past you by about 30 feet to your right, and seems to be splashing into this pool below.
I retrieve the magic carpet.
You grab the magic carpet, you roll it up, make your way back up.
Here you are. By the way, cool stuff down there. It's actually not lava. It's water. Believe it or not.
Water,
There's a-
how far down from the bridge?
It's about 150 feet from the bridge, but it's about 1,000 feet down all the way. We could traverse down somehow, and I think it would be a nice place to go explore.
Place to go explore.
Especially because we have nothing else to do. And
Well, we
can't
could
get
go
out
to
there.
the camp and go kick some.
Well,
ass.
look,
just-
we
can't get
know
over
we
that.
can't get over there.
We have a carpet now.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, but we go over one at a time. And we're waiting
Fly
for
me
it.
down with you.
The thing
Like,
is-
Three of us
Tiberius and
can
I are gonna
fly.
fly
The
down.
thing is,
on
we
the
know
carpet.
that deeper down is where they've gone.
Yes, that's true.
So probably it'd be best to go down. We could have avoided all of this bullshit if we.
I don't
We
want to
didn't know,
fight.
and
I
if
don't want to
there's
fight that guy.
if there's more than one of these though, he's going to his friends right now. I mean, if we
Right.
can, it'd be good to put this guy on the ground.
I'm all for
I don't know.
going.
Okay, take me
There's
down.
a
Hang on,
tunnel back
let's
there,
go
about
see.
past
Let's go
that
see.
village.
This is great. This is great. I talked last time about a concept called Jaquessing the Dungeon that I do plan on making a video about. That is it is a concept about how you should design maps, how you should design dungeons, and one of the like fundamental things that the strategy, I guess you could call it, recommends is multiple entrances and exits. So in this case where there's this cavern, there are 2 ostensible entrances and exits. The one they came in and then the one at the other end. You should always have more. So the idea that there are more hidden down in this cavern is great. Because now it's questionable, do the Illithids know about it? Do the Derugar know about it? There can be some good inter-enemy conflict there. It's something for the PCs to discover with a great check, so it really provides a good source of reward. And it doesn't even have to be hidden. You could make it where there are just multiple entrances and exits, just flat out. But in any given environment, having it not be a straight line is almost always going to improve the design and give the players more strategic options and more creative options.
Flying.
But they're
You can
protecting.
take Percy. Would you like to come?
Oh, all right.
I've
Just made a map today using that advice you talked about. Put 3 bottom floor doors, window on the second, and roof openings. Front door is a kill box, hence why so many. Fucking love it. That's amazing. It's great. It can be used by the enemies. It can be used by alternate parties. It can be used by third parties that are, maybe have different goals, different desires. Maybe, they start going out the roof hatch opening and someone's coming in for some reason. I don't know. There's lots of options. Had it in mind when, from you talking about it in a previous reaction. Yeah, I discovered this concept on stream. This concept of Jaquessing. It's an incredibly useful concept that I really do want to make like a nice tight video about, because it's so good. And I mean, a little bit of spoilers. One of the things that I'm looking at for that video is basically being able to provide recommended ratios for, it's like, okay, for this number of rooms with this number of connections, you should have like this number, or like this ratio of entrances and exits. This many of them should be hidden, things like that. And as part of that video, I'm looking at like really popular dungeons that people generally think are really good, and looking at that to like kind of help determine this ratio. Then you mentioned bottleneck should be important, so the cellar that leads to the dungeon has one entrance because that's where the actual important stuff is to the enemies. Bottlenecks are really important. They should be really thoughtfully placed, and the fact that there's a bottleneck should be like an important factor. So I love what you're saying of like the bottleneck is like the cellar that leads to the dungeon has one entrance because that's where the actual important stuff is. It's like, oh, the enemies have thought about this. They didn't add a secret, exit or entrance because they didn't want people to potentially discover it. So like this bottleneck is important to them. It's an important factor. And they will be guarding it as if it's important, and they'll be interacting with it in that way. So I love that you're thinking about it. Just thinking critically, even, if your numbers your numbers can be very flexible, whatever feels right for the dungeon, but just thinking about it already puts you in the right mindset. Would rule of 3 work for that kind of thing? Maybe. I'm going to have to really quick remind myself about rule of 3. Because I think I generally know what you mean. Any ideas, thoughts, events, characters, or senses that are presented in 3s are more effective and memorable. That makes sense. That's one theory. So one of the things I'm thinking is like, like you should have triple the amount of rooms or nodes or sections. You should have triple the amount of those that you have of doors, and you should have triple the amount of connections as you have doors. Like, I think that there is some sort of ratio that you could get to that like really good dungeons will all have. That's my theory going into this. That's my hypothesis, is that I'm going to come up with a ratio after reviewing a couple of dungeons that people consider to be very well made. And then I'm going to take those ratios and see if I can apply them to a lot of other dungeons that people also consider well made. And my hypothesis is that there is a magic ratio that exists. I think there is. And then I think I'll be able to nail it down within like 1 or 2 degrees. But we'll see. That video might never come out because I might be totally wrong. Who knows?
To ride the carpet down to the bottom with Percy and Tiberius.
Well, whoever's going down should be on the carpet because I can still fly, so
Right.
I don't need it.
All right,
Me and
so
Percy
the two
on
of
the
you get out on the
carpet.
carpet, you drift down, and you begin to make your way down this giant crevasse. As you get down, the air gets warmer and warmer, and you begin to see as you come down a good 600 feet now at this point into this much larger space than the one that you guys are currently above. It's like a giant triangular open cavern down here that kind of funnels up into where the bridge was.
Do I see any like tunnels or areas that look like it leads someplace of interest?
As you look down, there is definitely a large pool of water that is leads off into a few other kind of underground rivers that spill off into the mountainsides itself. There are sections of the wall where lava is pouring.
I think what Marisha just said is a really, really fast, really concise, and really efficient way to ask about a new scene if you are using Theater of the Mind. Of just saying, and I mean, she said something that would have been concise, but she also layered it behind things that weren't. But you know, she first asked like, "Are there any tunnels or areas or blah blah blah?" And then she just said, "Or anything of interest." And I think if you're playing really hard Theater of the Mind, when you enter a new area, I think it's a good rule of thumb for players to just be like, "Okay, DM, what can I see of interest, or what is there of interest within this new area?" And just like then they can really concisely kind of list off the things, and it makes it snappier, go faster. You know, as a character, you can be long-winded and long-spoken, but having some concise rules of thumb can be nice for keeping the pace up in the actual game.
Pouring out where there seems to be some sort of a vent or some sort of an opening into some magma reserve, and there are about 3 of them that are pouring out and kind of drifting down. One of them is pooling and cooling as it hits the water, and it's just kind of this perpetually growing mass of slow-growing rock. There also appears to be one that is just continuing a flow that leads kind of back in the direction where you guys came, but underneath. There's one big lava pool that is spilling and then kind of giving a little bit of light to the inside of a tunnel that continues further down at a decline. The opposite side...
Lava tunnels? What are you crazy? Sorry, yes.
Keep going.
Okay.
Are you
On
done?
the opposite side, you can see there's a small outcropping and a smaller waterfall that is pouring out of the side of the mountain. Like another sea is now meeting the river underneath, and that is just kind of cascading out from the side of the rock, dropping about 30 or 40 feet and hitting the edge of the rock pool.
On Cthulhu side,
Okay.
you're talking
On
about?
Cthulhu side, yeah.
I take.
I think we should.
I say, is it Tiberius? Give me some light. And I cast Control Water, and I just take the water in the bottom of the pool, and I bend it, and I part the pool, and I take it, and I cascade it all the way out, following the lava flows.
Okay. Just so you're aware, the pool is about 600 feet across.
I can like part seas with this.
Right. So you can part elements of it, but like it is a large
Oh,
body
okay,
of
okay.
water.
Well, I'm taking. I don't necessarily part it, but I take the water and I draw it up, cascading along the edges, following all the lava streams going into the tunnels.
Okay, the other thing you notice is there are 2 trolls and an ogre currently trying to stay afloat.
Oh.
As one of them just pulled under the water.
Gets pulled under?
Yes. You begin moving the water to the sides, and you begin to cool some of the lava flows. You can see the glowing red magma begin to cool to a dark black and become solid. As it does, you can see parts of it crack as the magma is still pushing out. But you're definitely staunching the flow.
I'm gonna kind of push it. There, you said there was a tunnel kind of going up into Cthulhu.
Okay, I love this. I'm a big fan. It doesn't work in every dungeon, but I am a huge fan of having multiple enemy factions within the same dungeon. Yeah, dun dun dun, dun. Dun, dun. Took me a second. There's a lot of dunnas. But yeah. That's more the shark. But yeah, it doesn't work in every single dungeon. Because sometimes like you're literally like going into like a faction base. But even within a faction base, if you're going into like the Thieves Guild headquarters, within any given organization, there are going to be smaller sub-factions that will react to you differently. There might be a faction of people who are easily bribed. There might be a group of people that are much more trigger happy. There might be a group of people that maybe want to defect. So I think that I find it very intriguing and entertaining to have multiple factions of people within the same dungeon. So in this case, you have other sentient creatures with their own goals, and then you have wildlife that is just as likely to kill the trolls as it is you. So I think that is massively engaging in pretty much any dungeon, is having kind of these separate groups. You have to separate. See you, John. See you in a second.
Other side?
I am going to keep pushing forward, though. John can always rewind and up the playback speed.
There is a tunnel that seems, or the opening leads to the back, and there's a waterfall that is pouring out from that side.
Waterfall.
There's a waterfall.
There's a waterfall.
Not a lava fall.
Lava flow is going down the opposite direction.
But there's like a tunnel kind of carving out that way?
Yeah, like a large opening that continues further down.
Okay, I take all of the water and I really just concentrate and I gather just a big tube and I push it down that tunnel.
Okay, so the water that you gather from this, you force into a quick geyser in that direction. As it sprays across the front, you can see it begins to cool some of the magma. It's a pretty hefty flow. You manage to slow it, and you do cool parts of it, but it's going to be difficult and take you a while if you're just constantly pushing water on it to give the flow any sort of serious stop. You do notice the lava flow doesn't coat the entire floor of the tunnel, just a side of it. It's almost like there's some portion of it is walkable adjacent to the lava.
We can also not go in the not lava cave, Keyleth.
I'm sorry, that lava cave just looks important.
I know. Because of the lava.
Yeah.
Let's go tell the others what's we found and then we'll come back and decide which way to go.
Sometimes a lava cave is just a lava cave.
I fly back up.
Okay.
Guys! Yeah, blah, blah, blah.
So here's my thoughts.
The other troll pulled beneath
Yeah,
the
so I don't want to go down
Also,
where
it looks like
there's
there's
things
something
pulling
eating
trolls.
those trolls.
Yeah, let's not go down there where there's things eating trolls. Why don't we just...
In the water? Is that so?
Yeah.
in the giant water pool.
Wait, but we're gonna have to go down eventually, so.
Maybe.
Why?
Okay.
Why do we have to go down there? There's nothing that we need down there.
But across is the way is a 25-man battle with a huge nasty boss.
Well,
There's 7 of
everybody
us
keeps
and
saying that
one of us is
everything is
Grog.
deeper and deeper, so I think we're
Yeah.
gonna have to go deep down.
I agree with
eventually.
Vex on this.
Well, hold on.
Deeper
All those
into the
assholes are
tunnels,
still
not
standing
us.
on the edge across there. We've flown out of a falling tower before. We were all able to do it. Can we just fly up and over those shitheads and go towards the tunnel?
Not with the eye
They-
of that mind
yeah.
flayer.
Yeah,
They
look
can
what he
grab
did to you.
us.
Can't we go
Exactly.
150 feet in the air and...
The
I
tunnel
think you
doesn't
were
go
at
that
least
high.
150 feet across that bridge when
Yeah,
you did that.
they can grab us from there.
We can try.
I was on the bridge when that
You were on the
happened
bridge
and
when
fell
that happened.
down. I
You
wasn't
were-
way
But
above.
the bridge
You
was
were-
like 250 feet across, right?
Right, you were about loosely 80 feet across when it got you.
When it got me. And
So
you said
this
it's
range is about
150-ish feet in here, though, to the ceiling?
To the ceiling, it's about 150 feet, yeah.
I go whoop, whoop.
But the tunnel. Oh.
They have ranged weapons as well.
I think we should go down.
But what is down there?
Let me go find
Kima!
out. You can drop me like a
But there's
depth
no
charge.
sign of anything intelligent down there other than something that's eating trolls underwater. It could be just giant whales down there. We have no idea. There's no sign of humans at all. It's lava and death animals.
Maybe. Okay, can I go down
More
there
like
and look
tunnels.
in one of the
Those
Tunnel
tunnels?
to go deeper.
Can I look in one of the tunnels and see if I find tracks? If I do, can we
How are
go
you
that
going to go in
way?
the tunnels?
I've got
There's
a flying
lava.
carpet. There's tunnels that don't
If
have
you
lava
burn-
flowing
And I
into
can
them.
control water
There's-
for at least an hour.
So down there's a big pool of water,
Lasts
a
a while.
tunnel going towards the mind flayer side with no lava.
And see, this is another case of when right now the geography of the area really matters. And if you are playing with a lot of separate people, imagining a lot of separate things, it can be difficult, and I would really heavily recommend having some sort of abstract representation. It does not have to be detailed at all. It's just a marker and some quick lines. But just so that everyone is working off of the same general idea. Because, like, honestly, as a viewer, I'm a little confused about exactly the geography of, like, the pool and the lava and the caves. Like, it's a little bit all over the place. Not to say that I can't track it, but I would very much understand if maybe I'm imagining something different than Matt is intending, and if some of the players are imagining something different.
Exactly.
And then there's another cave with
There is a
lava.
tunnel that we can walk in.
Going away from it.
Let's
I'll
see
go
if
with-
there's anything resembling tracks.
I'll go with Vax, that way I can cool.
Please,
lava as
Scamden,
we
let me
go.
look for tracks. Please.
Tracks in a river.
Tracks in a tunnel.
It's not a tunnel. It's
It
not that kind of a
is.
tunnel. There's water flowing in it.
There is okay, in the giant cavern, there is
See, again, they're having like an argument, a disagreement about what is literally true. Like, they're not having a disagreement about someone miscommunicating something. They are having a disagreement about the way that Matt has described it. So having a visual aid, I think, would go a long way.
towards the side of where you guys kind of entered, underneath where you first came in.
Yes.
There is a descending large tunnel, of which there are a series of lava flows that kind of pull into one river of lava that covers half of that path down
In the
there.
direction of
Okay.
Goblin Town.
Correct.
Okay.
Towards the other side, the
Cthulhu side.
the cavern ends, and there's a waterfall pouring out of the side of the wall.
Can't go in there.
That just kind of
Oh,
flows down.
there's a cavern opening.
No, there is essentially a hole where water is pouring out of.
Can't go in there.
We can go in there.
We can go in
There's
the
water
one
pouring out of it.
I can make that stop happening.
But what would we find in a
No
tunnel
one-
with water pouring out of it? It's not like anything lives up there.
I would much rather face random beasts who are just random beasts than mind flayers who can suck my
There
brain
would be no
out.
random
Yes, but
beasts, though, it
Kima
just
did
happened
not
to
fall
plummet.
prey to random beasts. She fell prey to these
Alright,
shits.
fine. Let's do whatever you guys want to do.
I don't think a boss battle. I don't think we can
Vote.
fight this guy
Vote
in
for fuck's sake. Vote. Put it to a vote.
Yes.
All right, all in favor of going to the Duragar village and facing the giant fucker,
No, up and over, up and over.
or up and over, or at least getting past it. That direction. Though. That's four of us.
That's four.
All in favor of going into the lava flows.
Water
to
holes
find
and
Water
something.
holes.
Water holes.
But don't
Tiberius, you
hold it
haven't
up.
voted.
A draconian
Do
does
you
not
Switzerland? Come on.
It's
But
four
you
against
come
us
from a political
anyway.
family.
We
Well,
gotta
I
go
don't
that
vote.
way.
I don't believe in our system. Anyway, that's none of your business.
Are you a communist?
I don't know what that means.
Okay.
Now, Tiberius can fly. Keyleth is an eagle who can carry a gnome and maybe my sister. And that leaves Percy and Grog and I on the flying carpet. Can I hold our weight? Let's give it
Well,
a
if
turn.
this doesn't
Trinket.
work,
Flying
we're
carpet
going to
can't
the
carry
tunnel.
Grog on his
No,
own.
then
Now,
I
Ken, on the other hand,
Can't
you-
wait. Why can't Vax and I just at least go check it out
You
before
lost the
we
vote,
do this?
Keyleth. You lost the vote.
I think we should go.
Featherfall.
Fuck it.
Featherfall on
They don't
top.
control us. Let's do it. We're going.
All right. So what?
Wow.
You ladies hop on the flying carpet.
Yes.
The fellowship has
So as you guys are discussing this,
Wait, you're stealing
the
a
two,
flying
the two
carpet?
ladies leap on the
We're
flying
just checking
carpet.
it out. We're coming back. We're coming back.
Throw a
Just
red one.
wait
Throw a
10
red one.
goddamn minutes.
They shout as they disappear into the darkness below them.
Dude, this is like I think it was it's not anyone who's watching right now, but it's someone who's watched all the VODs. I can't remember his username. But last episode I was talking about a lot of risk for very little gain. And they just need to get aligned. Like, if they're gonna do it, whatever they're gonna do, they need to all be on board. This is a lot of risk of them splitting up like this for very little gain. But we'll see. You know, the lava cave could be nothing, or it could be something. We'll see.
Cavern.
I do think, again, I think this is a big situation of miscommunication, because I think what Vex and Kaleth are picturing is a tunnel, because this is what I'm picturing. So I think this is what they're picturing, is that there's a lava flow and there's like an arch, and the lava fills up like half of the arch. So they would just be able to fly over the lava and see what's in the cave. As opposed to, I think, what Vax and Scanlan and maybe Grog are picturing is that the lava is like boring into the thing, so they would have to somehow stop the lava and then wait for the lava to clear and then go. That's what I think the guys are picturing, and I think the girls are picturing kind of something where they can fly over. And all of this could be potentially avoided with a small whiteboard map.
Mind Flayer isn't on pause.
I have a lantern.
Okay.
Yeah, because I have a dungeoneering kit.
All right, so you pull out your lantern as the two of you are going down towards the water. The rest of you kind of stand at the edge of the river. Grog is going,
Part the water.
I take the river flow, the water's flow is coming out.
Meanwhile, the Mind Flayer saying, I haven't got all day.
all right, so as you guys float down, the two trolls that were missing, the ogres, don't know anywhere to be seen. There's just a slight
We
ripple
don't
in
want
the
to
water
land.
surface.
We just want to go towards the tunnel.
As you staunch the water supply of this waterfall, it just kind of holds it in place. Enough of the force of the water coming out is being balanced by the force you're putting back on it. It's just kind of holding it
Can
there.
you lower the water?
However, as the water vanishes beneath where the waterfall was, you can see an actual small tunnel that's carved into the Mount Rock.
Fuck off, y'all, bitches!
Don't want to go down here. It doesn't do anything yet. We don't know.
Let's go into the tunnel.
Meanwhile, back up top, I'm saying they're not going to find anything.
Yeah.
They're not going to find anything.
And I'm agreeing with Scanlan, and I am mooning.
And I'm stealthing. Let's stealth. Let's be very quiet.
Hold on.
All right.
And I will say, you know, for Sam Regal's part, you know, that's how I don't necessarily think he was disagreeing with as much grace as he could have before, but you know, you were wrong, you eat it, you make a joke, you move on. Yeah.
Into an animal?
Oh, I can. I go into a Black Panther form.
Scanlan, remember when we had
Okay, and I stealth.
Both of you guys roll stealth.
Panthers have like advantage.
They have advantage in the stealth check. Yeah.
Just going in
16, 13, so 16
Plus your
plus
dex.
whatever
15.
the dex of the panther is.
Plus-
no,
oh.
it's whatever the
Oh.
dex. It's
All right.
gonna be like it's gonna be like 20 or something like that.
All right, you guys move. Are you staying on the carpet?
No, we're like hopping down the carpet, and I
Okay.
just want to look around for tracks.
I take the carpet
Okay.
No, plus-
and then I bring it up
So
while I tell him all that stuff.
Okay, so you go back down.
You took
Because
our
they have-
carpet?
because they needed to get down here as well.
Oh, we're going. Okay, you guys are joining us. All right.
I was
No,
following
we were.
you.
I'm just looking
scouting.
for tracks
You guys
right
were-
now,
And-
Tiberius.
Yeah, and I followed you, saw what was going on, took your carpet, and I'm giving it back to them.
So as you guys are,
You can't take our carpet. We're on the carpet.
Oh,
you
you
guys
just
have
hopped
stepped
off.
off the carpet, she said, and you
Sorry, I
transform and
said we
begin
hopped
stealthing in.
Oh, that's
As
right,
you're
we
doing
did
that,
transform.
you turn around
Okay,
and see
sure,
Tiberius has rolled up the carpet and is currently taking it away. So you guys are now at the bottom of this crevasse as Tiberius disappears into the darkness. Okay, we'll go ahead and roll. This would be survival for tracking. Just kind of get an idea if there's anything around you see.
16.
16. You do see some scratches into the mud off the surface there that lead into the tunnel. You see like drag marks. You see some footprints, and that's the best you can make out at this point in time. But the footprints appear to be
Can I do a
dwarven
Oh,
or
okay.
dwarf size in nature.
Can I do a nature check to see what the scratch marks look like? If they look like any type of beast.
The scratch marks are across the ground. It looks like just like fingers being
Hands.
pulled through.
Any type of residue, any type of
Not that you
slime.
can tell, no.
Can we see where the tunnel leads?
From what you can see, there's no light source in there.
We have the light. Remember?
So you take the lantern, you put it inside. The tunnel goes back about 25 feet and then stops. It's just a little alcove.
Oh.
You see within the tunnel a series of skeletons or bodies that are partially decomposed.
Oh, God.
And you see what looks like a pile of rags in the corner.
Oh. Go
So
check
we
it
could
out.
either run or loot.
No, go
What should
check
we
it out,
do?
ladies.
Meanwhile, back
Be
up.
thorough.
No, we don't want anyone to I'm saying they're not going to find it. They're not going to find anything.
They're telling us not to be stupid because we don't have support. Should we be stupid?
Grog
I'm
says
so scared.
yes.
But okay, here's the thing. I remember another situation very similar to this,
It was terrible.
and it was the lair of one of those Ember Hulks.
Right. Why don't we just go back maybe to the entrance of the tunnel?
Vexalia, what is going on down there?
Be thorough.
See anything?
You know what? I think we found the lair of an.
Are you sure?
Oh, pretty damn sure.
It's very like the actual tunnel is maybe about 5 to 8 feet across. It would not be able to fit an Ember Hulk if it was.
Oh, really? Can I like go along the walls very stealthily
All right,
and
Travis.
see if I can find any openings? Anything else?
As you step inside, you put your hands across the walls. What you do notice is the walls are solid. This appears to have been carved out over time. And as you move in, you begin to see the rags and the pile of rags. It's less a pile of rags and more some sort of humanoid curled up on the inside, unconscious, asleep, or dead, not moving.
What is she? What do they look like? What do they look like?
You can't tell from here. It's just like kind of
Go in
over
there.
in the corner.
Like, I'd like to roll a save against smugness really quickly. Can I save against
I'm holding
smugness?
my earring.
I feel a wave of smugness.
You don't have one,
I
do you?
think you might.
Yeah, okay.
Feel away.
What
I
should we
do
do?
not save against
You do not
Keelan,
save against smugness, Percy.
Keelan,
You don't have one.
I think you should turn into a eagle. Can she turn into something big enough that can carry me?
She can, yeah. A giant eagle, I believe you can, yeah.
What if you turn into something big enough that it can carry me? I hop on your back, and then we throw something at it, and then fly away.
While you guys are having this conversation, because you're talking to each other,
We were talking really quietly.
the thing in the corner kind of rouses and then shoots up out of sudden like fear movement, looking about. You see, dressed in rags, you guys are seeing this for the first time, but it's familiar. Smooth head, purplish and blue in color, a series of tentacles in its mouth, a giant scar drawn across one of its eyes, and it looks filthy, and it looks desperate. And it's just and looks at the two of you, and you hear a sudden voice in your minds. No movement, just conversation. Say,
Who are you?
Maybe it's a
I dropped to my.
Oh man, and this is what I was talking about earlier with different, like, okay, even if your dungeon is all, the same organization, same race, what have you, everyone's on the same side, there can very easily be instances of people on that side within that organization that are not, that like have like fundamental differences or disagreements with the other people. So this is some illithid that has either been cast out or is maybe a rival of some manner. Ooh.
My knees and I look at him and I just say, "It's okay, we're friends."
it puts up a hand like this, and you see there's a flicker of arcane energy, and a barrier appears between you and this creature, and just looks.
I take my druid craft and I just make a little flower. A nice, pretty little tulip. And
That's
then
great.
Oh, it's frozen.
That's
I
great
lay
persuasion.
it at the edge of the barrier.
Nasty.
All right, I love Gollum voice.
Persuasion check. With dis.
Oh, it would. Well, dude, this is okay. This is exactly. I love the players and Matt in this case, because this is exactly what I was talking about with the intimidation roll earlier. Is the players are not saying I want to persuade it, I want to intimidate it. The players are just doing things, and then Matt is like, oh, that thing is a persuasion aspect, even if it's not like direct words that are meant to persuade. This is a persuasion action.
Disadvantage.
Disadvantage? Okay. 9.
Okay, 9 total.
No,
Oh, wow.
I'm not a very charismatic person.
It holds its place, and the voice once again hits your mind and says,
How did you find me? What is your purpose here?
I fly back
don't-
down.
No,
It's just them.
We don't mean to disturb you, great sire.
You will die if you try anything.
We're not
I will
going
not
to.
fall here. I will not die here.
We mean to help you. We mean to find our way out.
and
We
find
need
our
to
friend.
feed you. Our
We don't want
brains.
to die either.
Please, who did this to you? We can help you.
Let's not die together.
You can see, as you get a better look at it, it definitely has a large scar across part of its face, and it looks to be wearing remnants of a robe similar to what Scanlan was describing. However, it is tattered, it is dirtied, sullied by the elements and God knows what other
The old leader,
liquids.
that new leader.
It also has this strange kind of metallic skull cap that's currently placed around its head.
It can't control.
And it's just...
Leave me in peace, then. Give me a reason not to slay you where you stand.
We can help you get revenge against your brethren who did this to you.
There's a slight change in mood. You just feel... Make a persuasion check.
Roll the shit out of that new die.
Come on, Vex.
Roll it.
19?
Ooh.
The barrier flickers and dissipates. It reaches over and grabs looks like a gnarled stick and pulls itself up onto its legs. Now, it looked like a small, minuscule creature is now, even in its terrible hunch that its form is standing extremely tall, like scraping the top of this maybe 8-foot tall ceiling in this tunnel.
Hi.
Takes a step forward and says,
Revenge. You speak of revenge. This is a language I wish to know very well.
Well, you found the right motley crew.
Should we bring it with us?
Would you like to come
Would you
with us?
like to leave this cavern?
Meet our friends? We have friends.
it kind of gives you both a look, and you hear this. There's a slight lurching to it as it gives this horrible guttural.
Friends. That's a word I haven't heard in a long time. Not one I take to heart.
Allies, dude, I love it. I'm so down with this. I'm so down with it. I love having like friend NPCs are a long and tried trope within fantasy. But I love explicit NPCs where it's like, we are only working together for now to accomplish this goal. I think that it just inherently leads to fantastic drama afterwards, because once the goal is complete, that's still a mind flayer. So even if you do get revenge, is it just gonna let you walk out of here? Are you just gonna let it go? It sucked brains. Confirmed. Definitely. I don't know. I am a huge fan of traitor arcs, especially when the traitors are joining the PC's side, because who is right, who is wrong, who is a traitor, who is who is a traitor to the cause versus who is like seeing the light of day, all depends on what side you're on. And so I think that the stories that you can tell with an enemy traitor character can be really fun, and the type of moral dilemmas that you put your players into can be really fun.
But allies in time, that I can understand. Take me to your allies.
Tiberius?
Yes.
Maybe you could send that fucking carpet back down.
I'll be right there. I was trying to get the rest of the party here, but everyone's being buttholes. I fly back down with the carpet.
You take him now with the carpet. At the edge of this opening, you see Keyleth, You see Vex both emerge with a horrible tentacle face, gnarled being with the staff coming out with them.
Tiberius.
Oh, did you make a friend?
See? Friends. This is... What's your name?
Looks about to you, Mr. Tiberius, and says, ignoring your question.
You have persuasion to the arcane.
Yes, I'm a sorcerer. I do all kinds of fun things with the arcane.
We shall talk.
Oh, very good. I'm always willing to learn. Seems you are very powerful.
My name... Clarota.
Can we call you Clarence for short?
Not short.
No.
Clarota.
Spanish.
Please. Join us on the carpet.
Can he fit on the carpet?
He's very thin.
She can fly.
I'll fly.
He can fly.
Yes, the rest of our allies are up.
Carefully steps onto the carpet. Once again, like its tentacles are
I keep a distance.
moving around its mouth, and its eyes are constantly darting. It looks extremely nervous and almost like a cornered animal that's just barely being coaxed onto this journey. And you see with each step it takes, there's a slight flicker of arcane energy at the tip of its fingers, like it's just prepared for anything to go terribly wrong. Steps onto the carpet and goes,
Take me to your allies.
Oh yes, we have wonderful allies.
You could even maybe call them friends. Even.
Not just yet.
it crosses its legs, sits on the carpet, holding its staff to its chest, on the far corner, staring at all of you, and says,
Go now.
you
Hold
guys,
on tight.
You guys make your way up to the top. Eventually, you see the carpet over the edge of the crevasse, come down to a rest as your party has now brought with you the stuff of nightmares.
That's the thing that I saw in the village!
At which point, it's leaped off at this point, hovering about, and you can see like this crackle of fire on its hand, and it goes.
No,
I stand in between them like, it's okay.
Peace.
These are the allies we
Peace,
speak of.
friends. We are
Don't
ourselves.
do anything.
We are not controlled.
Don't use a whip scan then. Sing a friendly song because he is our friend ally. Ally. He's in a bit of a spot of trouble. We are going to help him get revenge or something of the sort.
Hell yeah, revenge plot. Let's go.
He's a friend? How?
He prefers
Ally.
Ally. Yes.
Friend of my friend.
What's on your head?
Enemy of my enemy.
It kind of gives you this keen look of, oh, the least person I expected to ask a question. It kind of hobbles forward with its gnarled staff and says,
I was cast out from my hive. I was cursed with the mark of the arcane. My people see that as an ill omen. I was discarded, left to die.
Let's destroy your hive.
No.
No.
You see, the hive is sick. The mind that keeps us safe is no longer its own. An alien one has come and taken the mind hostage.
It's the halfling.
It has taken my people as its own playthings. I was able to escape its mental grasp.
and it reaches up and taps the metal on its head.
Oh,
tinfoil hat.
Magneto helmet. This is the guy we've needed this whole time.
But my people were not so easily escaping its grasp. They now are under the control of this creature.
So if we find this creature, we might be able to free your hive as well.
That would be why I wish to have your alliance.
Yes.
Help me free your hive mind. Free my people.
Sense motive.
Oh yeah. Can we sense motive on them?
You definitely can.
Oh gosh. Okay.
I would do it, but
We should also have him help us.
I will put this in a group sense motive right
What-
now.
what-
So
Yeah, all right.
everyone roll.
I rolled 14.
I rolled. What do we add to it?
Sense motive.
Whatever. Well, sense motive in this would be your insight.
Insight?
Sorry. Pathfinder to 5th edition.
24.
18.
He answered my question.
16.
14.
Natural 1.
4.
16.
13.
16!
Okay.
You're a people person.
Through your intense grasping of this creature's disposition, best you can, as alien and unfamiliar as its mannerisms and speech and interests may be, you get the feeling that it's speaking out of desperation and it's speaking out of genuine interest. You've piqued it with the hint of revenge. You've piqued it with the idea of alliance as opposed to being alone. You get the feeling that it speaks the truth. It genuinely is asking for your help in freeing its people from whatever is influencing their current actions.
Clarota.
What's his name?
Clarota.
Clarota.
Can we just call him Clarence?
Clarence! Clarence!
We
I think
are
you have
very
an
much
alliance.
interested in being allies with you. Might we have your word that upon defeating this creature, we will be safe?
And as a symbol of our dedication to you, I'd love to play you just a little bit of song that might heal some of those wounds and scrapes that you seem to have all over your body.
It gives you the dirtiest look you've ever received.
It was because of the arcane.
It's a pretty good song.
Make a persuasion check.
Come on, Burt Reynolds.
Oh, 17.
It takes a sudden step forward towards you. Its tentacles. Play this song.
Break out the.
It better be good.
When I get that feeling, I want Clarota healing. Clarota healing is something that's good for you. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ah, ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, 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 oh.
Clarota's dancing. I
Make a persuasion. A performance check.
A performance check. 18.
18.
Oh, beautiful.
We all got
so
the
groovy.
In spite of itself, it stands there still glaring at you. But at the corner of your eye, you swear you see its toe tapping. It then kind of, its tentacles withdraw, and in such a way that gets you kind of off-put, and the song comes to a halt and goes,
I've not heard a song. I shall call upon you for more in the future.
Oh.
There's many more where that came from.
Now we talk about how we can kill
and that's where we're going to go ahead and end the section, guys. That went very interestingly. We'll pick up
Sorry,
from
we
that
had
point.
to.
Yeah,
rebel,
sorry
guys.
about that, you guys.
Sorry.
Sorry.
It was for a good
It was
cause.
worth- Thank you for rebelling and staking out on your own.
You've acquired for the moment a very curious ally. Yeah, this will be an interesting branching point for next week.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
I know. We should get him to make us hats.
We
Yeah.
definitely need one for Grog. We have to get him to make us hats for Grog.
All right, so it seems like they're probably talking about the specific live stream stuff. Also, as a reminder, yeah. So it's all the supporter live stream stuff. All right, that was a good episode. That was fun. It's so funny. I don't even know how long I've been going. 3:45 to 9, a little bit over 5 hours. This live stream has been an hour more than the last one. Even though this session was like an hour shorter. Just because like the combat, like, you know, during the last episode when there was all the combat, I just didn't have a lot to talk about. Didn't have a lot to make it transformative. Whereas this one, it's all about story and dungeon design, and I got to talk a lot more about some of the things that interest me a lot more, and hopefully interest you guys too. And I loved all of the chatting with you guys. It was a ton of fun. Tune in for the next one. Here, let me get on. Oh wait, why is that backwards? But yeah, I think I tried to come back fairly quick this time between episode 2 and this one, and I think I'm gonna try to keep up a quick pace. I mean, they're going through campaign 3 right now, and they do once a week, so I gotta at least outpace that. So I think for the foreseeable future, it'll be probably about 2 times a week. So hopefully episode 4 will be maybe Tuesday, potentially Wednesday, and it should be a good time. Let me know down in the we've kind of run through the, oh my god, this chat is so small, holy shit. Sorry, I got distracted. But let me know in the comments if there were any technical issues, any sound issues, anything like that. If you disagreed with any of my hot takes or have any takes of your own, I would love to hear them. Thank you so much to the folks who watched and chatted live. It was so dope getting to talk to you guys. That is why I like the live streaming aspect of this. I know that there are people who are just watching through Critical Role on their own, and then they kind of get a point and a lesson from each episode, and they kind of go through those in their own long videos. But this format for me, being able to talk to you guys is so rewarding and so fun. Thank you for being open and easy to talk with. Amazing chat. Thank you for the wonderful conversations and ideas to think upon. Hell yeah. Thank you guys for the ideas to think about. There were several things during this one that you guys brought up that gave me some pause and some areas to think on for my own games, for future content, a lot of stuff. So anyways, I'm going to head out, but I guess all the YouTube stuff, follow, like, subscribe, leave a comment if you liked it, and let me know if you have any ideas for future stuff. I'll talk to you later. Bye.